The hero declares, "I'm Nizaki Hitoshi, 31, single," while others murmur he's wild just from his name and the way he looks. Perched naked in the heart of an otherworldly forest, he wears only a crude, homemade leaf wrap around his lower half as he fries something over a crackling fire. He devoured the prepared meal, his mind racing through every possible way this could have ended. Heading to work, Nizaki threw himself between a student and a speeding truck. He took the hit meant for her. As his consciousness slipped away, a stubborn spark flared. Maybe reincarnation really exists, and he snapped at himself. Why am I even thinking about this? Hitoshi's eyes snapped open to a blinding white room as a stranger's voice sliced through the silence, calling his name. He snarls, "Do you know who I am?" Disbelief roiling inside him that anyone could be standing before him. The stranger bellows he'll resurrect Nizaki in another world. It's already decided, and the man has no right to refuse. Shock rips through the hero as the stranger already offers a cool goodbye, and the man lunges, desperate to hold him back. The stranger stops dead and declares Hitoshi to be his pain in one place. He declares the old god forged a pact with the reincarnation deity to swap souls like clockwork, and even after he replaced him, that pact still holds. Nizaki's blood runs cold. He was supposed to be reborn in another world, but a sinking dread grips him. He whirls on the stranger and demands an explanation before he's reborn. He snaps no and declares that, just like the hero imagined, this world will be packed with levels, abilities, magic, and monsters. Hitoshi reels. Stunned, the man before him can read his thoughts. The stranger thunders that the boy won't be reborn as a child. He'll be reincarnated into his very same body. The man snaps that this isn't reincarnation anymore. It's a kind of transference, a harrowing journey. The mysterious stranger snaps back that he'll recreate an exact replica of the hero's body in another world, insisting that being reborn into that new shell is true reincarnation. He blurts that Nizaki won't have any cheating ability. The guy's eyes go wide in shock, and he chokes out a goodbye to him. As the reincarnation ignites, he snaps that Hitoshi can handle it himself and that he's already sick of him. The hero lunges to stop him, time betrays him, and he plummets into the unknown. Nizaki snaps awake, buried in a rustling sea of leaves beneath the forest canopy. Completely naked, rage boiled in his veins as he cursed that god for not granting him a cheating ability or even a scrap of clothing. He reins in his rising panic, forces a steady breath, and first scans the room. He scaled a towering tree, and at the crown he stared out over an endless, unbroken sea of trees. Hitoshi snaps that he's been dumped into this ridiculous world and warns that roaming it like a maniac will get you killed. He snarls, "We have to find water right now. The second we spot something drinkable, we'll stake our claim, throw up a base beside it, and scramble to gather supplies." He rips long strips of bark from the trunk, weaves them into a crude straw skirt, then launches himself down from the branches. After finishing it, Nizaki steps back and grins. It's pretty good, but he winces that it's a bit uncomfortable and will be hard to move around in. He hurls a roaring "thank you" at the Discovery Channel. Now he can defend his honor as a human being. With the issue settled, he plunges headfirst into mastering survival. Hitoshi scrambled over the towering plants, voice raw as he snapped, "It's impossible to walk here. How am I supposed to find water?" Nizaki hears a savage scuffle in the bushes and goes stone still. He swears it was a small animal. His eyes betray him beneath the canopy, so his ears scoop up every scrap of information. He's convinced he must lock onto every sound, and again, slipping through the bushes, he sharpens his ears to every rustle. A sharp sound slices the air. He explodes into a sprint toward it. The hero's gaze locks on a wide, rushing stream. Hitoshi plunged into the river, splashing cold water onto his face as a grin burst across him. He'd found her. After this, he bolts off to find shelter, warning that animals swarm the water's edge. Don't settle too close. Nizaki skids to a halt before a gaping hollow, yawning at the base of the tree. He eyes it, snaps that the water's only a 2-minute walk, and likens the tree to a 300-year-old, single-story wooden house. He plants himself in the hollow. He's staying after all. He drips a bead of fruit juice onto his skin, waits 5 minutes with no irritation flaring, then declares it fit to nourish him. Hitoshi chomped into the fruit and warned, "Wait a couple hours. If no allergic reaction shows up, it's safe to eat." Relief surges through him as he spots dozens of nearby plants that look edible, and the hero vows to slowly broaden the range of plants he can eat. Nizaki strides forward and begins to light the fire. He wrestles sparks to life, tossing every leaf he can find onto the ravenous blaze. The hero beams, hails his work as wonderful, and drops onto the seat beside him. A weary yawn cracks from Hitoshi as he calculates how many days it'll take to get out of the forest. says he needs food that will keep, and vows to smoke meat. He tells himself that if he pulls it off, the skin will be his, and at dawn he'll throw himself into gearing up for the hunt. A man spots a sign right in front of him, and his mind races as he fires off rapid-fire guesses about what it could be. He stares at the system before him, surprise slamming into him. Hitoshi's eyes lock on the display. His status stares back. Level 1 Karate. The hero reels as shock hits. He's stunned to discover he has only one ability. He flashes a grin and declares karate was made for him. He snarls this is more than enough, then charges forward, dead set on getting down to business. He shot up the trunk and now perches in the branches, his gaze slicing through the chaos as he tracks every move below. Nizaki built a trap to snare herbivores heading for the water, pieced it together from memory, and wasn't sure it would hold. Then a sound ripped through the stillness. A rabbit-like creature with a massive nose rockets out of the bushes. He declares the creature's too tiny to be a trap, then freezes as the rabbit's ears snap to a sound, someone's there. Sudden footsteps cut through the silence, the animal bolts away. The hero snaps his head around, straining to make out who's approaching, then his eyes lock onto a lone figure. 3 goblins slunk out of the trees and bushes, closing in. Hitoshi's jaw drops. He can't believe these are the classic fantasy monsters, the goblins, and he notices they only croak and snarl, never form words. He watches them barrel headfirst into his trap. He senses this is his shot to snatch the experience he's been craving. A goblin edges toward the trap, then freezes mid-step. After a long silence, the monster sniffs the air and sweeps its gaze around. The man suspects they've figured out what's going on. The goblin barks an order, his comrades shove the leaves aside, and a massive hole yawns open at their feet. Perched in the branches watching them, Nizaki's grip gives way and he plummets out of the tree. Plummeting, he swings a massive branch like a guillotine. Roaring, he has no choice but to intervene as he zeroes in on a goblin's head. He clobbers the goblin's head so hard the branch snaps, and the goblin hurtles down from the impact. The monster crumples to the ground, and the hero rockets toward the second with sword raised to strike. The creature's surprised gaze snaps to its comrade as Hitoshi slams a brutal kick into its neck. The goblin hurtles back, and the hero locks onto the third, steeling himself to finish it. The monster's weapon is already arcing toward the man. Nizaki snapped into a fighting stance, eyes sharp as the enemy's overextended swing yawned open, begging to be exploited. The goblin lunges with a savage swing, but the man slips aside in a heartbeat. His fist curled tight, he unleashed a crushing blow that blasted the monster skyward. The hero crows, gloating that he nailed a Seikentsuki strike dead center on the goblin's nose. The same monster pops back up, freezing the man. He's slammed by the realization that people's weak points aren't the same as goblins. The creature unleashes a furious barrage. He ducks and weaves through the strikes, but the relentless assault keeps him from closing the distance. He snags his foot on a tree root and careens, losing his balance. The goblin lunged again, and the guy laughed, taunting that he deliberately left himself exposed to bait the monster into an overhead strike. The hero sidesteps the blow and snaps his hand forward, ready to swing a crushing counter. He slammed his palm into the goblin's nape. The monster collapses to the ground. Nizaki lifts his leg, slams it onto the enemy's head, and drives his full weight down. He stared at the slain goblins, a fierce grin ripping across his face as relief and victory flooded him. He'd defeated them. At night, beside the fire, he dangled the monster's ears from a trembling sapling. Hitoshi jabbed at his status screen, watched his level leap to 2, and a wild grin tore across his face. The man lifts his chin to the sky and vows he'll survive this world. Nizaki, now with a beard and brand new clothes and equipment, sprints after the animal, roaring that he won't let it escape. 3 months after being thrown into this world, he's hit level 8. His senses sharpen with every level, and he watches the animal's center of mass shift. He calls a left. He snatches the animal's hoof and brings it to a dead stop as his body roars to life with raw strength and lightning speed. Hoisting his catch onto his shoulder, the man's gaze snaps to a lone plant. It was a chili pepper, and the hero whooped at having found them. These peppers sterilize and repel insects, act as a tonic, and the plant is identical to chili peppers. He grabs them, reaching to snap them onto his belt, then sounds cut through the air. He whips his head around the trunk and freezes. 2 goblins stare back. The monsters shrieked and tore into each other, and Hitoshi clenched his jaw, forcing himself to believe they were only noisy. He admits that after hitting level 8 his progress flatlined, even though he'd already cut down 50 goblins, and the hero was ready to just ignore them. Nizaki couldn't shake the sinking fear that, over the past 3 months, he'd unwittingly become the king of this forest. He watched the goblins suddenly fall silent, their eyes snapping to the same unseen spot. A thunderous roar ripped through the forest, booming across every shadowed trail. Startled, the hero froze as his mind screamed, "What was that roar?" Goblins huddle behind the leaves as a colossal monster's silhouette looms before them. It was a goblin too, but monstrous in size, armored far beyond its kin and wielding a massive, razor-sharp weapon. Hitoshi staggered back, disbelief roaring in his chest. This was an evolved hobgoblin. He spots its towering bulk and watches the tiny goblins go rigid, bewildered and trembling before the looming behemoth. The hobgoblin seizes his weapon in a white-knuckled grip. He rips 2 goblins in half with one savage blow. From the moment Nizaki crashed into this world, he'd crushed every threat, until a monster appeared that outclassed him for the first time. The colossal monster locks eyes with the man, unleashes a deafening roar, and charges straight at him. He bolted from the hobgoblin, and for the first time a cold truth hit him. He wasn't hunting, the hobgoblin was hunting him. Hitoshi sprinted, whipped around, and saw the monster trailing just a few paces behind him. The hero yells, "The goblin's still on my heels, but its hulking body keeps slamming into trees and roots in the forest, so I'm pulling farther away." He warns that goblins have noses like bloodhounds, and terror surges through him. Escaping feels impossible now that the creature has evolved. The hobgoblin won't stop hunting Nizaki, turning the forest into a death trap, so the man bolts. He can't take them down alone. With his pack crammed full, he bids the hollow farewell, hails it as his first home in this world, and thanks it for helping him for 3 months. Hitoshi scrambled up the rocks, threaded through the trees, halted at the water's edge, and took a small, cautious sip. A 2-headed ungulate thundered up to the same pond. Rain hammered the earth as he plunged into a cave for shelter, and soaked and frantic, demanded to know how many days had slipped by since he left home. Quivering, he pleads for a city where he can finally sleep without fear. Desperate, he wants nothing more than to meet another person. A predatory beast prowled the forest. When it drifted farther away, Nizaki erupted from the swamp, yelling that the creature had saved him. Scrubbed of grime, he plunged into the forest, desperate to find someone, anyone to talk to. A stray noise jolts him, someone's close. He scrambles behind a tree, pulse racing, thinking it's another animal, or even a goblin. He watches someone, a detail slams into focus. He rockets out of his hiding place and stares up. At the top of the hill, he spots a man staring intently at something clenched in his hand. An unknown figure crouches, plucking plants and tucking them into a basket. She locks eyes with Nizaki as the hero shoots his hands up to greet the stranger. She screams, "Don't come any closer." The cry hits the man like a blow, and she snaps, "Run." The stranger bellows about a goblin. Hitoshi snaps. Who is she calling a goblin? By then the girl has already bolted. He snarls that he finally met someone. It's already happened, when a savage roar rips through the air. Realization hits. The roar is a hobgoblin's, and he bolts straight for the sound. He reels the monster won't quit him, and the goblin, from their first brutal meeting, swore he'd finish him off no matter what. He admits he might have been prowling the hobgoblin territory. Hitoshi spots him with that same girl cradled in his arms, and relief crashes over the hero. She's safe. Nizaki snaps the monster back and bellows for it to take its hands off the girl, while a goblin's eyes lock onto the man. He catapults skyward, then hurtles straight down at the monster. He snatches the vine and bolts straight at the goblin. Hitoshi rockets his knee into the monster's face. It staggers, releases the girl, and she plummets. Crashing to the ground, the man sees the goblin still on his feet, pressing a hand to the spot on his face that was hit. He barrels over, asks if she's okay and whether they can go, and she breathes a relieved yes. Nizaki snaps for her to leave the monster to him and run. She gasps, "Did you get separated from your group?" And he growls, "Don't worry about me, just run." She bolts. He snaps into a fighting stance, jaw clenching as he realizes he has no choice, and steels himself to fight. The evil goblin locks its gaze on Hitoshi, who feels the same stomach-twisting terror he'd only ever known while writing a love letter. He burns to break free, but with the girl still there, every exit slams shut. The hero bellowed a command, summoning the monster to attack, and the goblin barreled toward him, swinging his weapon in a savage arc. Nizaki darts aside, slipping past the attack in a heartbeat. He reads the blow as brutal but sluggish, lunges to strike the instant the monster opens, and the beast snaps a fist into his side. After the blow, he realizes the goblin's hide is iron. His strike bounces off uselessly. The hobgoblin lunges at the hero again, and Hitoshi's eyes snap wide. Its blows are hitting far faster now. Dodging, he races through plans. This goblin's hide is iron hard, so he zeroes in and decides to strike the soft spot. Nozaki springs forward, ramming a brutal kick straight into the enemy's groin. The monster reels from the blow and stumbles backward as the man steels himself, ready to strike again. He lunges and slams his forehead into his opponent's face with bone-crunching force. The hobgoblin scrambles to dodge blows aimed at its face, then the hero rams a finger straight into its eye. Hitoshi grins, pumped his strike landed. The goblin just keeps pummeling the man anyway. He dives aside, screaming that the enemy's strength is unreal, while the monster's fist rockets straight for him. The crushing blow catapults him backward. He smashes into the earth and rolls backward. He jerks to his feet, pain exploding through him, and wipes the blood from his mouth with a single furious swipe. His eyes multiply into a swarm of terrified orbs, disbelief ripping through him as the goblin ripped his block apart with brutal ease. Realization rips through him. He'd been naive. The monster lands another brutal strike, and he shakes it off and keeps dodging. Hitoshi zeroes in on the enemy's weak spot. His left eye is crushed, leaving a fatal blind spot. He rockets to the right, stunning his opponent. He rockets forward and drives a savage kick straight into the monster's head. The hobgoblin staggers, teetering on shaky feet, and the hero's grin sharpens as he silently wills him to topple. Without warning, the monster rocketed upright and lashed a claw toward Nozaki. He yanks the man close, sinks his teeth into the shoulder until blood wells, and the man screams in raw agony. As the enemy's teeth snap to bite off his hand, Hitoshi shoots up his middle finger and vows this won't be how it ends. He jams his finger into the goblin's ear, and the creature screams in pure agony. The monster slammed a brutal kick into the man's stomach. Nozaki rockets backward and slams into a tree. The guy, weakened, drenched in blood and clutching a broken finger, realizes his consciousness is slipping away. You think this is his end, then his hand darts to a chili at his side and he snatches it up. He still remembers that first bite. The pepper detonated across his tongue with unbearable heat, yet it was somehow still edible. Hitoshi curses himself for even thinking that while a monster barrels straight toward him. An enraged hobgoblin charges the hero while the second hobgoblin, heart pounding, whispers to himself, "Will I die?" Nozaki swears he won't let a girl drag him back into that fate, then bites down on the pepper. The goblin closed in on the man. Tears burn in Hitoshi's eyes as he snaps aside and barely dodges the blow. He hurls every last pinch of pepper straight into the monster's face. Fragments slam into the goblin's second eye. He clamps his hand over it. A man tells his enemy that if the pepper scorches the tongue, it will wreck the eyes even worse, like a bomb detonating. He rockets up and hammers his knee into the monster's jaw. At the same time, the hero slammed his elbow into the enemy's skull. They slam into the ground, the goblin's head crushed flat, and Hitoshi reels, eyes wide at the unfolding chaos. He reels, heart hammering. He actually won. A crushing weakness seizes him. His muscles betray him, frozen and useless, and his eyelids slowly drift shut. Crumpled on the ground, he hears a voice calling his name. That same stranger yells, "Mr. Goblin," and bolts straight toward him. Nozaki locks eyes with her, then, helpless, his eyelids start to crawl shut, inching closed on their own. A small town of houses suddenly bursts into view, rooftops huddled together like a patchwork. He snapped awake inside a room, surprise slamming into him like a punch to the gut. He lies sprawled on the bed, disoriented as he fumbles to stand, not even sure where he is, while a sharp pain shoots through his shoulder. He stared at the bandage over his wound. The last thing he remembered was a savage fight with a hobgoblin before he slammed into a tree. Hitoshi's curiosity ignites at the possibility that the girl helped him. Reality slams into him. He's inside a human home. Perched on the bed's edge, the man grips his head and rasps that after months lost in a foreign realm, he's finally reached his destination. He keeps insisting he never dared dream he'd sleep in a bed again. His eyes snapped to the bed as he pictured the girl's entire family crammed onto it. A stranger barrels into the house, shouting she's thrilled he's finally awake and keeps taunting him as a goblin. He flings a hand up and snaps, "I haven't touched a thing yet." The girl screams he must bolt from there this instant. She jabbed a finger at the window and hissed that the villagers had come for him and were about to attack. Hitoshi froze, shock ripping through him. They surge up to the window and the hero snaps, "Why are you doing this?" He freezes as a roaring mob, swords, pitchforks and scythes raised, charges toward the house, and Nozaki whirls to the girl and snaps, "You really saved me." He roared, voice cracking, "Why do the villagers want me dead? What did I even do?" She snaps, "Hobgoblin bones and skin are insanely rare. Trade them and they'll fetch a fortune." He snarls again, declaring the villagers have come to kill him and seize the materials, convinced savages lurk among them. Blade leveled, a sword-wielding resident barks for the others to freeze. He slams his fist on the door, shouting for it to open, and hails the girl as a healer. Hitoshi blurted, "You're the local doctor," and the stranger cut him off with a sharp finger to his lips. She roars at the man outside to get home, steps aside and lets them lay a finger on the patient. He snaps back that they'll get along with him. He brags his father is the mayor of this city, says he already offended her old woman, then starts crowing that his dad's a big shot here. They snap they're completely different and offered to swing the door open for him. If they clash, he'll snuff Hitoshi out without hesitation. She snaps that nothing yet ties her patient to the goblin's death and commands them not to enter through the back door. She thrusts an ointment into Nizaki's hand and snaps that he must rub it into the wounds at least 3 times a day. He fires, "What will you do?" and she reels, stunned that worry flashes in his eyes for her. The girl snaps, "Leave the patients alone." Hitoshi hears the residents already screaming for their blood. He scoffs at them while whispers spread that killing the witch doctor will only invite bigger trouble down the road, and she could still be useful. The mayor's son sneered he'd already been tasting sweet days with her, bragging that if his father signed off he'd lace her drink and have fun, and Nizaki heard every chilling word. His fist curled into a white-knuckled ball as he snapped that he couldn't hear it, and she shot back, "Be careful, don't break your arm again." He grimaces, admitting his hand still isn't fully healed, and the hero's eyes snap wide as shock floods him. He holds his breath, straining to hear if the villagers' whispers reach her. The healer snaps that she's a qualified healer, and dragging a patient into a dangerous forest is unprofessional. She swallows hard, voice cracking as she apologizes. This is the only treatment she can give him. She yanks him close, hisses, "Be careful," then, trembling, thanks him for saving her from the hobgoblin. She bolts for the exit. Hitoshi lunges to grab her, but pain rips through him and he collapses. Outside, a girl hurls herself against the door, her body turned into a living barricade. Lying on the ground, Nizaki roars he can't stay there, he has to get up. In the forest, the hero claws his way upward and explodes onto the summit. It hits him, his strength is draining far faster than he expected, and he's about to black out. He whirls around and his eyes lock onto something. The mayor's son bursts from that house, screaming that the man has escaped. He barrels toward the healer, seized by a resident, and unleashes a blistering curse at her. Rage rips through him as he screams that she deceived them, then his fist slams into her face. Hitoshi's gaze devours every moment unfolding. The mayor's son snarls at the townspeople, ordering them to hunt down the hero. He's sure the man's nearby and vows to drag him to a place the sun never reaches. And they got one brutal command: hunt him down, alive or dead. Nizaki pins them with a steely stare and vows he'll remember this. Night swallows the world as the hero roasts food over a crackling fire. With a mouthful, his jaw clenched, the girl's effort had been all for nothing. She hurled him, weak and spent, into the deadly forest, risking herself to make it happen. His eyes lock on the sky, and he vows, voice edged with iron, that he must return there. The next day, after securing a new base, he strikes a match, and a blaze snaps to life inside. He senses her growing by the day, and sees the last one bristling with glaring shortcomings. In the pit, Nizaki dove into the rubble, clawed through the dirt, and at last his fingers closed around what he'd been hunting. He scattered his finds on the ground, grinning as he declared the plants here mimic Earth's, then pulled out a jicama-like fruit and admitted he'd first mistaken it for a sweet potato. He admits that with wounds like these, hunting's impossible, so root vegetables will have to do. Hitoshi shoves the food aside, promising he'll tackle it later. Inside the base, he watches his status spike, 2 levels up, and the first surge of recovery floods through him. His status snapped back into view, and after the goblin fight, waves of rage slammed into him. Hitoshi yells that he encountered people in this world for the first time, battled a hobgoblin, and now the villagers want him dead. He scoffed, insisting the people in this world were exactly the same as those in the hits. He remembers the healer with a grateful ache. Some people have been kind. He remembers the mayor's son with a bitter edge. Some have not. If the ones who want him dead don't change their minds, they'll die. Nizaki hones his body into a weapon and steals his mind, asking himself the brutal question, can I kill a man? As sleep drags him under, a dream slams into him. A shadow lunges at the girl and she screams, demanding help. The man snaps awake, shock slamming into him. The snake lunges to strike, but he snatches it up in a heartbeat, sneering that it's not rich, it'll have to do. He slammed it into the pan, it hissed and browned, and a victorious grin split his face. He could finally eat meat. Tearing into the snake, the mayor's son's words struck him like a blade. Her parents had been killed, and she'd inherited their life as a healer. He spat the truth. There's no one left to protect her, not even a hand to help. He plunges in, choosing action even as his body screams that he should be focusing on recovery, not this. He crushes the snake, snatching one more week to claw his way back to full strength. He clenches his jaw, whispering, "Hold on," as the seconds drag toward that moment. A week later, Hitoshi bursts out of the swamp. He snarls that fighting humans is no easier than going toe-to-toe with a hobgoblin, so you can't risk stepping out into the open. The man scrubs grime from his face and the stripes, parroting movie lines and snapping that contractions should be avoided. He rockets out of the swamp, mud flying, and shouts, "Time to hit the road." Two city residents plant themselves at the healer's door, anxiety clawing at their throats. One of them snaps, "How much longer do we have to sit here and wait?" Another scoffs that at least they're getting paid for it, then snaps, "What was that girl even thinking?" My friend snarled that even though the mayor is still young and inexperienced, you don't dare anger him. Hitoshi pressed himself to the wall, spotted two people, and slipped around the house to hunt for a back door, while a resident demanded how much they'd be paid if they found the man. Only one guard mans the other entrance, and the hero's grin bursts with triumph. He hurls a rock to the side to snag the villager's gaze, then springs forward and strikes from behind. He bursts into the house and spots a healer tied up. Nizaki blurts, "Are you okay?" and she whips her head to him, surprise exploding across her face. He lunged forward, voice raw, "Are you hurt?" She met his stare and declared, "You came for me." He answers with a firm yes, imploring her to leave the village. She pleads with him, voice raw, "Untie me." She plants her feet and vows to stay in the village, and he reels, stunned, bursting out, "Why?" The healer snaps that every patient is present, and Hitoshi explodes, incredulous. How can she say that when she's in such a state? She flashes a confident smile and soothes him. "Don't worry, I'll be released soon, and even if these well-born people did something like this, it doesn't make them bad." He grins, admits he's a fool, and fires back that she's a fool too. He rips off her chains and hurls her into freedom. Hitoshi's gaze snaps to the rope marks on her legs, deep, jagged cuts where the cords had bitten in and blood welled. His fingers brush the knot, ready to free her, when a shout from outside sliced through. His comrade had been knocked out. The resident barks for the house to be searched. He says Nizaki should still be inside. Panic claws her throat as she screams, "There are too many of them, run." Silence swallowed her words, so she snapped, "Mr. Goblin." One of the guards barrels into the house, grinning triumphantly as he shouts that the man has been caught. Out of nowhere, something blindsides him. He's blasted backward, slamming into the door and shattering it wide open. Hitoshi's kick sends him reeling, and he stumbles out of the house. Rage boiled in his veins as he planted his feet, fists clenched, ready to take on every remaining resident. The mayor's son barreled toward them, shield raised and sword flashing, barking orders for the rest to attack. The blonde snaps that he was careless last time, and now he swears he won't let the man get away. One resident snaps at the wounded victim, "Get up, now we finish off the hero." Nizaki slammed a cold warning at the mayor's son, "Comply with my demands and I'll let them live." The guy barks at him to repeat his words. Hitoshi slammed his demand, "Swear you'll never lay a hand on Akashi's daughter again and apologize for everything you've done." He declares the hobgoblin's materials will be the payment, but the blonde spits out a flat refusal to his demand. The mayor's son barks an order, and one of the boys lunges to attack. Nizaki smirks, convinced that's exactly all he'd expect from them. He sidesteps the strike and drives a fist clean into his attacker's face. The guy collapses to the ground, villagers rush in asking if he's okay, and the blonde snaps he'll figure it out himself. Relief crashes into Nizaki. He finally feels so much better now. The blonde bellows, eyes flashing. Did the hero really show up to fight with nothing but his bare fists? He declares the man will now be reduced to a bitter memory, but the villager, trembling, chokes out, "Philip." Oblivious, the mayor's son keeps shouting he'll slice Hitoshi into pieces and hurl him into the forest. A resident keeps calling him back, and Philip's blood boils as he spins to glare at the caller. He jabs a finger at his injured comrade and snarls, "He's dead." He's roaring that Hitoshi murdered Reuben. The realization slams into the hero. Staring at what he's done, he whispers to himself, "Can people really be this weak?" He glares at the other residents and snarls that he's not surprised. They've been wasting their lives. After a long silence, Philip whipped around to the man and spat, "I didn't even use a weapon." The remaining villagers surge in, encircling Nizaki with weapons raised and aimed. He's convinced his fighting skills will teach them a lesson. There'll be enough blows for each of the 8, 3 wield real weapons, the rest clutch only farm tools. He knows he can't take on a crowd, so he treats every weapon like a ticking bomb. He figures they won't spot every move, and with him right on the scene, he'll take care of it. Itoshi sprints toward Philip and spots him braced behind a shield. The blonde swings his sword in a lightning arc. The hero darts aside as the blade whistles past. He hoisted his leg and the opponent braced, sure the strike would smash into the shield. Nizaki rockets his leg higher in a blur, leaving the enemy stunned. The hero explodes forward and drives a thunderous kick straight into the blonde's face with every ounce of his strength. Plummeting, Philip wondered what kind of reception this had been, then he slammed into the ground. He's motionless, breath gone, while a spear-wielding villager creeps up to strike Hitoshi in the back. The man darts through the onslaught, dodging every strike, and the opponent sneers that the first one isn't so cool anymore. A villager bolts out from behind Nizaki and swings a sword straight at him. The hero spots it and rockets in, jamming his elbow into the swordsman's gut. He snatches the enemy, slams him to the ground, and clamps a crushing grip around his throat. With victory roaring in his chest, he whirls to the remaining villagers, sees them scrambling away, and snarls, "Cowards." He's convinced only one final step stands between him and victory. A spear-wielding villager barrels up to Hitoshi and growls, "This is going to hurt." The hero yanks the spear's haft into his hand as the opponent lunges to wrench it away. The man lets go of the spear in an instant, catapulting the villager backward. Nizaki vows he'll move heaven and earth to stop them once and for all. He drives his fist into the enemy's face, crimson blooming across his knuckles. Panic rips through the remaining residents, and several bolt from the scene. The fleeing crowd hurled the word "monster" at Hitoshi. Convinced he's dealt with them, he freezes as a voice rips through the silence, someone shouting, "Philip." It was his father, panic cracking his voice as he demanded, "What's going on?" He stumbles to his son's body, tears streaking his face, locks eyes with Nizaki and chokes out, "Did you kill him?" The hero pins the mayor with a fierce stare and asks, "Are you the one in charge there?" The mayor barks for Haggard to kill Hitoshi as an armored figure strides up, and the man sneers he'd kept him alive for this exact moment. Word hits Haggard. His outrageous antics forced his father, a feudal lord, to banish him from the city, and now he's bound to repay the mayor for sheltering him. The armored man raised his sword, aimed it at Nizaki and thundered, "Imposter, you will fall by my blade." Poised for battle, the hero's eyes lock onto the opponent's iron armor. He hunts for an opening. This man is nothing like the others, every stance sealed, not a single vulnerable spot to exploit. He knows the man in front of him is a battle-hardened warrior, forged in countless fights. He bets on his heavy armor to grind the enemy down, but the clock's already bleeding out. The mayor roared at a resident, "Jump to your feet and bring the others back." Plotting to arm every woman and child with a weapon to kill Hitoshi at any cost, Nizaki fights to calm himself as his breath stutters and ragged panic claws at his chest. He locks into a focused breathing drill, draws a deep steady breath, exhales and straightens, convinced he's ready. If he barrels in head first, Haggard will seize the opening and stop to size up his foe first. Gaze locked on his opponent, he knows he can't afford to miss a single detail, not even the faintest twitch. He locks onto the enemy's step and senses a weird tilt in his balance, as if he's trying to shield his left leg. Hitoshi winces, reliving the moment he injured his meniscus. He endured brutal, relentless rehab until his leg was fully restored. The knee is the linchpin of every attack and defense. He smirks if Haggard lunges full force. He can just reach the opponent's knee and drive his attack home. Nizaki locks eyes with his opponent and snaps, "I'm afraid of a naked, unarmed guy." The armored man surged forward and leveled his blade at Hitoshi. Hitoshi pivoted and slipped the strike. Still, steel bites into the hero's neck, leaving a fierce scratch. He snarled, certain that if his opponent's knee were healthy, he could kill him. Muscles coiled and eyes blazing, he readied himself to unleash a crushing strike. He locks on as the enemy braces to repel an assault from above. He's hunting something else entirely. Nizaki's eyes lock on his opponent's knee. He yanks it in an instant, and they both crash to the ground. He lunges, snatching a hold, and in his head he snarls at Haggard, "No armor will save your joints." He clamps his opponent's leg in a vice-like grip. He lunged at his opponent's head and clamped his hands around it, squeezing with brutal force. Hitoshi wrenches the armored man's head sideways, and his neck snaps with a brutal crack. He slams it onto the ground, thinking he never imagined the day would come when he'd have to snap a man's neck. The hero roars that it's over, Then, without warning, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. He storms toward the mayor, who scrambles back on his hands and knees and orders him to stay away. Nozaki snaps, "Did he order my death?" The city's leader pleads for mercy, begging them to spare him. The hero roars that every drop of blood stains the mayor's hands. The man opposite roared, spitting curses and swearing that if anyone killed him, he'd drag his killer down into hell with him. Hitoshi swears he doesn't believe in gods, but a memory flares. He once stood face to face with one. He scoffs that he still can't see any point in keeping someone like the mayor in hell. God's too lazy to deal with it, and the mayor erupts, bellowing, "What are you talking about?" He explodes, blaming the witch doctor for everything and ripping into himself for not moving faster and for failing to send Philip away. Nozaki snapped he'd had enough of the talk and stormed up to the man. He cold-bloodedly murders the mayor, pins the whole thing on the second one to snatch his hobgoblin materials, and even hurts the girl. He knows the healer mustn't see this, but she's already calling him over and sprinting straight to his side. She lets out a relieved laugh, "I'm so glad you're okay," and Hitoshi snaps, "How did you get untied?" She shoots back that another patient spotted something was wrong and dove in to help her. Her eyes snap to the mayor's corpse as a man stumbles forward, his mouth clawing for words. The healer snapped that no words were needed, but she'd already overheard the entire conversation with the town's mayor. She whirls to the hero, eyes fierce, and urges him to abandon the town immediately. Everything has come to this. He insisted she come with him. Nadeski leans in, eyes blazing, "Do you want this?" The healer grins and says yes, but warns that after all this, the residents will shun her, and no one will call on her healing hands again. He realizes the other residents brand the girl as his ally, and now lash him with nothing but fear and contempt. Rage burst from him. He stripped her of her home, and somehow he still agrees with her. He tells her to grab everything she needs from the house before they leave, and vows to shoulder the load for her. The healer balks at first, but his steady voice soothes her into agreement. A massive, supply-stuffed backpack slams down in front of him. He admits the girl took quite a lot, yet he urges her to leave. She takes one long look at the town, whips around, and grins, accepting his proposal. Nozaki thinks the look on the girl's face, in that instant, will probably be burned into his memory forever. Pushing through the forest, he grins and promises they'll burst out in a couple of hours. The main road, packed with taverns, waits just beyond the trees. The healer reels. Hitoshi wandered the forest and came back with his memories ripped away. It's a living nightmare. He snapped back with a grin, "You're the first person to ever call me a goblin, ashamed of that." Chatter crackled between them as they wove through the forest, trading countless topics. Nozaki reels, clawing at the shadows of his own identity. He still can't understand himself, even after what happened. They grinned and declared traveling together an absolute blast. The healer says the slog to the rock took about 2 weeks, then casually drops that her older sister and younger brother live there. The hero realizes talking to her comes as easy as breathing. He remembers a girl blurting that his new acquaintance was her spitting image. 3 days later at night, around the campfire, Nozaki drops the bomb. He screwed up. He'd been sure they'd make the next tavern before nightfall. He miscalculated and wound up spending the night on the cold street, keeping watch over the girl until dawn. Hitoshi whips around toward the tent, scans to make sure no one's watching, then stealthily pulls up his status. He remembers that during the day the healers revealed the masters of this world use enchanted devices to gauge their levels. If he can casually read his status, alarm bells should scream, hide it at all costs so nobody notices. He opened his status, and an explosive gasp tore from him at the words seared onto the screen. He clapped a hand over his mouth, stunned. His level had leapt to 15 and 2 abilities, charm and stealth, had just appeared. 2 more titles exploded onto the screen, Monster and Evo, and Goblin and the hero froze, baffled by what they could mean. He snarls at the status for branding him a goblin, challenges whether the system answers to a god, and orders that god to quit playing with his titles. Nozaki's voice went cold. He suspected the monster label was the punishment for killing people. He swears this is his first sleepless night since the murders, so he insists the title fits him. His level rocketed to 10 the moment he vanquished the hobgoblin, every scrap of experience from the people pouring into him. He blurts that this is probably bad. If wars erupt there, some people's levels could skyrocket. The next day, the healer leans in and grills him again about the war. Hitoshi blurts, "So then, is hitting a high level really that tough?" She assures him she understands and tells him not to worry. The guy's convinced a world system blocks it, and the healer snaps that when members of the same species kill one another, they gain no experience. She crosses her palms and proclaims, God is merciful and compassionate. Instead of hunting monsters, everyone opts for the safer XP grind, slaughtering other races, so humans, elves, and beastmen are locked in brutal, endless war. She whirls back and finds the man frozen in his tracks. The healer leans in, worry crackling in their voice, and presses, everything okay? Are you tired? Fist clenched, eyes on the dirt, the girl's words looped in his head. When members of the same species kill each other, no experience accumulates, but when he killed people, he gained experience. He forces himself to ask, who am I really? The hero's fists clench as the memory of the monster, status, slams into him. He snaps his gaze skyward and growls at God, this is not funny at all. A healer darts up to him and asks, do you need any medicine? Sprawled on a bed in the tavern, Hitoshi scoffs that humans don't get experience points for killing their own. Then the brutal truth hits. He's only something that resembles a human. He knows with bone-deep certainty he must never be told this secret. If it leaks, they'll brand him a potential threat. He catches the girl's surprised cry and whips his head toward her. The naked healer yanks a cloth over herself and snaps, why are you here? I'm getting dressed, get out of here. She slams a pillow over Nizaki's face and, muffled, reminds him she vowed to wash every scrap of dirt from this trip, then tells him to head to the dining room without her. He fired a hasty apology at her, insisting he'd only been lost in thought for a moment. At the table, the girl leans forward with a grin and tells the hero they're finally arriving in Rockcliffe tomorrow. They hoist their glasses as the healer lifts theirs and declares a toast to a successful journey. They tear into their meals, the girl smiling at every mouthful, and Hitoshi sees it. Relief floods him because tomorrow the journey ends. He snaps, eat that much and you'll get fat, then a cold jolt hits him. He must stop letting himself get used to her. He swears his staying will jinx her luck. She shoots back that they're celebrating tonight so they can eat. He says people tumble into and out of love with dizzying ease, then shrugs, that's life. The next day, the healer thrusts a finger toward a city ringed by a newly built, towering wall. She whips to the hero and cries that Rockcliffe is in sight. His grin explodes. They surged up to the city's gate and slipped into the queue, squeezed shoulder to shoulder with a heaving crowd. Nizaki marvels that the closer they get, the colossal walls loom even more imposing, exactly what a fortress city should be, and the girl says once its military role is fulfilled, trade explodes. The guard at the entrance summons the next ones forward, and Hitoshi snaps, you're next to be searched. She dug frantically through her bag, blurting she wasn't sure it would count as an entry document before the guard cut her off and barked for her to pull it out, now. He runs through every escape and alibi if the city pins him for what happened, while the guards gape, stunned by the healer's documents. She insists it's a letter from her older sister's assistant, and one of them pipes up that it's from Claire Sama's person. The guards swung the gates open for them. Azaki grinned at his partner that they'd slipped in too easily and asked if Clairsund was really that important in the city, and the healer snapped that this girl is the adopted daughter of the feudal Lord Earl Megan. He gasped at the news, and the healer admitted he never imagined anyone would move heaven and earth just to become a healer. Hitoshi nods, I get it. She decides she won't haggle with security for a long stretch, and her partner snaps they have to go the other way. They weave through the city, the hero's gaze snapping to a fruit stand, as he can't shake the thought that a city this flush with trade ought to be thrumming with life. He sweeps his gaze across the other inhabitants, spots a riot of different human races, and sinks into the crowd. He barely stands out. The witch doctor barks into the phone for Nizaki to hurry. Nizaki snaps he's on his way, and inwardly sneers that the man looks like a country bumpkin. Near the house, a girl steadies the limping grandfather. He thanks her, and she says goodbye, hoping she won't fall ill again. She spots the healer and yanks the bell in stunned disbelief. She's actually here. Another girl rushes up screaming, Sister Claire. They embrace. Claire snaps, why did you show up out of nowhere and scare me? Then her eyes lock onto the man. Hitoshi blurts a hello and she snaps, what happened to you? Two travelers leaned in and spilled every last detail to Claire. She beams, claps him on the shoulder, and declares, you nailed escorting bell, thank you. The girls step into the house, and Claire says her sister's probably tired, urging them to rest. Belle whirls back, shouting the hero's name, but the hero stays silent. Her smile crumbles as realization slams into her. Hitoshi declares he'll most likely go. Claire warns that the mayor of the town he dealt with was the previous lord's son, exiled for scandalous behavior, a rotten man, and noble blood or not, she tells us to watch our backs. The hero fires a sharp, thank you her way. Belle screams for him to stop, but her sister clamps a hand over her mouth and drags her back. Claire snaps that he's doing it for the healer's sake. Nizaki scatters a swirl of leaves and yells, good luck. Silence snaps, Bell finally breaks it, and quietly wishes him luck. At a city fountain, he snaps himself awake. No time for sorrow. The memory of living in a tree keeps him razor alert and on guard. He barrels over to a resident and asks for directions. Hitoshi stalked off, regretting he hadn't put more distance between himself and that town, but his pockets were empty. He clenches his jaw and vows to become a local adventurer. The hero discovers the Adventurers Guild, a roaring hub of quests and hardened veterans. He plants his feet at the door, fingers curling around the knob, about to open it, and declares, "A new chapter of my life begins now." He bursts through the door, convinced everything will change from this moment, already expecting the tavern's owner to be, as always, a radiant woman beaming with joy. He imagines a girl bursting from the crowd to greet him at the Adventurers Guild. He spots a mustached man behind the counter and instantly unleashes a blistering volley of curses at the hero. The man leans in and snaps, "Hitoshi, here to register." Hitoshi nods, and the man thrusts the paper at him, barking, "Sign it." He snaps that a near match to the word will do, plenty can't write. What matters is whether the guy can handle the job. He spots travelers chattering at a table. The man behind the counter barks at Nizaki not to listen to their gossip, and the hero stares as they've turned the guild into a full-blown bar. His eyes swept the hall and it hit him. Every visitor was an adventurer, and every single one screamed danger. Even under their neutral stares, every eye locks onto him the moment he walks in, so you can't risk a single stupid move. Clutching his glass, the man warns that Hitoshi seems dangerous. The stranger lunges forward, calls the boy across from him, Simone, and snaps, "What do you think of that?" The shaggy guy freezes mid-bite, pins Nizaki with a killer stare, and says nothing. Another man beside them scoffs, "I don't like this." He snarls at Hitoshi for daring to stare, then rips the weapon from his grasp. His partner spots him gearing up to start the same trouble again and snaps, "Leave the hero alone." He calls him Gonza as a hulking, axe-wielding traveler looms, threatening to crush Nizaki. The man barreled up to Hitoshi, yelling the exact spot his stare had landed. The hero recoiled at the man's hulking bulk. A smug traveler taunts Nizaki. Nizaki's eyes snap wide as he admits his carelessness. The man at the counter whirls to Gonsu and snaps, "Want to fight? Take it outside." Hitoshi won't throw the first punch. Fighting feels wrong. There's no point causing a scene on day one, and the opponent looks way too strong. Clarity slams into him. There's only one path left: fight. He fawns over Gonsu, choking out apologies and breathlessly declaring the man is incredible, unable to tear his eyes away. The hulking man froze, bafflement ripping through him. Nizaki keeps insisting that the instant I stepped up to the guild building, a crushing aura slammed into me. He says he burst in, realized it came from the gaunts, and shock slammed into him. The traveler's companions overhear the whole conversation. Hitoshi's convinced nobody's ever managed to resist his relentless suck-up tactics. Gaunt sneers that the hero won't shut up, and the boy is sure his words bounced off the adventurer like pebbles on armor. The hulking man flushes crimson, admitting he should have said it sooner, and the hero beams, his words hit dead center. Nizaki sizes the man up as a simple soul and offers to buy him a drink to seal a friendship. Hands laughs and readily agrees. 2 hours later, the guild had thinned to just a handful of stragglers. Gaunt's, hugging the girl tight, echoed the compliments he'd just been handed, and his partner boasted their general was magnificent, a predator who cleaves any prey with one crushing blow, which made Hitoshi let out an awkward, strained laugh. A jolt of realization hits the man. He hasn't introduced himself, so he beams and declares, "I'm Al." The traveler locks onto Hitoshi and instantly feels his hypercaution, his gaze razor-sharp, never once easing. The hero stiffens, eyes razor-tight on Al's cutting words as every instinct screams caution. The blonde snaps for a name again and Hitoshi spits out, "Air Yajin." Nizaki drops the bomb. His grandmother was bought as a subordinate and shipped in from distant lands, so his name and appearance are a little out of place among the residents. Al snaps that the hero's been battered by countless trials, and Hitoshi feels the old him died the instant he arrived in this world. The boy next to them choked out that his younger sister had been sold, too. Al strides forward and proclaims his partner, Tassaturn. The hero beams, "Nice to meet you," and Simon grins. Gansei slipped off to grab some privacy with the girls. Hitoshi leans in, demanding to be told about the lands of this place, and Al shoots the question at him again. He fires back that his mother, released from subordination, spent her whole life in a remote farming village, so he knows next to nothing about the surrounding area. Understanding hits Al like a bolt. He snaps open a map of the surrounding regions and slams a finger down. Rockcliffe sits just shy of the map's edge. Hitoshi's eyes snapped open, he was hooked, and the traveler leaned in, dropping the bomb. Just north lies the Forest Refuge, a sacred forest country run by a self-proclaimed leader. Al adds, slamming his hand on the map. To the west looms the kingdom of Aslart, to the east rises Chrysar, to the south sprawls the kingdom of Mariano, and it keeps going. Nizaki's brain kicks in. The nearest kingdom sits to the east, and recognition hovers at the edge of his mind. Then his eyes snag a strange mark on the map, and he shoots. What's that? The traveler beams that the Empire of Megid is an astonishing nation, a wonderful place to live, so long as you're just an ordinary resident. After a while, Al spins wild tales for the hero, who, stunned, declares those places a monster's paradise and insists he must go. Night cloaks the street as the friends say their goodbyes, and Al shouts up to Yajin, who's heading upstairs, thanking him for the pleasant evening and blurting that he liked him. Hitoshi flashes a grin at his new acquaintance as noises drift down from a room upstairs, snapping him to attention. The hero bursts into his room and hurls a sack of coins onto the bed. He fingers each coin, panic prickling as he realizes there's almost nothing left, that proper armor is out of reach, and he vows to hustle up quick cash. Nizaki's memory flashes. Bell shoved coins at him, but he refused, swearing he'd rather flog every scrap of loot at the tavern, and if things went south, tough it out on the streets. She jabbed a finger and demanded, "Why do you need it?" warning he'd need the money for something else and ordering him to stop being stubborn. She snapped she never said she was just giving them away, then smirked and said he'd give her back twice as much. Hitoshi plants himself on the bed, legs squeezed together and arms crossed tight, as the girl's deafening cries batter his ears and he begs them to shut up. The next day the hero knelt by the well, slapped cold water across his face, and a brutal truth hit him. Without the knowledge he needed, acting alone would mean certain doom. Only one choice remained. He shouts he's ready, the past gatherings forged him, so victory is certain. At the guild, Gansey thunders, repeat what Hitoshi just said. The guy declares he wants to join his group. He declares he'll become an adventurer just like him. Gans snaps his gaze to Yajin. Rage flashed through him as he pinned Nizaki with a glare and demanded, "Why did you decide to profit from them?" The hero reels at the words as Al snaps to Gansu that Yajin hails from far-off countryside. The blonde whirls to Hitoshi, demanding if he knows Yajin's basic qualities, and Hitoshi blinks, baffled by the question. Alex slams down the 5 core traits: strength, endurance, intelligence, spirit, willpower, and agility, and declares that for an adventurer, strength and endurance matter most. He declares those traits are the hero's starting arsenal. His attributes are forged from his base qualities and level, so if his core stats sit below the cutoff, he'll never climb to the top. Hitoshi snaps forward, eyes flashing. So how exactly do you pin down those basic qualities? Al shot back that his strength and endurance were hardwired into his body the moment he was born. He bellows that every adventurer, Kimon the lone exception, towers over him. Horton snarls that they can't smash through the 6th level, even though they're Rockcliffe's strongest group. They sneered that unless Hitoshi possessed a special ability like Kimon's, he had no place in their group. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to quit and fires another desperate question about the special ability. Al snaps that these are skills. Beyond basic traits, unique abilities are honed to fit each profession. He fires off the example. They're desperately hunting for a specialized scout right now, but none can be found. Genuine charm is brutally hard to obtain. Gantz flicks his hand inches from Hitoshi's face and barks, "You listening?" Nizaki boasts he wields charm like a weapon and slips into the shadows with flawless stealth. His words hit the travelers like a thunderclap, leaving them frozen and wide-eyed. Al declares only a sliver of people can turn artifacts into powers, and only those rare souls can actually sense them. He can't expect anyone to believe him. Gonsa snaps, that's why Hitoshi will have to prove it to them in training. The hero, grabbing weapons and gear, shrugs it off as a show. Kimon activates his knack and snags perfect armor. Gon chats up the store owner, and Al haggles with a creepy smile plastered on his face. Nizaki snatched his first set for next to nothing. He squeezes out a sheepish apology to his comrades for the expenses, and they grin, shrug, and tell him it's nothing. The hero thanks them as they grant him a chance to prove himself and welcome him into the group, even decking him out with equipment. He flashed a grin and vowed he'd ace the test, insisting every step they'd taken had a purpose. Gaunt smirks, tells him not to worry, fail the test, and he'll seize the armor off his corpse and sell it off. The man drops the bomb, test is tomorrow, and bluntly orders Hitoshi to get a good night's sleep, and Hitoshi's spirit crumbles as he realizes just how cruel the world is. He smirks and declares it suits him. The next day the group bursts out of the city. Kimon surges to the front, cloak whipping, bow drawn and arrows knocked. Nizaki falls in behind him, Al clad in armor with a shield at his side, and last comes Gons, armored and hefting a war axe. Hitoshi lay awake, pulse racing, knowing sleep had abandoned him. The men thundered across the field, and Al lunged, scooping up a sheet etched with inscriptions. He reads that the quest is to kill a dog-like monster, a gray wolf, and growls that it's going to be a nightmare, since it's been tearing through the livestock. He grins it's close enough to finish in a day, and the pay's good. Nizaki warns that when you blitz through jobs, endurance becomes an adventurer's lifeline. The hero opened his mouth to ask, but Al cut him off, guessing he meant to ask whether no one had taken the task. Quests pinned to the notice board hand out rewards the moment you clear them. Every adventurer follows that rule. Gaunt's endless slumber left this the only quest still posted. Al warns that gray wolves strike in packs of 5 to 10, and because the exact number is unknown, nobody dares take the job. They thunder into the village that sent the request. They stumble upon a slaughtered sheep, and a villager's voice cuts through. There was another attack this morning. It's the third time this month. Hitoshi insists the residents are crushed by non-stop stress and can't catch a wink. The little girl edges up to her grandfather, and he kneels, asking if she wants to give the animal a proper burial. The child lunges into his grandfather's arms, sobbing the sheep's name, and the man admits the dead sheep had been his daughter's beloved. He whirls to the adventurers, desperation cracking his voice. Keep this up and the village will be raised, help us. Al shot back they'd help without fail, but first they'd hunt down the exact details. Grandpa beckons the boy to come with him, and Al snaps at his comrades to stay put. After the blonde leaves, Gansei tosses the negotiations to Alu. He'll refuse any deal that smells wrong. He snaps they'll stay locked on high alert and tells Hitoshi to call out the moment he spots anything strange. Never, ever let your guard drop. Gauntz reads the question burning behind Nizaki's eyes. Why stay so guarded when the residents look like perfectly decent people? Al bursts back in and demands why Yajin's face looks so strange, while the hulking man snaps, how did the negotiations go? The blonde flashes a grin, insists everything's fine, and urges everyone to start hunting the monsters streaming in from the east. As the group leaves the village, Al whirls to Hitoshi and snaps that employers lie to rush the job or shave the price. If he got duped, he's the one to blame. He fires back that the man alone bears his life's weight. Nagachi sneers that pity is pointless, trust no one, and brands this world cruel once more. The group halts at the forest's edge, and the hero knows the time has finally come to finish the task. Gansei vows they'll wait there, and Hitoshi, as scout, darts into the forest, discovers the gray wolf's lair and races back. Al barked at the hero, never drop your stealth. If they catch your scent, it's over. The wolves will find you first. The hero was already gearing up to leave when Coleman slammed a hand on his shoulder, hauled him back, and roared for him to prove what he could do. Hitoshi snaps, are you egging me on by calling me older? And Al shoots back that he's still sparing Kimon from that kind of trouble. Roaming the forest, the hero looks up and realization slams into him. So much time has vanished. He admits he feels out of place, like an intruder in a stranger's house. He lashed out at himself, snarling that the forest wasn't his home. He proclaims that gray wolves, the bigger cousins of ordinary wolves, must boast an extraordinary sense of smell. Hitoshi lunges for a fistful of leaves and smothers his scent in them as his first move. He spots a mint-like plant, the familiar lifesaver that's dragged him back from the brink more times than he can count. He rubs every inch of his body, then snaps that he must tell Gonsu and the others to do the same later. It cranks up its charm and unleashes jaw-dropping revelations. His power only whispers that animals are nearby, so singling out one monster is nearly impossible. Al said gray wolves hunt in packs of 5 to 10. Hitoshi won't miss the instant they burst into the ability's area of effect. He spots massive tracks from a gigantic beast, dozens of them stamped into the ground. His gaze snaps to the side, he spots something. He froze as a pack of wolves surged into the cave. Hitoshi spearheads his comrades into the monster's lair, and Jensei erupts in praise. He spins to Ella and snaps, what do we do? The blonde whirls to Nizaki, are you sure it's only 5 opponents? And Nizaki meets his gaze and nods, sure as steel. A fierce grin cracks Al's face as he declares they'll strike openly and make Hitoshi witness the full might of their group. The men closed in on the cave's yawning mouth. Heart pounding, the hero remembered Al's order. With the wind against them, they'd edge in as close to the monsters as possible, and the moment the wolves spotted them, Al would give the signal, and they'd launch the attack. Nizaki's eyes lock onto the wolves' silhouettes. He roars kimono to send the signal. He levels his weapon and locks a deadly aim on one of the monsters. The arrow rips into the wolf's eye, and a gaunt figure barrels straight toward him. The man swings his axe and cleaves the monster's head clean from its shoulders. Two more wolves barrel toward him, and Gantz fells one in a heartbeat. Hitoshi's jaw drops as two monsters crumble after only 2 strikes. He spots the man throw his defenses wide open as a second wolf lunges. Al slams his shield into the attacker. A blond man, sword in hand, plants himself right behind Gantz. Nizaki pieces it together, Al's plugging the wide-open gaps in his comrade's defense. Kimin and Al surgically strip their opponents of mobility with pinpoint strikes. Gantz crushes the monsters with one thunderous, final blow. The heroes' eyes blazed as they marveled at their rock-solid coherence. Hitoshi rushes up and realizes the group felled 5 monsters in a heartbeat. Gantz locks eyes with the guy and booms that he stands like an unshakable pillar. He snaps that his work isn't finished yet and orders him to keep working exactly as expected. They shouldered the wolf carcasses down to the river, butchered them and salvaged every scrap of hide and bone, with Nizaki working at Kimin's side, the man who trained him. They stumbled back into the village to deliver their report. Darkness had already swallowed the streets, so the group took the villagers' advice and stayed the night. Spotting their hero bone-weary, they pulled up chairs to the villagers' table and ate together. A guy at the table spins to Nizaki and says he'd heard stories that Nizaki himself tracked down the gray wolf's lair and that Gantz even praised him, and Nizaki just shrugs, "I didn't really do anything." A little girl beams and thanks the man, her voice glowing with pure gratitude. The resident barrels forward and shouts thanks, relief crashing over them. Now they don't have to be afraid. Hitoshi conquered his first adventurer mission and came back unscathed. The next day at the Adventurers Guild, the hero bounds up to his comrades, joy exploding from him. The man at the counter slides a slice of his reward across the counter, and Nizaki bellows his thanks. Gantz grins, admits it's a hair under their share, but vows it's enough to keep the boy comfortable for a week. The hero clutches the bag and asks if it's too much. The man snaps, "We ambushed the wolves thanks to Hitoshi, now pay us our reward." Al swears they'll work again tomorrow, but for now the hero is unleashed. Nizaki watches everyone scatter across the city. Gon slips into the brothel, Al vanishes into the tailor's, and Kimin charges into the gun shop. He freezes, unsure what to do, convinced a life as an adventurer constantly risks his life, and even from the sidelines, the fight grinds your nerves into raw, electric tension. The hero tells himself he has to chase hobbies like everyone else, then his stomach roars, slamming him back into reality. He ordered a whole chicken, then flashed a grateful grin and thanked the waiter for the feast. He tears into a bird's leg and swears nothing in this world has ever tasted so delicious. She strides up to him like a wide-eyed rookie and snaps, "Do you know meat and vegetables are insanely expensive?" Hitoshi snaps that he spent his money on food, roaring that every coin came from his own strength. She erupted in laughter, teasing that adventurers only chase booze and women. Weirdos who get this hyped about food are a rare, glorious sight. He warns it's a thorny path. Meat and vegetables are painfully scarce. He demands why, and she snaps that monsters ravage the herds, and crushing taxes force people to grow most vegetables at home, so they never reach the market. Spices meet the same fate. She snapped, "You want to eat well, earn real money." The next day, Nizaki sprints for his life, as an ostrich-like creature thunders after him. Perched on jagged rocks, Al and Kimin plot their attack while Gonkei plants himself in front, waiting for the hero. The swordsman snaps a signal, and the archer lets an arrow fly. The arrow pierces the animal's eye, and Gantz spins, whipping his weapon into a brutal strike at it. A man severs the bird's head in a single savage motion. Since then, after fighting side by side through a handful of missions with Gantz and the others, Hitoshi has forged flawless, battle-honed coordination with them. They're about to eat in the tavern, and a sizzling plate of pork beckons from the table in front of the hero. Al stares at the feast, scoffs that it looks like a nobleman's dinner, and blurts, "Do you spend all your partner's money on food?" Nizaki roars that health comes first. You need protein, vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber. He insists adventurers need a balanced diet. God scoffs, calling it strange. In Hitoshi, a hulking man erupted into a fierce argument over the wine barrels. The others shouted 15, but the big man thundered there were only 10. The hero demands why his friend insists there are 10, and Gantz replies, grinning, that it's because people only have 10 fingers. Nizaki erupts in laughter, shouting that the man can count all the way to 20 using his toes. The man's stare snaps to him, venom in every inch, and the hero's blood runs cold. Gantz snaps his leg up and declares you can actually practice counting with it. Walking down the hallway, Hitoshi halts, peers out the window and soaks up the view. a quiet grin confirming he's almost gotten used to life in Rockcliffe. One day, a ragtag band of adventurers gets dragged back into the hunt for 5 snarling gray wolves. Al spins to his friends and asks for their verdict. Last time they crushed them with ease and the payoff was huge. The villager rushed forward, threw his arms wide to greet the travelers, thanked them for answering, and cried that every single soul in the village had been feverishly awaiting their arrival. Al presses him to explain the situation to the others. Hitoshi's blood runs cold. It's replaying exactly like last time, and he prays the residents are safe. The group plunges into the forest with the same plan as last time, and Jensei catches sight of Nizaki sprinting back from the trees. His comrades press him for a status. He snaps, "I've found their lair." Last time the lair's mouth lay wide open and they clashed there. Now brambles and thick undergrowth choke the path, so that showdown can't happen again. He smirks and says he found a clearing near their camp. If he pulls it off, he'll lure the wolves straight into it. Al screams, "I can't do this. Running away is suicide. They'll catch me and tear me to pieces." Hitoshi grits his teeth and snaps, "I can handle this. I'll tear through the forest faster than anyone, so trust me." He insists that baiting the enemy's attention is a scout's most vital duty. Al throws his weight behind his plan. He's all in. Nizaki storms toward the lair, tears flesh from the beast, and paints the ground with its blood to carve a bloody path. He crouches, every muscle coiled, eyes fixed on the cave mouth, waiting for the wolves to spill out. The monster barrels after the man, and the man snaps into a relentless, full-speed chase. Hitoshi rockets toward his comrades, who stand primed to fight. Al paces like a caged storm, panic clawing at him. The hero is delayed. Nizaki bursts from the bushes, sprinting into the open. He bellowed that the gray wolves were closing in and barked for his comrades to brace for battle. The boys erupt in cheers as Kimin steadies his breath, locks his gaze, and levels his weapon at a lone wolf. The arrow rips through the monster's eye, and Al's blade whips down, slicing its head clean off. Gauntz charges after another wolf, brings his axe down and cleaves its head clean off. Hitoshi is sure the plan's unfolding perfectly, then a sharp noise rips through the silence. He bellows a warning to his people, something's coming. He senses several creatures closing in and freezes. He can't grasp that reinforcements of gray wolves have arrived when there should have been only 5. The hero slams his hand on the radio and snaps to Gauntz. Reinforcements are closing in. Al's head snapped up. He and Gauntz demanded how many were coming, and Hitoshi shot back, 10. The hero freezes with fear as the wolf in the middle, starkly different from the others, locks eyes with him. He reels back in terror and screams, "You're a monster." Nizaki's chest tightens. Wolf reinforcements are about to crash in, and if they want to escape, they have to bolt this instant. God snaps at Al, "Are we retreating?" Al shoots back that they must deal with the creatures in front of them first, and Hitoshi, putting his survival above all, thinks he might as well run away now. Guilt-searing, he rockets back to his comrades, convinced this disaster sprang from his mistake as a scout and refusing to abandon them. He couldn't forgive himself if he did. He cries out to Allah, declaring that he will rush to his aid. Nizaki coiled like a spring, on the verge of blasting a bone-crushing kick into the monster. He insists he's never tangled with a 4-legged monster, yet that head gapes open, a glaring weak spot just waiting to be struck. The wolf darts aside as the strike slices through empty air. He feels his reflexes flare to life, just as the monster hurls itself onto him. He realizes he's left himself wide open and jerks aside to dodge the strike, stumbling as his balance falters. He'd miscalculated the wolf's moves. Unless he slammed his swing with every ounce of strength, it would be useless. He braces to hit the shortest trajectory and snaps his leg up. He lands a savage strike right to his opponent's neck, and the man crumples. Nakaji watches the wolf's neck snap. These lightning-fast monsters still crumble easily, and the hero barrels toward the last 2. Gon decapitated the first wolf with a brutal swing. Al matched him instantly, cleaving the other's head free. The swordsman was already backing away, froze at Hitoshi's terrified gaze and barked for him to come back, but Hitoshi snapped that they didn't have time. 10 wolves stood before them, and in the middle loomed a hulking beast that dwarfed its kin. Nakaji's eyes locked on it as he barked. I felt him, his presence. Al warns these predators almost never run in packs and brands the monster an elite gray wolf. The hulking wolf throws back its head and rips a thunderous howl across the night. Hitoshi rips his weapon free and snaps into a razor-tight fighting stance. Regular wolves thundered toward them, and Gauntz roared to his comrades to give it their all. The hero spots the elite wolf, motionless in the distance, its gaze fixed on him. Gauntz hefts a massive axe, Al braces with shield and sword, and Kimin unsheathes twin knives. Nizaki darts and twists, narrowly evading the monster's savage strikes. A cold truth slams into him, he can't dodge them all. The wolf rakes the man's legs with savage claws as two more figures surge forward and encircle it. Another monster rakes its claws across his leg, and Hitoshi's gut drops. They're hitting him then pulling back, circling at the edge of reach just toying with him. They move nothing like the old pack. The elite wolf seems to have rewritten their instincts. The monster's ripped into his legs. He realizes that merely defending himself will only make things spiral. Bleeding is the least of his worries now, and time will only make it worse. After surviving every brutal blow this world dealt him, he refuses to imagine ending up as wolf food. He grins with iron certainty, sure he'll survive and wipe out every opponent. A wolf bolts up behind him. He realizes only a risky counterattack can save him, so he lunges and swings his weapon. He slit the wolf's throat, yet a frantic claw still scored a jagged scratch across his face. The second monster lunges, sinking its fangs into Hitoshi's leg. He plunges his blade straight into the wolf's skull. The third monster lunges at him. He snatches a dagger to stab, but the wolf clamps its jaws on his weapon hand and rakes across his eyelid. Blood smeared his face and arm, as Nakaji realizes his sight has narrowed to a razor-thin slit. Even without the dagger, he hits like a freight train, but in this weakened state, the wolf's blinding speed completely overwhelms him. He needed a distraction. Heart hammering, he dove into his clothes and pulled out the secret stash, clinking silver coins and a pinch of sharp spice. He snatches the coins and slings them straight at his opponent. The wolf's guard drops and Hitoshi slams a crushing blow straight into his face. The monster crashes down, and he feels an elite wolf looming right behind him. A hulking wolf lunged at Nizaki, raking his armor with savage claws and sending him crashing to the ground. Al yells for his friend to come back, but the hero pins the monster's face with his hands and forces it back. Pain lanced through Hitoshi as the wolf's claws bored through the metal plate of his armor. His arms are pushed to the breaking point, and he's stunned by the monster's raw power. He realizes doing nothing will finish him, so he frantically scrambles to hatch a desperate plan. A cunning plan ignites in his mind, and he releases the wolf's snarling muzzle. He lunges, clamps his hand around the monster's throat, and rips a pouch of spices from his sleeve. They explode apart before the wolf's eyes as Hitoshi snatches one paw with his hand and boots the other. The wolf stumbles, the hero vaults onto its back and locks a crushing grip around its throat, strangling it. The monster thrashes, fighting to resist this. He rockets up and hurls the man away from him. Nizaki knows he must never let the enemy go. One slip, and it's the end for him. The wolf buckles from sheer exhaustion, gasping as its body trembles and the air slips from its lungs. The monster finally crumples and crashes to the ground. He confirms his opponent is dead, then releases him. He collapses to the ground too, utterly spent. A cold, final realization slammed into Hitoshi. It was over, and he didn't even have the strength to get up. News crashes in, his partners have finished too. Gaunt storms up to Nakaji, and Nakaji's jaw drops as he realizes he ignored his surroundings in the fight and never expected extra opponents. The brutal truth hits him. It was his mistake. Gonza beams and declares to his friend that he wasn't bad. He froze at those words, shock crackling through him, while his partner whooped and praised him for handling the elite wolf alone. Al nods with conviction and declares, Yajin truly worthy of a fighter's title. 3 men crowd behind Kimin as he rips open the massive wolf's belly. The guy's breath catches as he uncovers something hidden inside. He yanks a magic stone into the open. Hitoshi asks again, and Al snaps that the stone is colossal, a fuel for magical devices and a catalyst in alchemy. He warns these stones are forged inside monsters that have lived for ages, and outside mana-drenched dungeons, such colossal magic stones almost never appear. Al booms that those stones are in insane demand and fetch a fortune, and Hitoshi's face lights up. The blonde says that now he's carved the wolf up, he has to drop by and see someone. They burst back into the village. Gauntz and Owl hoisted a stick, a wolf skin hanging from it like a savage banner. The blonde man whirls to the village chief, whose face is carved with worry. His breath caught they'd somehow managed to kill the elite wolf. Gun confesses he almost got them killed there. He lunged, his weapon arcing toward the village chief and skimming past by inches. Rage detonated inside Gong the moment he realized the customers had deceived them, and his comrades lunged in, grappling and shouting as they tried to calm him. The man lifted his blade to sever the customer's head, but Al lunged between them and stopped him. The village chief crumbled and confessed on the spot. He'd known from day one there were probably more than 5 wolves, and he'd kept quiet to shave the payment. Normal packs were capped at 5 wolves, so he hatched a daring ruse to fool them all. Alo's fury exploded. He couldn't scent the lie, so he snapped that the customer must be wielding an ability called duplicity. Al started squeezing extra cash from customers, and guilt gnawed at him until his anger burned hotter than Gonza's. On the way to Rock Cliff, the group pitched camp for the night. Hitoshi sagged with exhaustion, but the massive haul of coin had everyone elated because the weak have no place in the ranks of adventurers. They swapped stories about the girls their comrades liked, the savage and heroic moments from past missions, family ties and sworn enemies. Nothing was off limits. Battling shoulder to shoulder on the razor's edge between life and death, Nakaji finally felt he belonged to something far bigger than himself. When he saw the walls of the rock cliff, a fierce ache hit him. After only a couple of days, he couldn't believe how much he'd missed them. Public safety has collapsed. The city has become a den of bandits. Hitoshi still yearns to return, declaring this place his home. Another surprise lay in wait for him. That night, alone in his room, he opened his status. He realizes his level hasn't budged, and after cutting down an elite wolf he's been pacing, impatience burning through him. He's convinced the only way to crank up his level is to snatch a special, power-packed item. The hero's gaze snapped to a brand new title that blazed into existence. The status flashes that his balding has begun, and Hitoshi erupts into curses, swearing God is laughing at him again and raging that he can't fathom why this title showed up. He clenches a fistful of hair and roars that he's not going bald at all. He deduces he was flung naked into a perilous forest and had to fight goblins, hobgoblins, and even other people just to survive. He clawed his way into the city, finally tasted a normal life, and still insisted he deserved every bit of that treatment. Hitoshi rips into God, furious that he looked the other way through every ounce of pain he'd endured. He roared he won't play by God's rules, and now he's absolutely certain happiness is coming for him. A couple of days after the last quest, the coin evaporated, adventurers never learned to save, and the gods and the others shun the next quest until their money runs out. He cracks one eye open, and for the first time in this world, thinks endless free time stretches before him. Then his chest drops as he realizes half the day is already gone. Thirsting to learn about the world, he made a beeline after lunch to pepper the Adventurers Guild registrar with questions. It had become his daily ritual and a perfect way to pass time, so he greeted the registrar with a grin. Word is he used to be a famed adventurer. He radiates cool, harbors a vault of fascinating knowledge, and even remembers they stopped right when the conversation hit the level ceiling. The main character finally figured out that every 5 levels a barrier pops up. The only way through is to take down a higher rank monster. At level 5 monsters leap to rank 2, by level 10 they swell into hulking rank 3 beasts, bigger and stronger, and at level 15 they erupt into rank 4 titans. The man roars that no one in his group has ever shattered the level 15 ceiling. 4th rank monsters are brutally powerful. He snarled at the guy that their metal weapons wouldn't even scar them, they need black steel, and it's so outrageously pricey their recent earnings will look like pocket change. Why stockpile cash for a weapon if one defeat can wipe it all out? It's a reckless gamble. Level 15 already clears the tasks. It slams into him. Danger and the lack of any desperate need will only forge him stronger. The whole group chooses to stay at level 15, and he agrees. He's staying too. Night crashes in. He lies in bed, eyes pinned to the ceiling as his mind races over the level 15 barrier. If he loses, everything will shatter, even the tiny joy he finally seized, so he frantically hunts for a way out. He hoists his fist, wrestling with a sudden urge to get stronger. He snaps his eyes open and rockets out of bed, puzzled by the nagging worry, and instantly he rips into furious shadowboxing, battering the empty air. He stares at his clenched fist, then a crushing weight sinks into his limbs. It's real. His body has grown heavier, and he's sitting at a table opposite a man who leans in and says he knows this feeling. He tells Yajin that when a combat skill ignites, his physical abilities surge, and his sword skill almost always rides that same boost. The instant he intends to attack and seizes a weapon, his skills flare to life, lower the weapon and they snap shut. The moment his physical abilities snap back, his body betrays him, awkward, clumsy, like he's wearing someone else's limbs. This was the exact storm inside him, whether he could name it or not, and the skill he mentioned wasn't learned overnight, it was forged long before today. He swore he'd feel any surge of raw power the skill handed him, so he dismissed his karate as giving him no extra strength. A bolt of realization slams into him. The sword's skill flares the instant he grabs it. Then what's the activation condition? His breath isn't normal, it's a whisper that cloaks his moves from being read, letting him slip into perfect stealth, a karate breathing technique honed for generations. He'd burned the skill nonstop so it never shut off. Sprawled on the bed in the safe room, his breaths came ragged, and for the first time his body betrayed him. Out of the blue, the protagonist spins to Al and snaps, "Tell me everything you know about skills, absolutely everything." A guy strides down a deserted street, looks around, and realizes there's not a single soul in sight. Relief slammed into him when he slipped into a hidden training spot where no one could catch him eavesdropping on that conversation. Then he froze. These skills forge his movements into lethal efficiency. Mastery lets him, even bloodied and battered, unleash the perfect, fight-ending strike no matter the circumstances. Movements are being optimized into razor precision. If that's true, it's absurdly overpowered. We must verify it immediately. Yajin drops into a stance, knowing he must etch every motion into his mind. The ability snaps alive and his body surges into motion. No resisting, only surrender to the skill. He unleashes a single punch, stunned by how incredible it feels, loosens his knees, drops his center of mass, and at the exact moment, the returning energy transforms and channels into his knees. Explode the energy from your knees up your core into your fist, then lunge forward while whipping your fist through a snapping 180-degree rotation. He couldn't have pulled it off alone. That move's a brutally complex physical maneuver, a lone fist bearing his entire body's weight and unleashing insane power. That's pure mastery. Darkness squeezes in from every side, the only light a lone candle locked in a cage, and the main character grinds through training, lungs heaving with ragged, thunderous breaths. The boy cracks up, picturing his younger self, and the same wild laugh explodes from him like it did back then. He unleashes a thunderous punch, and in his head thanks the world, then God, for creating this ability. In the dead of night beneath a full moon, he trains like a man possessed. Even in another world, his toil refuses to be forgotten, and he feels power ignite. From this moment, he'll grow far stronger. He lies sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed wide. Morning creeps in and he stays there, eyes open. His eyes are blown wide. He swears he hasn't slept a second and is dying to train more, but the city has already roared awake, so he'll have to postpone as people pour into the streets. Two figures crowd the notice board as he sprints up, convinced he's just in time, and praying his name still stares back at him. He scours the ads, pulse spiking, then his eyes snap to the perfect listing, exactly what he needs. The boy thrusts the paper at the man. The man squints and asks if it's a task to collect medicinal herbs, and the boy nods sharply, answers yes, and tells him to take care of the rest. He says one of their group is stuck with a miserable task, but Yejin grins. It's his chance to harvest medicinal herbs for himself, brew his own potions, and if he takes the job, he won't have to pay the city's entry fee. The man barked, "Who taught you to cook? What do they do with you?" Yajin shot back. It was the healer he'd been heading to the city with. He leapt into private training with a healer. Rumor said it worked wonders. How he got her to agree still gnawed at him. He hadn't forced her with a death threat. Healers hoard their recipes like dragon's gold. To earn one, you must serve at their side for years. Silence pins the moment as the protagonist says nothing. The man steps forward, declares everything ready, clears him to go, and wishes Yajin good luck. He charges up to the gate where spear-wielding guards stand watch, flashes his permit. They nod and step aside, and he strides through. The main character reaches the road signs, blazes past the river, and charges up the ramp skirting the hills. He barrels through the forest and cries out that he's finally found what he needs, the gnarl plant. Yajna's memory snapped into place. Uproot it and swaddle the roots in a damp cloth. He does just that and mutters, "Perfect at this pace, I'll be done in no time and back to training." The main character's bag, bulging with a wild tangle of herbs, sprawls on the sun-drenched ground. He has to guarantee he can move. Enemies or dungeons could still ambush him and seal his abilities even when the skill is inactive. After unleashing the full depth of his karate, he burns to master other skills and must test whether he can fight with his sense of smell fully awakened. That combo could be devastating. A mountain of things still burning in his head, he drops to the ground, sleep-deprived and struggling but oddly thrilled. Then something suddenly catches his eye. A deer suddenly flashes through his mind. He clutches the back of his head as the truth slams into him. It's a deer, and he can't fathom how he knew without even looking. A lightning jolt rips through him as shadowy silhouettes of a bird and a spider flare to life in his mind. A surge of awareness hits him, where he'd only made out hazy blurs before. He now pins down every insect and animal nearby, each silhouette razor-sharp. The main character's grin explodes as his sense of smell awakens. After he began studying the ability, it sharpens, and he looks up, certain he can become much stronger. He slid another ad onto the registrar's desk. The registrar glanced up and said, you're working yourself to the bone. I've noticed it every day lately. Yajin declares he wants to craft potions for his comrades too. The man promises he'll brew them so Yajin can sell them later. Yajin thanks him and grabs the paper. A stone-faced man hurls a warning at the protagonist. Someone's got a bead on you. Whispers say the new recruit in that powerhouse crew hoards every coin instead of spending, making him prime prey for bandits, and Yajin's eyes widen in shock. Kicked out of the League or Megid, bandits swarm into subnational gangs, and the craftiest of them stake their claim in Rockcliffe. They'll kill for money without hesitation, so Yajin has to keep his guard up. After the man said this, the protagonist yanked his hood up and slipped down the street past a blur of faces. He wrestles with how to stop seeing bandits in every face, then passes a robed stranger whose features stay hidden, until the man looks up and his gaze snaps to Yajin. The main character bolts out of the city and heads off somewhere, but 3 more pairs of someone's legs suddenly spring into view right behind him. 3 more charged after him, the robed figure and 2 others with their faces exposed. Silhouettes snap into his mind, and the truth he'd only half believed slams into him. They've been hunting him since he left the city. He's their target, no question. He sizes up the 3 bandits. In Rockcliffe, weak skills get you killed. These aren't petty thieves, they're professional killers. If those bastards have been stalking him lately, they'll ambush him in the forest's blind dark where no one will see, and if he escapes, everything will be lost. To survive in the city, he can only fight, so he'll strike when the moment is right. This world is merciless. Rage boils in him. He plunges into the forest to take them down himself, and soon the trees swallow him whole. The 3 lunged after Yajin, but he vanished in a blink and they were left scrambling, unable to find him. The protagonist fires out, "Need anything from me," and everyone snaps their heads to one spot, Yajin peeking from behind a tree. The robed man flashed a dangerous smile and demanded he hand over every piece of jewelry and reveal where he'd stashed his savings. Do everything he says and he'll walk away alive. He spits that he's been lying. They never meant to let him walk away alive. They want him to haul every secret back to Gansu and the others before they silence him. He snarls that Gonson and his crew will never forgive anyone who lays a hand on one of their own. Touch the adventurers and you'll be finished. One of them roars that he understands everything, slams the question at Gaunt's. Is that true? And 3 others whirl around, hunting for who he's talking to. The main character bolts, screaming to them that he lied. The man in the balakan charges after him, roaring he will not run away, he will kill him. The man realizes that if he retreats to the city, the local bandits will target him. They dared to attack the adventurer. They'd just signed their own death warrant. He'd planned for every outcome. His survival was certain, and the hunt would begin. He bolts through the forest, then shadowy enemy silhouettes erupt into view behind him, chasing him and screaming, "Stand still." All 3 of them tore after him, screaming for him to stop, but Yajin kept running, their silhouettes burning behind his eyelids. The protagonist watched the gap between them snap open. No surprise, their mismatched armor and stamina had already sealed the distance. Suddenly one of his pursuers stumbles, teetering on the verge of collapse. He spots it and knows this is his chance. He folded into the tree's shadow, stifling every trace of himself as the silhouettes of his pursuers prowled across his thoughts. 2 guys nearly barrel past him, then skid to a halt and scan the area, baffled at where he could have disappeared to. The man opens his mouth to ask again where the guy vanished, but Yajin's palm snaps up in front of him. He rockets from behind the tree and slaps the man's face with bone-jarring force. The guy stood there, gasping for breath, his partner behind him gaping in shock, and the main character instantly drove a brutal kick that sent the first man flying backward. He slams into his partner, sending them crashing down with him. He gasps for air and claws to move, but his body refuses to obey. He stalked up to the 2 sprawled guys, ready to kick them into oblivion, when their third, stumbling back to his feet, came charging and screamed insults at Yajin. He leaves the 2 behind and sprints at the third, already mid-swing, sword arcing toward him, the guy sure he'll finally prove the fruits of his training as he strikes. Lightning fast, the protagonist stops the man's sword with his own hand, utterly unshaken, as his enemy gapes in stunned disbelief. The protagonist grins ear to ear, then rockets a brutal fist straight into his enemy's face, sending him sprawling and finishing him off. He rips a punch into his enemy's face. The foe staggers but stubbornly stays on his feet for a tense beat. The instant the main character steps away, his opponent collapses face first onto the ground, out cold. The protagonist stares at the defeated enemy, convinced that by deflecting the blow and accelerating it, he carved out the perfect opening. Everything had fallen into place for him, right up until the very end. 2 of them are still conscious. One props himself on his sword, looks up, sees Yajin barreling straight at him, and panic rips through him. The boy screamed at Yajin, begging for mercy and swearing he'd never show his face again as Yajin loomed over him, sneering with cold disgust. He pivoted and strode off while his opponent gaped after him in stunned disbelief, tears streaming down his face. He clamped a hand over his face, wiped his tears on his sleeve, spat a curse at pies, and vowed he'd remember this. In a heartbeat, the main character slipped behind the guy, gripped a stone, wound up, and hurled it dead-on at the enemy who'd thought he'd been spared. Gear scattered across the table as the man insisted he understood it all. Yejin hurled a stone and killed him, so keeping his distance was the only choice. She could have struck him with a sword. The protagonist remembers the man sprawled dead, the sword still clutched in his hands, and can't help but admire that he never let go until his last breath. He scoffs that every adventurer here is stuck at level 15 because everyone's the same, the competition's cutthroat. He orders soup and adds that some don't earn a single coin, grinding through routine tasks. Some fools descend into banditry. With real skill you can rake in cash at your trade, and Yajin snaps, demanding to know if those men are gunning for him. He says it might not be just for money. Envy or the urge to crush a rival could be the real motive, and top adventurers always face this, so he just has to unleash his strength until everyone trembles in fear. He proves his strength by hawking the goods he acquired at the market, move them before nightfall, and don't forget, the rules force him to pawn everything in the slums. Inside one building, its doorway crowned by a swinging sign showing a pouch of coins, a heavy bag thuds down onto the table, left there for the main character. They ask if this is enough. Yajin's silence hangs, then he snaps, "That's enough," and the guy turns to Yajin to declare he'll be his client from now on. He slumps on the curb, staring at a meager bag of cash, realizing this pathetic sum is the price of his life. Is his life really worth so little? A hollow, crushing despair consumes him. A cold truth hits him. Now that he's inside the walls, he must fight tooth and nail to survive the bandits. He bursts into the building and instantly locks eyes with someone beckoning him over as three guys at a table, drinks in hand, stare him down. The bald man sneered at the protagonist, "So you finally sold everything, easy money, right?" Yajin asks if he should cover the bill since his pockets are empty. The other insists it's his shot to show the neighbors his generosity and they'll all drink together. That perfect. The protagonist hesitates, but someone shuts him up. The bald man invites Yajin to just have a drink together, urging him to shake off his gloom and act like some daring adventurer. He mulled it, cracked a grin, and agreed, no point worrying about what happened, they'd all go have a drink together. They smashed their mugs together, wound up doing something bad, and the heavy gloom in the main character's chest finally eased a little during that get-together. The bald man snarls, "Say goodbye to my jewelry," and the protagonist freezes, eyes wide with stunned disbelief. The guy standing in front of the two of them stares dumbfounded, a bald man looming with an axe slung over his shoulder, and the front guy shoots his hand up and blurts, "Do you need money?" After spending time with him, Yajin finally saw it. He'd actually gone and done it. The man was an idiot. He lives by instinct, picks fights with anyone he dislikes, and strong-arms cash out of people. Gonsi snarls at the guy to hurry up and hand over the money. Most rookies like this bolt the second they lose heart, some lash out, but this one presses his last bills into Gonsu's hand. Gonsei stands like a living mountain of strength, perhaps the village's strongest, and keeps his weapon clenched behind his back. Every challenger who raised a hand against him was smashed. Now only the ignorant dare contradict him. If he wants to stop being hunted, he has to flex his strength. The main character spins around and finds two guys whispering about Gansi's actions, calling him sick. Gons shoots a grin, declares he's off to the weapon shop, and asks Yajin where he's headed. Yajin usually goes to gather medicinal herbs. In this world, some people won't just dare you to fight, swagger like a gaunt, and your head will roll. How can he keep behaving like this and dodge the scammers and manipulators circling to trap him? I'll stride over to his Yajin and demand, "Are you leaving?" Al harbors a deadly secret. His calm face fools no one. He's coiled like a snake. Yajin snaps that he's on a mission, and Al says he just returned from meeting a man. Al siphons intelligence from every corner of the city through a web he forged. The moment anyone plots to strike Gonza, he knows. He pieces it together. They met in the intelligence building. The protagonist slams Al with the accusation that Gons shook down the man right in front of him, and Al admits it. He did it again. The guy grinned wildly. Alex guessed it's probably because those he robbed fell under the god of war's protection. Yajin's itching to unmask whoever lit that stupid rumor. Al nods, smirking. He knows exactly how to twist the truth. Yajin thunders that, thanks to this, their team's glory stays intact. They'll meet again, and Al hesitates, choking on words he wants to say. The man drops the bomb on Yajin. The hair growth cure he's hunting isn't sold in this city. Does he even know? The protagonist reels in shock and asks him, how did you figure it out? As a cold realization crashes over him, Al really is a snake. The streets burn with violence, Gonza's name echoing from every alley, Isla at his side, and he knows he has to carve a name for himself someday. His gaze snaps to the side and locks onto a man with a bow. He assumes it's Kimon. Kimono's smaller than him, yet everyone trembles at his shadow. Maybe watching that man will finally teach Kimono how to unleash his strength. Kaiman lived a shockingly bizarre lifestyle. The guy storms into the hotel, and the main character is left reeling. Why would he go there? A guy crashes through the window and rockets past the main character. He swears he turned her down and drowned his guilt in booze. He could have killed her that night, but who would have guessed she was with that guy? Confusion grips the main character as Keeman snaps that he asked to protect the girl. Then Keeman realizes he's just rounded the corner. He asks Yajin to unleash the search and track him down. Yajin's jaw drops at the request. Then he locks on and pins the guy's location. Keeman snaps "I'll tail him" and yells for Yajin's help. He sprints after him, shouting, "What happened?" He lunged at the girl he'd just met and sprinted off, and it hits Yajin. The old man from the guild had mentioned someone he was friends with. She's gravely injured, barely clinging to life. Kim clenched his fists and vowed he'd hunt that man down and kill him. Kimon corners Yajin and demands why he hasn't moved, and Yajin shrugs, admitting he probably knows he angered the man, so he planted himself in the tavern. Yajin realizes he'll have to keep the ability burning for hours, and Kimon grins and pushes for the tavern, a disaster waiting to happen. He plunged into conversation with someone there. The instant he stepped inside, his friends probably flooded the tavern. Going there is dangerous. Yejin insists that as long as Kim-un looks after him, everything's fine. He nods and they hold their breath, waiting for it to spring into motion. He catches the sudden movement, rockets to his feet, and shouts that he's up and calling the waiter. Yajin yells the waiter's coming with the bill. Tell Kuman to look above the door. He'll appear on the left. Kim-un draws the bowstring razor tight, arrow poised like a coiled fang, while the protagonist hisses, 3, 2, 1, a raw warning that he's coming. After this, the guy fires. The bullet slams into the enemy's head, and the whole tavern erupts into terrified screams. Keeman locks onto it and announces they're returning, dread for the girl's condition surging through him. They reach the hotel room and stop dead at the bedside. There a girl lies in grave condition. Keeman exhales, relieved she's stable, but guilt rips through him. He couldn't protect her this time, even though he asked her to protect him. A shock of clarity hits her. She knows she's precious to him. He reassures her, insisting everything's fine. He'd been mended by the city's finest healers. She won't even have a scar. Kimon falls silent, and Yajin realizes he's become himself again, while the guy blurts, she looks like someone. He blurts that she could pass for his little sister, and that she'd been sold off. The main character's jaw drops. When the dust settled, he couldn't follow his example. He proved his strength with silent, lethal strikes. He might be the most terrifying of the trio, but he can't pull off covert kills. He only strikes in the open, so peace won't come his way for a long time. He halts, a cold clarity slicing through his mind. There's only one way to show his strength. Al said the competition's gone ferocious now that everyone's stuck at level 15, and that's wrecking the city's public order, a brutal level ceiling. In the alley between two houses, a suspicious man trails the main character as they reach for a sword, and Yajin watches, stone silent. Just days after that incident and a string of brutal clashes with robbers, his heart turned to stone. He asks if it's happening again, then snarls at his enemy to start. His enemy is a short-haired blonde man with a jagged scar across his face. Yajin plants himself before him, sword clenched in his hand and his stance coiled to strike. The main character locks eyes with him in a dead hush, then strides a single deliberate step toward the enemy. The enemy mirrors him, stepping forward too. They closed in until they were inches apart, eyes locked in a razor-sharp stare, not a single blink breaking the gaze. The enemy reels back, then after a beat plants his heel against a stone wall, worry carved on his face, and the main character, smiling with cold confidence, tells him he's trapped. He fixes Yajin with a look, excitement blazing in his eyes, then his grin vanishes as his face hardens into steel-cold resolve. The guy lunges at the main character. The main character parries the blow with his dagger, and the attacker snaps, unable to bear it. Yajin's eyes flare, the lunge opens an attack window, and he braces to snap a fierce left jab. Thinking he's closed the distance, he darts in and slams his fist into his opponent's stomach, sending him writhing in pain. The main character doesn't stop. He hammers that exact spot again and again. The guy ignores the main character entirely, then clamps his hand on the main character's chin and slams him straight down in a single, brutal motion. He slams him onto the brick ground. The man goes limp, consciousness ripped away, dead blood pooling across the stones beside him. Under his hood, he glides down the street, convinced his low profile proves he's finally adapted to this world, and his expression hardens into cold, rock-steady seriousness. He accepts the hard truth. Every corner must be watched. The slums answer to no law, and now that he's wandered in, he must move like a hunted shadow. The boss who controls this district answers directly to the Lord. He funnels 30 units of off-the-books cash to him, shields the gang from legal trouble, and stands as the Lord's living image. This place is a criminal's paradise. Everyone says there are no laws, but the boss's iron grip kills any real impunity, and the guy can't fathom why the man behind him won't stop staring. Sanitation's no worse than the city. There aren't mountains of bodies on the streets, but he's convinced it's more than hygiene. Strange bags ooze a red, sticky seep. In the slums, people sell bodies for coin, strip hair into wigs, and torch bones into powder they hawk as fertilizer or low-grade alchemical material. Meat in the slums isn't worth the risk. It looks calm at first, but he can always feel eyes drilling into his back. This building rises in a chaotic jumble that blots out your view, so you have to constantly sweep the area with every skill you've got. He threads through the trees, every shadow hiding a monster. The fight with that powerhouse left Yajin too drained to stay sharp. He aches to crawl out of the slums and finally breathe easy, but he wouldn't brave that kind of danger unless absolutely necessary. The local gang smuggles illegal gear. Don't get tangled in their mess. Offload everything at the neighborhood pawn shop. The main character forces a shaky calm, selling himself the lie that everything's fine and he's doing everything right. He reaches a narrow passage in the wall, breathes great when he senses no one nearby, then slips out of the slums unscathed. He steels himself, decides he'll most likely return to the guild, and charges straight toward it. Something stirs right behind him, and the man, grinning with pure malice, snarls at Yajin to hand over every last coin he owns. He rockets a fist into the main character's gut. The main character, unfazed, shoves him off and fires back with a brutal kick. His enemy reels backward. The protagonist winces in pain and locks his gaze on the defeated man. A dagger juts from the main character. He realizes he let his guard fall the moment he left the slums. This guy knows how to be invisible. He stands pressed against the walls, spits a jagged curse as the memory of what he did reels through his head. Yejin staggers on trembling legs, fighting with every breath as he races to the hospital. His vision splits in two. He stares at his palm, dread snapping into his bones. This can't be. Was it poison? The main character collapses to the ground, utterly spent, a dagger jutting from the wound as he lies there, gasping. He snaps awake, eyes flying open, and stares straight ahead, confusion ripping through him as he tries to figure out where he is. He looks down and freezes. A dagger juts from his side, and a cold, brutal truth hits him. Someone already plunged it into him. Yajin flung his arms wide and felt it hit him. He was drowning, dragged under to the very bottom of his consciousness. He rockets over the water, then confusion seizes him, and he plummets into the pond, staring at his hand. The liquid around him shudders to life. His eyes snap wide in shock as a hand lashes out and clamps onto him, and he thrashes, screaming as he fights to break free. From the liquid, perfect copies of people burst forth, their hands shooting toward the main character. He lets out a raw, terrified scream. The creatures howl to anyone who will listen that he killed them, brand him a murderer, and curse him for eternity. The main character unleashes a blood-curdling scream as a tide of bodies crashes down and buries him. Then the liquid surges up and swallows him whole. Then the main character slumps into the dark, curls into a tight ball, sure he's freezing as an ice-cold numbness takes hold. Understanding slams into him. This is how he'll die. Will he go down damned, a murderer stained by sin? He's a sinner. Guilt sits like a stone in his gut, and he can't fathom living under that weight. He doesn't understand it. Life has worn him ragged. Nothing touches him anymore, and he's finally had enough. Now the main character stands utterly alone, encircled by nothing but cattle. What kind of world is this? He harbors no regrets. The main character lies with his eyes closed when a single pinprick of light lashes his face. He snaps his eyes open to a hole tearing through the darkness that spills light, and a man sits in front of a sign. He reads karate on the skills list and freezes. He has no one. Then his gaze snaps to a line of silhouettes sitting side by side. He watches his drinking friends cut loose and sneers, certain the room holds nothing but cattle. A brighter light slices through the gloom, and he makes out the silhouette of a smiling girl. The main character sees her and his eyes snap wide as the liquid stirs, then his hand bursts right out of it. Jean's eyes snap wide as he claws halfway out of the liquid, muscles burning while he fights to tear himself free. Monstrous hands clamp and tug, trying to pull him down, but he barrels forward, convinced he won't give up. Yajin smashes a creature's skull, realizes he'll live, vows to sweep away anyone who stands in his way, spits curses at the evil spirits and cares for no one, then strides straight through the liquid. He thrusts his hand straight up, fights his way to the surface, and stares up with rock-solid confidence. He snaps he'll sprint to the store and be back in a heartbeat. Feet thunder down the stairs. A girl steps out of the house. Stunned, she drops the basket and bolts to the main character, sprawled unconscious and soaked in blood on the ground, screaming for someone to come here and help. He's sprawled, drained of strength. She pleads for him to come to her fast. Yajin knows with iron certainty he will survive. He rips his eyes open, blurts, "Where am I?" Locks onto the sunlit window and a voice replies, "You're finally awake." The dark-haired girl by the table snapped that he'd blacked out right in front of the hospital, and the guy, dazed, rasped, "Who am I?" He croaks Klein and warns the cut isn't deep, but the poison has already raced through his body. Thank heavens he got help. He lies still in the hush, and a scorching thought explodes in his mind. He'd made it after all. The guy grabs Klein and blurts out thanks that he's alive. Klein shoves the credit to the girl. "Thank her," and Jean's jaw drops, desperate to know what kind of girl she is. Clay reports she was the one who found him and nursed him day and night for 3 straight days, tending to his every need. He closes his eyes and groans. This is painfully awkward. Klein snaps, "Okay, second time. Who the hell is he anyway?" Klein declares the poison vanquished and the wound knitting shut. She admits she wanted to drive the poison away, and while she scrambles for medicine, the main character stares at the injury and realizes it's actually healing. He declares he refuses to be a burden. She flashes a grateful smile, says thanks, and slips away instantly. Klein shrugs and says it's fine, then leans in, voice sharp as a blade, warning him once more to stay away from Belle. Troubles ambush him one after another, and he admits as much. Klein snaps that he's leaving tomorrow, and she'll take the payment for the treatment, so he never lets anyone inject him again. She pleads for him to take it back. He studies the knife, convinced he's fine, but even after they cut his stomach with it, something jolts him. A ghosted silhouette of the girl who'd saved him flared in his mind, and in the next heartbeat, she swung the door wide. The girl stepped into the room and locked eyes with Yejin. Yejin met her gaze in silence, and the girl broke into mute sobs, clamping her hands over her mouth. She pulls her hands away and breaks into a smile that stops him cold. It's perfect on her. He returns the smile, thanks her, and says this is already the second time. He thinks Klein was right. Then, in the heart of the city, a knife suddenly plunged into him, and now his situation is even more dangerous than before. If they close in on her, she'll get hurt too. He has to bolt from here right now to protect this smile. He plants himself in the street before his savior and snaps, "I'm already gone." She fumbles a battered pouch into his hands, voice trembling as she whispers it's the recipe and ingredients for an antidote, and begs him to keep her involvement secret. Yajin thanks her. A memory snaps back. He digs out a gleaming gold coin of the Magado Empire, presses it into her palm to settle his debt, and she stares at the coin. She murmurs her thanks, then they stand locked in silence, facing each other. He says it, curiosity crackling in his voice. Yajin asks, "Is this enough?" She answers with a bright yes, and Yajin smiles, struck again by how perfectly that smile fits her. They walked away without so much as a goodbye, and she lingered to care for him. Several tables, benches pulled up to them, cluster near the flag-topped house, and one visitor perches at a table, cradling a drink. They presented Eugene with a meal and wished him a pleasant appetite. His grin exploded. He knew it was time to begin. A towering bald man, arm-linked with 2 girls, zeroes in on the main character and snaps, "Are you Yajin?" The main character lifts his head from his meal and turns his gaze straight to him. The man smirks that he hasn't seen Yajin hanging out with any girl in ages, and Yajin snaps, "Not true, I was poisoned," took a dagger to the stomach, and wound up in the hospital. The man says poison is pure agony. He's teetered on death's edge time and again. The main character gapes, stunned that anyone could laugh at this. Adventurers shrug it off, smiling because danger lurks around every corner. Kimon strides up, grabs the dagger and studies it intently, and Yajin startles, eyes wide, asking Kimon how he's doing. He asks, "Is this a good knife?" He bets it's also razor sharp. Kimon's mind snaps to the beggar Casso. The main character blurts, bewildered, and the man snarls that it's the name of the knife's owner, the killer beggar Caso. Out of nowhere, a man bursts in and proclaims to him that it was the killer, and, as usual, the protagonist reels, jaw dropping at the revelation. He snapped, "Why's the killer zeroing in on me? Is the slum boss ordering this? Did I do something?" And the man said flatly, "No, unlikely. Sounds like a plain robbery." Kimon plops down beside them and grins. Same as always. They dig into the food together, and the main character doubles over, clutching his stomach with a heavy heart. He presses him to rest and stop pushing himself, vowing they'll throw a celebration when he's recovered. The main character nods, slips away, then pivots to Kimin and the others. He whips to Gansu, thanks the three of them, and they all snap, go already. He's already blasted to level 15, karate that hits like thunder, charm that bends minds, ghost-like stealth, a body that shrugs off poison, and he wears the titles Evo Goblin Monster. He'd believed he finally had a shot, but when the dust settled, he could only either bite his tongue in regret or shrug and call it natural. His levels stayed the same, yet a new poison-resistant skill sparked to life. Yajin stares at his level, snaps his leg up, and crashes onto the bed. That moment cracked everything open. He finally saw how deadly his situation was, knew it couldn't keep going, and that one day he'd plummet into the abyss. To shatter the level 15 ceiling, he must slay a rank 4 monster, and to slay one he needs a black steel weapon, and he's going to seize it. I skidded to a stop before a building emblazoned with a shield and 2 swords, jaw-dropping at how outrageously expensive it was. The man jabbed at the weapon, and the protagonist's gaze snapped to it, a weapon forged from black steel. He figured the price would match an average car, but it lands at luxury levels. The man says selling even one a year is a win, since they're mostly snapped up by aristocratic heirs and wealthy merchants. It's obvious only someone from the upper class, armed with deep pockets and sharp know-how, could shoulder a sum like that. An ordinary person can't scrape it together, and the man snaps, "Are you going to act, or did you only come to look?" He clutched the blade, meant to only scout the scene, but he wound up buying this. It's a bow-shaped shuriken that might come in handy. He strides down the street, plotting his next move, because he knows a black steel weapon demands a king's ransom. Even hoarding every coin won't get him there. Every dollar he hoards and every hour he burns drags him deeper into peril. His life grows deadlier. He must pull off one massive job to earn the whole sum in a single hit. Is there such a way? What if you laser focus on massive tasks and obliterate them in record time? He pores over the tasks until realization slams in. Today, for the first time in a long time, there's a meeting to issue new quests, and he can barely wait. He's sitting at his company when the team bursts in with news of a new task. He insists revenue must be the top priority this time, determined to get everything back on track. They hand every candidate 3 papers. The monster roster is identical for everyone, and the main character pins the bald man with a cold, unblinking stare. He spots it. Yajin turns away, choosing to push the task farther off to stretch his legs. On the way, Gans ducks into the toilet. The main character snapped to Alu and barked, "What happened?" Gansey stood beside them, a coiled storm. They say no money, no friends. I heard he plunged headfirst into love. She left him for someone else, and now he's a ghost of himself. Things are bad, and Yajin notices people. The company traded excited whispers, calling the gray boar they ran into on the way back from the mission a welcome bonus. The boy asks the girl if leaving that miserable village was the right move. She grins and says, "Yes, it was good we went with him." They slide in for a drink. He spots Gonzo just got rejected by his girlfriend, and a noisy couple is whipping up a scene. Something's about to explode. People were buzzing that gray boars almost never show up around here, so stumbling on one was a freak stroke of luck. Yajin tells himself he hasn't felt the hawk-like stares drilling into him from every angle. Even for a newbie, that's reckless. You don't last here if you slip up, and someone's already closing in. Doubt gnaws at him. Can he even survive today? Gaunt suddenly roars at them to stop making noise. One of the guys scoffs and snaps, "Why are you bothering me? It's not against the rules to be loud in a bar, so is he seriously asking for trouble?" Gloom sat heavy on his face as Hands snatched up his weapon, and everyone froze, mouths agape at what he was about to do. The main character plants himself in front of the sword-wielding man, grins, and urges him to calm down. The man, sword clutched in his hands, snaps, "Who are you?" So the main character clamps a hand on his shoulder and suggests he not swear. Yajin grins and slams the hard edge of his palm square into his stomach, making him writhe. He hammers his palm into the solar plexus, then instantly folds his hand and presses, launching a jolt that rips through his entire body. From the side, a featherlight palm press snaps like an order. He can't stand on his feet at all. He'd better sit down for now. The main character leans in and whispers that he jumped into a fight because ladies were nearby, but the man who yelled at him is a respected superior, higher in rank than him. Jean flung a bag of money at Hands and barked that the boy must beg Mr. Gans for forgiveness and treat him. The main character snapped, "Of course I know, even the smallest folk have seen that strange sign on Gonza." He gapes. How did they find out? The guy's partners descend on him, screaming for answers because those men stole their money. He locked onto their contemptuous glare and wondered if they even realized he'd just saved his life. At least he was still breathing. All slaps Yajin's shoulder and declares it was nailed. Gon points out all already split the tasks. Time to crack open a drink. Whether he's a headache to deal with or a breeze to be around, in this city drowning in lies and betrayals, straight shooters like Godis are priceless, and Godis is totally hooked on Yajin. He smirks, convinced the lesson barely cost them a thing, and they lived happily ever after. He hunkers behind the trunk as an arrow thuds into the bark beside him. The shooter snaps, found him, surround him. Silhouettes exploded in his mind. He realized 8 adventure seekers were bearing down on him from behind to kill him. He wonders who's ahead, then spots creatures looming there, pointed ears cutting the air and a long nose jutting from each face. He spins, eyes darting, and freezes, baffled to realize he's suddenly surrounded. People swarm the area hunting for the main character. One of them plants himself right above the spot where Yajin hides underground and snaps. Where did he go? He's definitely nearby. Yajin snaps to attention, knowing he has to be ready. He'd only come to the forest to train with Boshuriken when a hand shot out, yanking him into a sudden, brutal attack. He kicked himself for brushing them off as rabble. He'd been careless, and they proved to be fierce opponents. The others followed the trail and confirmed by the tracks he'd passed this way. Convinced the path is blocked on 3 sides, he has no choice but to bolt west into the forest and crashes headlong into a snarling pack of goblins. Yujin spots goblins snarling ahead and adventurers closing in from behind. They're arguing if they've found him. So far they haven't, and Yujin shrugs, convinced it's not so bad. 8 of them closed in, not for profit or his money, but for his life, and Yajin, clueless why, could only feel their deadly resolve aimed straight at him. If he breaks free, they'll swarm him again, so we hit them now, while he's right on his turf. Flip it on its head, this becomes his shot, and whether there's 1 person there or 8, to survive you must bet your life on it. The main character bursts from cover. One of the seekers locks onto him, bellows he's here, and snatches an arrow. He rockets forward, vaults into the bushes and tears through them mid-flight, popping out right in front of a pack of goblins. All the goblins spin in stunned silence, their eyes locking on Yajin as he keeps sprinting away. He barrels forward, screaming, and slams his knee into the face of one of the goblins. The goblin crashes to the dirt as the main character rockets onward. Every goblin gapes at their own in stunned disbelief. The crowd barrels after the guy, shouting they need to go faster, smashes through the bushes, and freezes, mouths open, at a furious mob of goblins looming ahead with hands raised and weapons aloft. People scream there's a goblin nest, retreat. Too late, the goblins have scented them. A goblin barrels into one of the men and they're tossed straight into a fight. One of the guys planted himself with a sword in front of a goblin and roared at his partners to kill them all. The battle explodes as the people charge the goblins, seizing the lead for now, and cutting them down with swords and volleys of arrows from bows. The goblin killer scoffs, piece of cake, how many left, then spins and freezes as Yajin's silhouette looms, convincing him it's a gigantic goblin. In a heartbeat, the protagonist slammed his fist into his face, knocking him to the ground, and Jean, unfazed, shot back, "Did you think I was a goblin?" One guy lies out cold on the ground as Yajin snatches his sword, levels it at the man fighting off goblins, then swings and drives the blade straight into his leg. A man howls in pain as a goblin lifts a club to smash his head, while Yajin lunges at another goblin. The protagonist darts aside from the goblin's strike, spins, drives a brutal kick that knocks him out, realizing they are weaklings. Yajin had braced for full-blown chaos, but figured they'd mop it up fast, only 2 left, and those goblins didn't stand a chance against level 15 seekers. A scream rips through the air. Every adventurer, Yajin included, snaps their heads up and freezes as several silhouettes loom above. 3 goblins block the path, one with a gargantuan beard, the second gripping a sword and streaked with scars, the third wrapped in a robe. Everyone freezes. It's a higher goblin, flanked by a mutant, a goblin warrior, and a robed third. Who is this? The second guy finally sees him face to face, and when he throws off his robe, it looks like he's a mutant too. The goblin did it. Meiji, our hero in this moment, scrambles up a tree and realizes this perch is safe. What will happen now? A brutal clash was about to erupt as the 6 remaining adventurers faced down a snarling band of goblins. Moments later, 3 lie defeated, one's head severed from his shoulders, the other 2 lie lifeless. A towering goblin loomed, eyes locked on everything unfolding, his 2 partners standing like silent sentinels at his side. The goblin charges at the last fighters with weapons raised, and the main character perches in a tree, heart racing, thinking this is awesome. They slammed into the goblin army's vanguard with a 3-man detachment, a hobgoblin, a warrior, and a magician. There was a vanguard of 4 and a rear guard of a couple of detachments in formation. Another hidden squad crouched in the forest behind, ready to spring a surprise. Even Yajin's jaw dropped at how deliberate and organized these goblins moved, Could they really be this highly systematized? Smash the rear guard and panic will explode the instant the vanguard spins back to find no support, unleashing the magician to strike at will. He yanked it into his palm, the key to hurling a fireball, when, out of nowhere, Phrygian, the magic of this world, materialized right before his eyes. The fireball slammed home in a glorious blast, shredding even battle-hardened adventurers, and he got so hyped he nearly toppled from the branch, fingers clawing at the bark. The warrior cuts down those wreathed in flame, leaving only 5 standing on their side. The counterattack erupts now. Having reclaimed its position, the rear guard will crash over the goblins like surf sweeping away small fish. Now the adventurers can annihilate the smaller goblins without facing the hobgoblin and his party, and just as they start to believe they're winning, the goblins pivot from the rear guard, surge toward the vanguard, and unleash a brutal assault. They aimed for the backs of those grappling the hobgoblin, pounced on the rear guard in pairs and struck every man. Then, as one, they were cut down in an instant. Another one clamped onto the adventurer's leg. He reared his sword overhead to cleave it free, and in that heartbeat, a hobgoblin loomed snarling right before him. He locked onto him, then his head was severed mercilessly. One of the men screamed and charged, hellbent on avenging his partner. He slashes the goblin's back, drawing only a shallow wound, then, rooted in place, snaps around to stare down his foe. In a heartbeat, the goblin lunges and severs his enemy's hand, then he looks up and howls. He knew this cry was the front line of his war, a raw salute to the comrades, who carved a path for him with their blood and lives. The goblin's gaze flicks to the side, and suddenly it's 3 against 3 at the front. The gap gapes unforgivably wide. They launched a bold plan. Their leader would charge the hobgoblin one-on-one, baiting it while the archer and swordsman plunged into a brutal 2-on-2 against the goblin warrior and the magician. What cunning tricks will they unleash now to bait each other into the next explosive showdown? Yajin's eyes snapped to the goblin mage as he erupted into a chanting spell, thrusting his hand forward. He barked at the archer to steady himself and take the shot. The archer's clueless, and his spell crawls on forever. The archer locks onto the mage, arrow aimed to smash his skull before the spell finishes. A warrior charges, sword flashing, throwing himself between bolt and caster to protect him. Before the spell finishes, the arrow rockets from the bow, hurtling straight at the mage, and the goblin hurls a savage spell, then lunges to strike. A blow slams into the human warrior's arm as an arrow buries itself in the goblin's collarbone, leaving the human writhing in agony. The goblin finishes off the human warrior. The protagonist's heart drops as he sees the goblin move faster than a gunshot. The spell's casting window is razor-thin. He tried to delay it from the first second to distract them, but that's impossible. A battle of wits explodes as goblins outfox the adventurers, zero in on the archer, and watch his courage shatter. He fires a silent warning, "Stay back, you'll reveal my position," and in a heartbeat Yajin collapses at the archer's feet. The main character steps forward and vows he'll fight at his side. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," the archer nods, and together they lock eyes on the goblins. He planted a savage kick and sent the man rocketing straight into the goblin. He told himself he had no other choice. He charges the mage, ready to pelt him with stones if that's what it takes. He won't let a single spell go. He'd just seen the mage's physical skills were pitifully weak, and there's no squad in front to shield him. After all, he's just a goblin. The main character charges in, hammers a fist into the goblin mage's face, drops him cold, and the guy strides off. He strides up to the warrior, and the truth slams into him. This man dominates one-on-one combat, outmatching every magician, and a goblin screams the moment it sees him. The protagonist lunged and swung, but the goblin slipped out of the strike at the last heartbeat. Yajin's eyes snapped wide in shock. In the next heartbeat, he unleashed a brutal kick to the head, sending his opponent crashing to his knees, utterly exhausted. He stares at the beaten goblin, adrenaline roaring, and realizes he only survived because he'd studied every twitch before the battle. He realizes they're finished there too. The last man fell. Only one enemy stands. Yajin's chest jolts as he realizes he's the last one standing. The same healthy goblin faces him, and they lock eyes. When they first crossed paths, the hobgoblin coldly butchered the lesser goblins. Of course, he was a monster. The other one's face went hollow with a strange sorrow as the goblin saw his fallen partner, and Yajin, voice flat, admitted he was the one who killed him. He plants himself in a fighting stance, pins his opponent with a cold stare, and challenges them to settle this here and now, once and for all. The hobgoblin lunged with a brutal swing. The guide slipped aside, sensed the air tighten with the pressure shift, and ducked the follow-up strike. He must slam his strike into the enemy's chest. Only then will the man finally be forced from his spot. He spotted the goblin brandish a weapon, defended himself with it, and in a heartbeat realized his own weakness, slamming up a block. The main character slams his foot into the goblin's knee. Pain rips through him, and his knee buckles. It hits him, pulling this off shackles his mobility on that side, a necessary sacrifice. Yajin fires a savage kick right into his foot, ripping his balance out from under him. He slammed his fist into the goblin's chin, sending it skidding backward, but the creature stayed on its feet. The hobgoblin wipes his chin. Yajin registers he reacted and stayed on his feet, and the goblin suddenly lunges at the guy. He reversed the blow with his own attack, then in an instant ripped his fist straight out to the side and smashed into him. Yajin's sure he cracked a rib, but he still stands unbowed, exactly what you'd expect. A jolt of danger hits him as the hobgoblin snaps its foot into a savage kick, and he twists at the last second, barely dodging the blow. Realizing this goblin is a deadly menace, he snarls and slashes his weapon in a savage arc. He thinks he can unleash a massive diagonal swing from this stance. No, he's not doing that. The hobgoblin hurls his weapon straight at the guy, aiming dead on for his head and catching him completely off guard. The main character reels as a cold shock hits. He can't dodge anymore. He locks his gaze on his enemy and scrambles to snatch the split-second moment he needs. At last Yajin rips the weapon from the goblin's hands. The goblin gapes, stunned, arm still locked outstretched. The goblin lunged with a punch. He slipped aside, clocked it as a left uppercut, and had intentionally let it happen to study the technique, his expert fighting skills clear as day. Yajin's gut screams this strike will catapult him through the air. He's completely defenseless. The goblin slams a fist into the hero's forehead. He barely flinches, practically unscathed, and just steps back as if nothing happened. Blood pours down the guy's head. He locks eyes with his enemy and sees the enemy's wounded fist dripping blood. He swung for a one-punch finish, but to his shock, his knuckles shattered against the skull. Since the Street of Rage days, everyone knew the skull, the body's toughest armor, could stop a fist. They stand opposite each other, eyes locked, and Yejin weighs his next move. His shoulders shattered, his vision narrowing into a dark tunnel, a cut across his back, a snapped rib and a broken fist, his body a map of wounds. Will he go for the killing blow, just as the goblin lunges and hammers a fist into him? The protagonist growls, just as I expected, it's time to finish this. Yejin twists away from the first strike. The enemy roars and launches a second attack instantly. He clamps onto the goblin's massive hand, and with his free hand, slams a savage blow into his face. He slammed a fist into his chest, drove a finger into his eye, and finished with a brutal kick to the stomach. He drives a final, bone-cracking strike into the back of the goblin's skull, then freezes, every nerve suddenly locked. He stares at the goblin sprawled at his feet and knows this is a real victory, drops to his knees and admits, of all the opponents I've fought, this one was the strongest. Jane admits he was a true warrior, pouring his whole heart into a reverent salute as he pleads for him to sleep peacefully. The protagonist stalks up to the motionless man. He snaps his eyes open, locks onto a shadowed silhouette and croaks, "Is it over already?" Yajin snarls, "Yes, you should already be dead." The protagonist crouches beside him, voice a razor, "You're mortally wounded. Do you want me to end your suffering?" He gives a fleeting nod to the proposal, and Yajin explodes, demanding to know why they were hunting him. He falls silent as Aegean snarls that, even as they barrel straight at the monsters with death waiting at their heels. He insists he was there this time too. The main character presses him, and he reveals that the first night he set foot in the guild tavern he hooked up with Gaunt's. He spun silver-tongued chatter to win his trust, then used slick words to claim victory, rally allies, and secure recommendations from the squad's strongest member. From that moment on, nothing could touch him. They were already beginning to find it downright strange. But before that, right in front of the tavern, he settled the score with him in a jaw-dropping reception no one here had ever seen. They'd miscalculated. Gon carved his place single-handedly with relentless, conscientious service, and beneath forced smiles, his squad quietly began to fear him. Didn't he feel that strangeness gnawing at him? They were sure he'd one day come back to get revenge on them. He keeps calling himself an idiot. They don't use it here, but a goblin mage's eyeball, especially this one, is jet black, a freak rarity that never shows up on the market. After he sold off the equipment from those 8, he'd purposely avoided brothels until that moment. His injuries were brutal, and guilt for her gnawed at him. He figures rare monster materials fetch triple. One of them was rare even among rares. Add parts from the other goblins in Goblin's small fry, and the payout explodes. He leans in and says he's listening. She fires back. "After I pop your dislocation back in, why don't you run to the church and beg them for magical healing so you can get better?" The girl declares she'll start and treat him, and he realizes he's the fool here. His head churned with wild fantasies, yet in the real world the man kneels, begging the great gods to heal the wounded. The main character convulses, writhing in searing pain and screams, "I'm in pain." 3 days later, the main character stretches his arm and declares the magical treatment a miracle. It supercharges regeneration so the bone knits itself, but the pain still sears. All snaps back from treatment, and Yajin pins him with a hard stare. He's already into session 2. Al insists one session would have been enough, as far as he knows, but they split it into 2 to squeeze out more cash. The protagonist chokes out an apology that only they got a job and that he got injured, and swears he'll invest twice as much from now on. Yajin whirls to Al and snaps, "Can you round everyone up right now?" The whole company surges in, and Gonsi, frozen with shock, spins on the man and snaps, "What did you just say?" Yashin admitted he'd shattered the level barrier after they'd exhausted every trick, yet an injury had benched him for a month, so he was quietly crafting a new plan. He obliterated their deadliest problem. They had no black steel weapon to slay a high-level monster, and they won't get another shot like this. Al snapped, "What do we need to do?" And Yejin stepped closer, asking them to lean into him. Gunts roars, "It's the ultimate military strategy." Al sneers, "Absurd. Who expected anything else? Even they are now second-guessing whether it's really absurd." The protagonist beams, everyone's on board, and Al, after using his treatment to sharpen his thinking, asks what their goal is. Don reveals he has one target in mind. The goal set for conquest is. The fourth raid monster is the stone lizard. It sends impatience shivering through your bones, and today they will drink to it. All 4 guys hoist their booze-filled mugs, slam them together in a thunderous clash, then drain every drop in a roaring toast to their future. On the rock before Yajin loomed a massive bear, its pointed ears sharp, and the fur around its jaw hanging down like a wild beard. The man flung his hand up, fearless, and greeted him as if daring him. Rage exploded in the beast, and it lunged after the main character, a savage blur of teeth and claws. Yejin tore down the forest path, the monster right on his heels, weaving through the trees as it closed in. The bear's monstrous maw gaped, drool beating on its teeth just millimeters from the boy. The man resolved to act. At the last heartbeat, Yajin leaped back from the cliff as the unlucky hunter hurtled into it, mouth gaping. The beast launched off the cliff, flipping end over end as it plunged through the air. He watched the bear topple with a thunderous crash, guilt spiking, as he shot a silent apology at him. Below, his armed friends lay in wait, rifles leveled at the bloodied, bruised monster. Yajin dropped into their midst, convinced you don't pray to gods, you trust your comrades. Al stood at his side, shield high and weapon poised to finish off the bear. Gon swung his axe like a thunderbolt, fury in every blow, and Simon stood with his bow drawn, poised to strike. He locked the name into his head, Crazy Bear, rank 3, and spat, "Batry. Its hide, like every prize scrap, fetches a fortune when you feel that bone-crushing strength." Until now their company had evaded the beast, but once they decided to slay a 4th-rank monster, they aimed to cash in on the kill, and the bear's pelt had already been flayed and hung. 1 week after the adventurers declared the wall between levels almost breached, Yajin noticed Gansi and the boys had changed. Gansi said they'd return to the city tomorrow, and jumped straight into a new task. Al confirmed none of them were wounded, and everyone had started to warm up a bit. He kept chewing over the new limits level, clearing it wasn't just something you could mouth. This act was loaded with layers of meaning. In lower-tier groups, roughly 70–80% of adventurers slammed into the wall between levels and couldn't break through. So in Ratcliffe, the ones left behind abandoned adventuring and plunged into other trades to avoid being alone. Yajin says you must survive a gauntlet of brutal tests to be called an adventurer here. Everyone's eyes snap to anyone who hits level 20. The moment you do, you vault into 5th rank, become the chosen, the true adventurers, and watch position, fame and wealth pour into your hands. He watched as one by one, the adventurers carved themselves into legend. He remembered that since childhood he'd sworn to become the hero from the books. Born the 3rd son of a noble house and raised in comfort, he still imagined himself an adventurer, or cast out in famine to reduce the number of mouths, vengeance burning in his chest as a determined warrior, each of those heroes parading before the dreaming guy's eyes. He believed every adventurer was chained by smoldering thoughts that they'd have done more if betrayal hadn't cut them down, and as long as they clung to those memories, the wall before them would never fall. Yajin swept his gaze across his company and saw even the seemingly successful Gonka guys weren't exempt. Heavy thoughts smoldered inside them, while hope kept tossing fuel onto the blaze, cruelly fanning the flames. He watched Al steal sleep to comb every scrap of intel while Kimon, despite his free hours, pounded his body into iron. Neither could hide the wildfire raging in their hearts. Yajin knew it, Gans had changed the most. He remembered being born with raw power but robbed of schooling, so Al carried the brains, Gon had blown every coin he earned on women and booze, but when the chance to shatter the coveted 15th level wall stood before him, he became a different man. Today he branded his comrade nothing but a shadow of the past, just like the guilty Gonza. Yajin's eyes locked on the truth. Gonza's restless core, always frayed by troubles and sick with endless second-guessing, was suddenly gone. The stern man's real face was awkward, and now he wore a hard one-calm as he leaned over the defeated beast's carcass, tracing and marking the exact place of the cut. Thoughts raced through every head as the team slammed headlong into the opponents. The beast crumpled, its roar dying as defeat took hold. The final strike sealed victory over the monster, while Yajin froze, his mind clawing back to that sudden, lightning-fast moment. Gon tore through the enemy in a heartbeat, barely breaking a sweat. After that, Al asked him how he liked the blade, and he could only muster raw, awestruck admiration. The adventurers wrested a black steel weapon, and with it Gonsuf pierced the creature's shell for the first time. The main character, desperate to lift his spirits, leaned over the well and drenched himself in its biting, icy water. Someone cut him off and snapped, "Is the man leaving with the others?" Yajin's gaze snapped to the hulking old man with a jagged scar on his cheek. Recognition slammed into him, and he fired a greeting back. The karateka bowed and asked, voice steady, whether the old man feared the stand had been left unguarded. The old man shot back that he was off duty today. He leaned in, eyes blazing, and demanded to know if the protagonist had heard about what he called complete madness. The old man stared in disbelief. No one-handed sword, no short blade, not a single arrow. They were going to take down a fourth-rank monster with only a black steel axe. The boy laughed and shot back that, naturally, it made sense to buy something besides a carving knife. The old man warned that no matter how tightly they hid everything, anyone with a nose for money would sniff it out, and he urged them to keep the money-gathering period as short as possible. The old man urged them to drop the idea, but Yajin cut him off, insisting they would tear down the wall between the levels. The old man barked out a memory. He and his trusted comrades had prepared to the hilt and scraped together a tidy sum. They'd done a damn good job. Then one morning every penny they'd planned for evaporated. The caretaker demanded to know if he'd been robbed. The old man, voice-breaking, confessed it had been his own comrade, the man he'd called a close friend. He swallowed the experience like glass, every shard shredding him from the inside. Relief flooded the old man. He'd only been terrified and there was no instrument. The other man stood silent and taut. Then the old man smiled and urged him on. Idle chatter is pointless. Go there with your head held high. He flung a curt goodbye over his shoulder and strode off, vowing to wait for their victory tale while he forged a thunderous toast for the celebration. Watching him go, the karateka felt the truth burn in his chest. Every adventurer carries a story, and with iron resolve he stood and set off. He buckled on his armor and leveled his blade, every motion primed for battle. He shoved his feet into the boots. He stepped out into the open and found his armed team already waiting, guns leveled and ready. The sun blazed high overhead. The adventurers ripped free from the fortress's protection and stepped into the open. As the wall receded behind them, the travelers scanned the horizon. Then Gauntz and Al cracked grins. Kaiman and Yajin erupted in cheers, grinning ear to ear. Something glared back from the stone lizard's eyes. The adventurers huddled around the fire, soaking up its fierce warmth as it drove the night's cold and shadows away. Al reminded his comrades with iron resolve, tomorrow is the decisive battle. He roared there was no turning back and urged them to approve the plan once and for all. The boy hatched a plan. Yajin would bait the enemy to the agreed spot like always, and Yajin vowed they could count on him. Noting eyewitnesses said the stone lizard was sluggish, exactly why they'd picked it. Al said once the stone lizard hit that spot he and Kimmin would move in to pin it, warning everyone to stay razor-sharp since no one had ever made direct contact with the monster, and Kimmin sealed it with a nod. Al spun to the taut Gauntz and slammed down the stakes. Only he held the black steel two-handed axe, so only he could finish the monster. The three of them would have to figure out how to squeeze into that razor-thin moment while he melted into hiding beforehand and kept himself unseen, and the Gauntz stared, uncertain and confused. Al pressed on with a chilling, deadly seriousness. He had to stay put, even if one of them died. Gans zeroed in on Yajin, and Yajin's grim, unblinking stare confirmed the thought without a single word. He snapped his gaze to Kimmin, who stared back with equal, iron determination. Gans snapped back in agreement, his voice hard. I understand the plan. The next day, the travelers edged across a fragile sand bridge. Al skidded to a halt the instant the informant's village came into view. He tracked down the informant and jabbed a finger toward the path. A shepherd stood there, his goats regarding the protagonist with friendly curiosity as Al talked to their owner. From the slope, the team of adventurers hunkered behind jagged rocks, scanning the rolling hills with razor-sharp focus. Turns out this wasn't their first point. Al, oblivious, set off to search somewhere else, then the karateka grabbed him and stopped him. Yajin jabbed a finger at a lone peak that jutted from the range, unmistakably different from the rest. Every eye snapped toward a towering black silhouette on the horizon, the monster they needed. Al roared an order, sending everyone scrambling to ready themselves for battle. The protagonist's boots slid forward, silent as a shadow. The karateka locked onto the route, convinced it was the safe way through. He spotted Simon, hunched low and leaning over something on the ground. The boy jabbed his stick into the dirt, clawing at something buried, and Yajin, baffled, asked, "What are you doing?" Kimin explained the deodorant's effect, but the man sniffed it and fired off a volley of questions. Al strode over, praised his comrade, said the fragrant herbs would keep them from being noticed, and revealed it was made from water, earth, and the dung of a rock lizard. He leapt to help, sprinting off to snatch more fragrant herbs, then worried the droppings might bury the gaunts, only to be rudely cut off as someone barked, "Shut up." He crossed his arms over his chest and vowed he'd drag his own name through the mud this instant if it would save their cause. Gons leapt forward, demanding they smear it across his face too. The man rasped that this was the only way. If the enemy found him, it would mean the end of everything, and Yajin stayed silent, eyes locked on the man's iron resolve. After a beat, Al snapped, "Ready," and every voice roared back a yes. He snapped, "It's time to end this," and the others planted themselves, taut, battle-ready, and at full strength. The karateka dropped into a razor-still stance, pressed tight behind a pike, with the monster looming just steps away. Suddenly, something yanked my gaze. He looked at his hands, they shook with raw nerves, and for him, at the worst possible moment, that tremor ignited a dangerous situation. He inhaled deeply, unleashed a raw, savage scream, and snapped the animal's gaze straight to him. Yajin stood poised, nerves wired and senses razor-sharp, ready for the first hint of movement. He declared with iron resolve, "It's time to start." The lizard closed in, already looming at their side. Karataka clenched the stone in his hand, muscles coiled, ready to strike. The main character hoisted a stone, arm cocked like a drawn bow, poised to hurl it. The rest lurked in the shadows, coiled to pounce, ready. Alan Gonka stood like a coiled spring, every nerve humming with tension. Kaman popped his head out from behind the rock, peering around it. The boy stared, breath caught, utterly silent as he waited. His eyes snapped open and he bellowed, "They're coming." "That boot, Yajin's." He exploded from behind the rock, the beast barreling after him. The karateka bolted, sprinting away from a massive, armor-plated chameleon-like monster. The main character shot past Al in a blur. Yajin baited the monster away from his battle-ready comrades, and they ended up behind the overgrown chameleon. With the man bolting, Al and Kimin ghosted behind the enemy and locked into position. Then the karateka whipped out a dagger and baited the monster into lunging straight at him. The beast roared, muscles coiling as it readied to pounce. The main character tensed, coiling like a spring, ready to unleash a strike. Yajin pinned down their attacks. A snapping bite and a front paw slash meant to knock prey over, so he stayed razor-aware. He chose to be relentless, and if a massive kick landed, he'd slip it and keep dodging. A cold thought ripped through him. If that's the case, the others only had to attack, and sure enough, Kimin and Al lunged at the lizard. I'll snatch his sword and strike him down. The karateka aimed for the armor's thin joints, betting a hit would cripple its movement. Their strikes barely pierced the beast, so they braced for a long, grinding fight. Then Yajin's eyes snapped to Al's attack, convinced the blade had slid into the joint. Suddenly, the lizard's paws lunged into the swinging adventurer's path. The main character's jaw dropped as the joint ballooned to an insane size. Suddenly, the beast's tail whipped into view right in front of Al. He hurled Al aside. Then they turned on Simon and ambushed him. A violent impact hurled both adventurers backward. They shot toward the stones and slammed into them, each strike erupting in savage, searing pain. Yajin screamed at them, panic raw in his voice as he stood planted beside the beast. The chameleon snapped his gaze onto the karateka, who instinctively dropped into a fighting stance. He froze, eyes locked on the monster, as terror clamped around his throat. Then Kara got yanked. The rock lizard unleashed a thunderous roar and twisted into grotesque, spine-chilling new forms. The chameleon's neck shot out again and again, each stretch reaching farther than the last. The main character's eyes snapped to it, stunned into a wide, open-mouthed stare. Moments later, the enemy lunged at him too. Yajin couldn't dodge. The monster flung her enemy aside with brutal ease. Still clutching the dagger, the karateka rammed it into the stone as pain seared through him. The strike ripped the weapon from Yajin's grip. The dagger skittered and slammed into the ground with a brutal clang. A brutal strike sent him reeling. He groaned and gulped for air, every breath a battle. The karateka locked onto the danger, and he knew a split-second hesitation would have killed him. He gaped at the transformed, grotesquely elongated chameleon, and a bolt of cold certainty ripped through him. This was their enemy's true form, and the beast met his gaze with slanted eyes. Just then, Al's roar ripped out from behind as he barreled straight toward the enemy. The monster's gaze snapped to it, and without hesitation, it slammed its tail into another crushing blow. This time, the guy with an excited smile slammed a shield up, cocooning himself. He struck the monster's tail, yanking it skyward. The chameleon lunged, slamming its head at the adventurer, and its powerful skull smashed into Al. The adventurer crashed down as the stone lizard leaned in toward the fallen enemy, and from afar Yejin's heart jolted with worry for his comrade. The chameleon snapped open its cavernous maw, tiny teeth bared, as a long, gluey tongue shot out and glued itself to the man reeling from the blow. Then the main character, in a flash, yanked a strange rod out of his sleeve. He wound up and hurled it like a meteor, rocketing straight at his opponent. The stick slammed into the beast's eye. It howled in agony and flung its head back. He dropped Al and lunged at his attacker, the karateka already coiled into a lethal battle stance. Yajin lunged, thrusting his fists like battering rams straight at the chameleon's advancing face. He plunged his blade into the enemy's outstretched neck. The stone lizard shrugged off the strike, slithered around the blow, and materialized right behind the main character. The man jolted backward, beneath the chameleon's unblinking, laser-focused gaze. Yejin's mind snapped to danger. The karateka felt the enemy's face hover inches from his, the opponent's rubbery neck wrecking his timing, and he still had to keep an eye on his tail. The monster's head locked onto the karateka. The main character braced, planted his feet, and gauged whether the blow would crash in from the right or from the left. Without warning, the stone lizard slammed into the ground, kicked off and shot straight up at Yajin. The blow felt like colliding with a boulder, pain shattering through him, yet he snatched his enemy by the face and neck. The protagonist latched onto the monster from above as it craned its long neck skyward, and his allies erupted into shocked cries. Al blurted that their comrade was going straight for the eyes, and apparently there was nowhere else to strike. He froze, utterly lost. This wasn't what they expected. Tension coiled in him as he hunted for a way out. Sure, the chameleon had a weak spot. The tongue looked sliceable, but the beast wouldn't use it that way, and Kimon suddenly looked like he'd hit on an idea. Snapping out of his thoughts, he shouted, "I'm leaving everything to Isla," and sprinted at the enemy with his weapon raised. The chameleon's eye rolled, and he locked onto a boy barreling toward him, two daggers clenched in his hands. The stone lizard snapped its tail upward, a boulder-hard whip arcing straight for Kimon. He barreled into the barrier, the impact detonating into a deafening crash. Al slammed his shield up, a rock between his partner and danger, as Kimon burst from behind him, determination blazing with every stride. The monster bellowed in agony as Kimon's dagger sank deep into its rear. Yajin clutched his head like he was trying to hold his skull together as the chameleon screamed, the cry tearing through the room. Sweat soaked his skin as he froze, every nerve screaming. Had Kimon's attack landed, his strength was draining away. He tried to move, then crushed the impulse. This wasn't the moment. The karateka knew this was their only chance. He roared at his comrades to push harder, and each of them met his cry with iron determination. Al hurled himself at one of the stone lizard's legs, his hand snapping out to snatch it. Kiwon mirrored the move, snapping his other leg into motion. They slammed into their combo. Yajin planted himself on the neck, pinning the blinded monster's head, while Al and Kimon gripped its front paws. He drove the stick into the monster's eye and wrenched it. Its jaws flew open in a raw, pained roar as the beast thrashed to fling off its involuntary rider, but the karateka locked on like a vice and refused to let go. Al willed his razor talons to stay perfectly still. Kamon refused to buckle too. The monster howled in agony, drool streaming from its jaws. The karateka's eyes snapped to a rock barreling straight at him. The stone lizard lunged to fling him off and slammed into the rock. She snapped her tail up like a whip and slammed it into someone. Despite the monster's furious resistance, not a single adventurer backed down or released their hold. Chameleon smashed the rock again, Yajin slamming into it right beside him. The attack failed, power bled from the beast, and it began to heave ragged breaths. The karateka perched on top, and the monster lolled his tongue out, exhausted. The battered owl rasped that the time had come. Kimon's gaze snapped upward as he declared, "It's time." Bloodied and battered, Yajin finished the job for them and turned his glare to Gonsu. Then Gons vaulted up the rock to their right, axe clutched in hand, a stone-cold stare on his face, ready to strike. He drove the axe down in a single, decisive blow. With a weary grin, the protagonist implored him to shatter the limit standing between the levels. Then the hulking man hurled himself from the peak onto the monster with a primal scream. His eyes locked onto the enemy's neck as it suddenly flashed. Gon struck true, severing the stone lizard's head in a deafening crack. The massive two-handed axe tore through the enemy, then slammed into the earth with a thunderous, bone-rattling crash. Gon clenched him in a vice, refusing to let go as they lay frozen on the ground. The stone lizard crumbled beneath their blows. Destroying it was the only way they could survive. The chameleon rippled, its body swaying like a living leaf. The beast crumpled at the feet of the man who just landed the final strike. Gons fixed the monster with an unblinking, steel-cold stare. Yajin collapsed, utterly spent, sprawled right next to her head. Gasping for air, he snapped his head up, eyes widening in sudden shock. Sprawled on the ground, the Karataka lay stunned, disbelief roaring in their chest. They'd actually won. Perched beside the stone lizard, a bedraggled owl hunkered down, his eyes blazing with the same jaw-dropping awe. The main character choked out the words, disbelief roaring under each syllable. "This is our victory." A comrade barreled up to him and barked at him to get up. They still had to cut up the animal. Kimon sat a few paces away, completely unscathed. Gons shot his hands out and hauled the Karatka to his feet. As Kimon wrapped bandages tight around Alu's head, Yajin frantically rifled through his pockets and bag, heart pounding, when he couldn't find what he was looking for. Al barked, "What are you looking for?" And our protagonist spat that he dropped his knife in the chaos of battle and couldn't find it anywhere. Al shot back that Kemen had picked him up because he'd lost his blade. The karateka roared his admiration for the strike. This fight had been nearly hopeless, and he burned with curiosity about how the boy had somehow nailed the monster's ass. When the dagger was found, its owner recoiled. An ugly, unknown slime caked the blade. The man loomed over him, fury flaring as he stared at his desecrated knife, slick with some foul slime. Al, not paying attention, chatted with Gonsi and suggested they set up camp here. Butchering a carcass is a brutal hassle. The young man grinned and said rumor had it the stone lizard's meat was a delicacy. He volunteered to hunt one down and prove the tale true. The meat seared on the flames, tasting so divine the adventurers erupted in cheers. After wishing everyone a pleasant appetite, Yajin and his comrades ripped into the hard-earned feast. The main character spun to Al, voice tight with doubt as he asked if it was really okay to camp in the stone lizard's habitat. Gons punched his chest and roared, "Idiot, we beat the king of these places." Gaons thundered to the Karataka that these lands were theirs now. Not a single shadow of danger remained. Then the man shot to his feet, resolve blazing in his veins. He thundered that they were the new kings here, daring anyone who wasn't happy to step out and face them. Al and Yajin locked eyes, silence snapping between them the instant the call came. Right then Simmons, much to the protagonist's shock, sprang to his feet and bellowed with Gons, backing Gons' cries that they were kings. Karachika gaped in disbelief as Al burst into their ranks, sword lifted high. Eugene sat there, jaw dropped and mouth gaping. He exploded into his comrade's jubilant shout. In that instant, he was certain they were untouchable. The adventurers hoisted their weapons skyward and unleashed a thunderous roar of victory. The sun blazed overhead, flooding everything with fierce, golden light. The next day, the adventurers strode home like conquerors, heads held high in victory, ringing in every step. They strode forward, regal and deliberate, each slow step a coronation as if they were truly kings. The residents parted, opening a clear path as they strode proudly down the brick pavement. Everyone froze, jaws dropping, as they stared at their catch piled in the cart. Young and old alike roared with approval and showered them with congratulations. The ladies shot different glances their way. Red-faced Yajin stammered, "Is that bad? We're only putting on airs and pretending to be heroes," while Al simply kept walking, a slow smile tugging at his lips. His gaze snapped to it, a comrade barked, "Did Al slip a post horse out right under our noses?" The girls leaned out of the window and hurled huge baskets overflowing with petals, burying the heroes in a blizzard of flowers. Wide-eyed and stunned, the adventurers staggered away as cheers and congratulations crashed over them. Petals rained down around them as Al laughed, insisting he hadn't arranged this warm welcome. The residents were offering it straight from the bottom of their hearts. The Kordeka branded one thought into memory, this city. When he finished, a surge of life hit him, and he dared to believe he was alive here. He threw his arms around his comrades, beer glass clinking, joy flooding him to be with his irreplaceable partners. The bar thundered with life as revelers surged and raised tankards, roaring for the adventurer's victory. Gauntz yanked Al into a tight hug, grinning wildly as he slammed back a swig of alcohol. The scarred old man plunged into the revelry, emotion ripping through him until tears streamed, and Yajin, already quite drunk, watched him with a slow, satisfied smile. A vision of a woman with long black hair tore through his thoughts. Suddenly the girls with short, light hair burst onto the scene. A shy smile bloomed on their face as they lifted a hesitant wave toward him. A comrade shouted his name, but the main character was already out cold. Irritated that the karateka had nodded off with the night just starting, the comrade grinned at Yajin's satisfied, smug expression and guessed he was dreaming of some woman. The main character grinned like he'd won the world, drool sliding from his lip and pooling on the table. Buried in sleep's haze, he convinced himself this exact life was his creed. Dawn exploded over the village, flooding it with bright morning light. Yajin groaned awake, blinking into the cozy room as a vicious hangover hammered through his skull. He yawned and stretched, pushing himself until his head began to throb from yesterday's celebration. He burst outside to stretch his legs and gulp fresh air, daring to call the city his home, a belief that would be shattered soon. The karateka whipped his fist and slammed a punch into the empty air. Chest heaving, the man ripped through his usual punches. Then every karateka unleashes the signature, razor-fast high kick, his legs snapping skyward. Yajin relentlessly drilled the exercises, sweat streaming down his face. He gasped for air, and with every move the hangover's grip slackened. Reality slammed into him. He'd overindulged yesterday. After a brutal warm-up, he charged into the tavern. A steaming bowl of soup slid to him, and karateka thanked him for the food he'd brought. Yajin froze at the people strewn across the floor from last night's celebration. The hostesses snapped that they were interfering with her work, and the celebration was already over, but none woke. The woman fired off her complaints, leaving the protagonist squirming. The reservation ran only until sunrise, and it was already noon. Right then, a friend plopped down beside him, grinning at the looming mountains of bodies around them. It was Al. Grinning, he said it gave people hope, then turned to the girl and ordered soup for her. The hostess's tone softened, and she answered with surprising warmth. A malicious grin curled on the karataken's lips when they saw the adventurer rise at the crack of dawn. Al clutched his head, groaned that he'd probably overdone it as his stomach churned, and guessed the others would be waking up any second. Gansei burst down the stairs. Yajin waved and called out a greeting. Behind him, to the main character's shock, Kimin strode up, his hair jutting into wild spikes. The boy plopped down at the table with his comrades. Gauntz jabbed a finger and barked, "What's on your head?" while Al exploded with laughter at his new hairstyle. The main character barked a laugh, too, as someone groaned about a headache once more. The laughter snapped shut, leaving a slow, sly smile. The man's face split into a wild grin as joy surged through him. The karateka snapped to attention the instant. A thunderous crowd erupted in the street. The door swung open, groaning a harsh, rattling creak. They flooded the scene with guards, each immaculate in full uniform. They snapped into formation along the pavement. The guards slammed to a halt before a hulking man wrapped in a fur cloak. A belt cinched tight at his waist, its lavish buckle gleaming, and among other things a proud mustache curled above his lip. His immaculate attire and insolent smirk shouted his high status the instant he appeared. He snapped his gaze to the side. A scary man barreled up to him, burning with excitement, his missing teeth flashing, his snub pig nose and plain clothes proving he wasn't rich, and he flooded the aristocrat with obsequious apologies. The bloated rich man demanded where the trophy was, and the peasant jabbed a trembling finger toward the pub where the adventurers were. The noblemen glared toward that spot, and the peasants hissed there were 4 of them. Yajin listened and let his head drop, gloom swallowing him. He whipped his head to Al, sitting across from him, and found Al's eyes already burning with the same hard knowledge. Beads of sweat streaked down his face as he realized they'd, only with brutal effort, forced the nobility to pay attention to them. They gave a trembling chorus of agreement, anxiety knotting their throats. A surge of electric excitement slammed into the protagonist the instant the aristocrat appeared. As the rich man barked at the guard, checking if his entourage was ready, karateka burned with the bitter truth that across eras the church and ruling elite hoarded knowledge, wealth, and magic to keep the common people shackled, and he dared to hope the city's most dangerous man was already hunting them. Yajin's mind churned with dread. Was the nobleman after money and black steel weapons, and even if so, was it too early to move? When his inner monologue fell silent, he snapped a decision. He had to focus on escaping from this place. He whirled to his company and snarled that a 10-man squad was closing in to surround them. 4 of them wouldn't be able to get out of here. Al clamped his eyes shut, every muscle taut, and begged his comrade to wait a little longer. The karateka barked a decisive command to jolt Al into action, warning him bluntly he couldn't escape from here on his own. Silence spread as the others gaped. Yajin hatched a brutal plan. He'd beat the nobles senseless and act as living bait, carving a narrow window for his comrades to bolt free. After that, he swore with grim resolve that the live bait role belongs to him. In the detachment, he alone shoulders that duty. He pressed on, declaring they'd clung to their pride from the moment they took him in up until now. Al warned, his voice stone cold. If anyone laid hands on the noblemen, they'd be persecuted for the rest of their lives. The karateka barked a hard warning. Brace yourselves, this is coming. Al shot back a sharp hiss, doubt coiling in his tone. He snapped himself together, voice steady as steel, and declared he'd leave the rest to the main character. Yajin snapped a nod, a faint, sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, something yanked the man's attention. Karataka's gaze snapped to a massive fist thrust toward him. It loomed as guns, scowling like cold, angry faces. The little fist shot out, mirroring the man's motion. Kimin loomed into view, his face a cold, impassive mask. The 3 comrades thrust their fists out and vowed they'd meet again soon. Yajin watched, grinning. He thrust his fist toward his comrades. Just then a guard who'd burst in barked at them. The 2 grim guards closed in and demanded a talk with them. The main character's eyes snapped to a pudgy, moneyed man tailing them like a shadow. Cornered, Yajin stayed razor-sharp, vaulted onto a guard, and sprinted across the guard's shoulders. The aristocrat gaped, genuine surprise flickering across his face as his eyes shot wide open. Before the guards could even react, the protagonist seized the moment and unleashed a savage swing. He slammed a brutal punch into the rich man's face. The aristocrat crashed onto the stone floor with a thunderous bang, blood spurting from his nose. Palmer's brow creased with concern. Meanwhile, Al yanked Gons back from the charge, snuffing his fury and hammering their plan into him. The nobleman's defenders, spotting them, erupted into hoarse shouts and curses. The main character locked eyes with the gods, electricity crackling between them. Then the big guy charged. He barreled into the brick wall with all his might and tore right through it. The karateka tightened his jaw and unleashed a torrent of silent will, driving his comrades onward. He steeled himself and bolted away. The guards lunged, hands snatching at the fleeing man. Suddenly, Yajin's gaze locked onto someone. An old man he knew pleaded with him not to say goodbye to life, and the main character gave an awkward nod. At that moment, the guards surged forward, blades raised, closing in to encircle the building. From the very place they were leaving, a karateka hurled himself through the window, smashing the glass to pieces as he leapt outside. From the window, the defenders threw accusing glances, chattering and clamoring for a rescue party, convinced he'd slain the count's illegitimate child. Yajin bolted as the guards spat curses and branded him a worthless adventurer, then plunged into the peacefully walking crowd. Frantic, the protagonist bolted from 3 of the noblemen's defenders, who bellowed that he would never escape. He zeroed in on his opponent's earlier claim that the count's illegitimate child had been murdered, stunned that his past crimes were already hanging in the air. The adventurer sprinted up to a crowd of peaceful townsfolk, minding their own business. Then a bolt of inspiration hit him, and he yanked the wallets not open in a heartbeat. Then he hurled it skyward. Coins burst from him, scattering in every direction as the crowd gaped in astonishment. He roared it was a free giveaway, gold coins, no less, and realized he'd have to lie. The money grabbers wasted no time. People toppled onto the pavement, clawing for coins and clogging the guard's path, and the defenders bristled with fury. Yajin tore forward, heart hammering, and slammed into the sewer's gaping mouth. He skidded to a stop at the wall, yanked his hood up and trailed his fingers over its cold, cracked surface. Behind him, a sagging, dilapidated shack leaned in, exposing just how beaten down this place was. He skated his fingers over the brick and the memory hit. The outer wall cutting through the slums had been stripped bare and left to crumble after thieves stole its building materials. The karateka prowled the area, memory burning. He knew the mark had been hidden somewhere around here. A sharp crack ripped across the thin water channel. Yajin zeroed in on a weak spot in the wall. Stones thundered down, punching a ragged hole, and the man leaned in, peering through the gap. He shoved the remaining bricks aside. When it was finished, the main character strode through the newly opened passage. Karataka spun, stole one last look over his shoulder, then thanked Rockcliffe and bid a fierce, aching farewell to the place that had become his home. Yajin dared to believe he could stay, but he was forced to turn his back on the promised city as the traveler strode resolutely across the jagged, unforgiving rocks. He scaled the rock and spun to stare back. He dove behind one of the boulders. Peering out from behind the boulder, the protagonist's eyes locked onto something that demanded his attention. A nasty sight slammed into the karateka. Guards swarmed from the gates, one man even walking a dog, probably hunting him. He tallied their numbers at a glance. If the nobleman had stepped in, he'd likely already become the city's enemy. He sized up the hostile crowd, tension coiling in his gut, and decided to melt into a secure hideout until the chaos died down. There was no other option. He bolted into the night, swearing he wouldn't let them lay a hand on him until he found a quiet haven to call his own. The aristocrat with his nose wrapped in bandages lay on the floor, rage boiling under his skin, his wound forcing a hoarse whisper as he kept repeating, "I'll kill the intruder." The waitress jabbed a finger at the doorway and told the old man their exit was downright bizarre. They both stared at the gaping hole torn in the tavern. The old man seized they'd blasted through his wall when someone called for the girl. Her brother barreled in, eyes wild, thrusting the keys to Al's chest into his hands and shouting that Al had trusted him with them. The girl and the old man hung on his every word. Al had somehow revealed that the money from selling the stone lizard was stashed there. He smirked, sure he'd mapped out every contingency. Conviction surged through the old man. He knew these guys would be fine. He declared they'd carved out their own path. Yajin pressed on across the jagged rocks by day. The main character prowled the streets at night too. He spun and the monster's eyes flared like living coals out of the darkness. The karateka plunged from the mountain peaks, then surged back up their slopes. Yajin barreled forward, refusing to halt. Dust caked, the protagonist clawed upward, refusing to yield. He pressed on and on. Not even the towering stepgrass could stop him. The karateka locked its gaze on the path ahead, resolve blazing in its eyes. He skidded to a halt as something tore open right before his eyes. A vast pitch-black forest loomed before him, and the man charged straight toward it. He faced a wall of impenetrable foliage. The forest came alive, trunks bowed and leaves rippled like the slow breath of a giant. Then the adventurer ripped off his hood. A grin split his face as he roared, "This is my new home." A ghost from Yajin's past slammed into his vision. The short-haired girl from his dreams smiled at him, and Yajin tore his eyes away. The karateka charged down toward the forest, dove under the canopy, and exploded into a sprint as trees whipped past his sides. The wind howled over the forest and skidded across the rock. The sun blazed over the trees, and a hulking beast tore through the sky above it. Monsters aren't the only predators stalking the dense forests. The second global arc of karate survival in another world ignites. The boar lay sprawled, tongue lolling, felled by the man's strike. Roughly 4 more animals lay beside him. The hunter loomed over them, exhaling a long, grateful breath. He hadn't scored a haul this rich in years. One of them whooped with relief at pushing deeper into the forest, but the other, small mustache and slightly longer hair, scoffed that low-level adventurers prowling the forest's edge had left them empty-handed, then praised the long-faced, short-cropped man as an ace hunter for finding this spot, and the long-faced hunter puffed up, boasting that nobody knew these woods better than him. The hunter with the split lip barked, "What are we going to do with the meat? It'll spoil." The massive bald man smirked, "One hides enough, skins are skyrocketing in value. Meat's a waste, eat what you can and leave the rest." In an instant, one hunter's eyes locked onto something and his partner snapped. What happened? A long-faced man crouched, eyes inches from the ground, and spotted marks where something had been dragged. Then they stumbled onto another clue, scattered leaves and jagged splinters of wood. A hush fell as people stared, tense and wary, convinced these were the shattered remains of a destroyed home. The veteran hunter snatched up a splintered plank, inspected it sharp-eyed, read the drag marks as signs of hauled loads, pegged the tracks at about a week old, maybe only days, and knew someone had definitely lived here. His eyes snagged on hoofprints. Another hunter swore giant boars had ripped the resident's home apart, and he gritted his teeth as he dragged the ruined materials away. A man with an elongated face dipped his nose to the leaf and inhaled sharply, while a mustached man watched, intrigued, and asked what he was doing. He shoved the leaf into his palm, and the man lifted it to his nose and inhaled, too. He flinched back, gagging at the stench, as the seasoned hunter declared it an insecticide and explained, "Hollow a chunk of wood rich in insecticidal ingredients, pack in water and chopped wood pieces, leave it to steep for a day until the ingredients dissolve into the water, and it's ready." The seasoned hunter leaned in and declared it only needed a quick spray to work. The mustached man recoiled. He'd never heard of that method, and was sure the smell would make him gag. The long-faced man shrugged and admitted he rarely had to use that trick even though he knew it. "No matter how you look at it, it's the easiest way to kill the smell," he said, and the hunter's jaw tightened as he raced to figure out why he'd do such a thing. Everyone's eyes locked on the undeniable signs someone had been here. The seasoned hunter barked that a dozen explanations could fit, but the other man shrugged. He saw nothing to alarm him. He scanned the scene: no ashes, no hearths, animals everywhere, but nobody ate meat, and the contradiction hit him like a cold alarm. The mustached man fixed them with a razor-clear stare and growled, "This isn't a coincidence." The man leaned forward and demanded, "Have you heard about the huge incident at Rock Cliff?" The other shot back, "You mean Count Varma?" The veteran hunter slammed his palm down and said the criminal who'd harmed the count fought off his pursuers and slipped into these woods, sparking a massive manhunt, all about a week ago. A hunch slammed into the mustached man. This could be the exact trick the criminal used to slip past prosecution. The seasoned hunter snapped, "Are you serious?" Then the man with the split lip exploded, snarling that the culprit, Rock Cliff, had been executed in front of everyone. The bald man snarled that whispers claimed the higher-ups had cooked up a culprit to save face, and that they were still secretly hunting him themselves. After hashing it out, the team locked onto one plan: catch this guy and they'd score a massive reward. Greed gnawed at them. They slipped through the bushes and closed in on the reservoir. The adventurers surged after the seasoned hunter, hearts racing and eyes glued to his every move. He snapped that anyone carving out a new base chases water first, so the criminals almost certainly sticking to the river. Convinced he'd dodged the downstream area, the man surged upstream. The experienced hunter charged forward, rattling off every sign: tracks on the ground, trampled fallen leaves, broken branches and bark torn from trees, crushed grass and flowers, a displaced stone, a latrine, game traps, the tracks people always leave, and swore he'd pursue the guy to hell itself. He peered from the bank, saw the current ripping past, and the river squeezing too tight for the culprit to hide in, yet it was an ideal watering hole. Suddenly luck struck. The adventurer's eyes locked onto his tracks pressed into the earth. Amazement seized the seasoned hunter, then a triumphant grin spread as they realized they were already close, and the criminal had just slipped through here. The group crept forward, eyes slicing through the gloom as they combed every corner for threats. Finding no trace, the long-faced man scanned the shadows, heart racing. Where had he vanished? At that exact moment his comrade's voice rang out. Peering from behind a tree, the split-lipped man assumed he'd found him. Far off at the forest's heart, a thin wisp of smoke spiraled up from behind the trees. The adventurer barreled in, spitting curses. They tore through the camp and came up empty. It appeared the culprit had vanished. The seasoned hunter stared at the crude kiln and snapped that the criminal was trying to make charcoal. His comrade, seeing how much more careful he'd become, grinned and said that would only make him easier to track. The long-faced man insisted it wasn't stupid. Charcoal only needs one burn, and once it's made you get a high-quality, low-smoke fuel. The culprit decided the payoff justified the risk. As the sun sank behind the horizon, one man declared their sudden arrival had blindsided the criminal. The second warned them not to plunge deeper into the forest because they were stronger together. Then he barked, "What's next?" And the first urged them to make camp here and promised a plan at sunrise. They ignited a makeshift fire to cook their food, then split into shifts, swapping places every 3 hours. Huddled by the fire, the adventurers vowed to restart the hunt at dawn, their one shot at striking it rich, and they swore they'd catch him. Right then, someone in the thicket tracked their every move. The stranger fixed a long, unreadable stare on the adventurers, then slipped into the trees and vanished without anyone noticing. Right then, one of the hunters shot upright, intent on slipping away. The seasoned hunter demanded where he was going. The bald man spat that he was headed for the toilet, and the hunter slammed a warning, "Don't let your guard down." He brandished the weapon, eyes blazing, and snarled that if the culprit was at the river, he'd kill him and take half the share. The long-faced man split into a grin and gave a sharp nod. He agreed. He jabbed a finger at his neighbor and snapped, "What's the matter? Have you already dozed off? Or is something wrong with the mud boar meat?" Poising the meat on the tip of his knife, the mustachioed man locked eyes with him, sorrow plain on his face as he said he wanted his daughter to eat, and the battle-hardened hunter smiled and vowed he'd feed her when they returned. He pictured his daughter's joy so vividly his chest burned with hope. Above the speakers, a third adventurer stood watch on the cliff. He stared down the horizon, tension coiling in his veins. He swung to those who remained and asked if their comrade had been gone too long. Tension snapped through them as the news landed. They hurled their voices into the forest, frantic for any sign of Klaus, and the trees swallowed them, only silence answered. A stone rocketed into the tree, the crash snapping him into a whip-fast turn. Suddenly a scream ripped through the air, shocking him. He whirled and found his comrade wounded. Blood gushed from his nose and a fresh wound ripped open on his arm as the others swarmed. voices tight with panic asking, "Are you okay?" The man with the split lip barked out what happened, and the instant they spun, someone exploded from the bushes with a dagger flashing in his hand. The second swore he'd seen his shadow slip through the bushes. Akaya, the victim, hatched an idea. He choked out the single syllable "go," fear cracking his voice. His comrade asked him again. He spat "goblin," in a panic stunning his comrades. Hunters scoffed that big goblins don't exist, while another insisted it could be a new species. Right then the stranger, wrongly branded a goblin, bolted away at full speed. Gasping, the bearded man plunged deeper into the forest, dread of pursuit hot on his heels, as the adventurer's urgent shouts chased him from behind. The full moon surged overhead, shredding the night's darkness into ribbons of silver. A flash of light slammed onto the fleeing figure and revealed Eugene, bewilderment ripping through him at being mistaken for a goblin. He balled his fists and lunged into the fray, swinging at the hunters with feral, blazing fury. He gripped his sword, blade leveled, every ounce of him screaming with exhaustion. He clawed at the air, fighting to steal a single breath. Yajin's face hardened into a grim, unyielding stare. A sly smirk flashed across the main character's face as he locked eyes with his opponent. The hunter stammered, hesitancy choking his voice and bewilderment blazing in his eyes as he asked how everything had turned out this way. 2 hours ago, the man strode on, seething and bewildered that anyone would mistake him for a goblin. The karateka surged onward, pushing himself farther with every pounding stride. He glanced back, silently begging the hunters not to have followed him, then snapped into action, plan B now, time was running out. The mustachioed hunter barked, "You lot okay?" They faltered and managed a shaky yes. He, the only one unhurt, snapped they'd have to wait till dawn and volunteered to stand watch while they rested. As the man with the split lip sputtered apologies, the sweat-soaked veteran hunter shoved something into Lloyd's hand, eyes fixed on it. It proved the criminal had hurled an object at him, smashed Vaughn's nose with a fist, and slashed him with a knife, so the adventurer couldn't stop himself from scolding him. He snatched the long object and realized with a jolt it was a spear made of hewn wood, and the long-faced man warned him to be careful. The tip was smeared with poison, weak but still dangerous. The wounded rested by the tree, while Lloyd kept a fierce vigil, a lone guardian shielding their fragile peace. The coerced guard stared straight ahead. He clenched the sword with white-knuckled force, muscles coiled and the blade primed to strike. He loosened his shoulders, dropped his gaze, and dove into thought. The bushes erupted with a rustle as something rocketed out and soared into the air. Terror gripped Lloyd. His weapon's tip snagged something strange. The terrified adventurer gaped at his catch and screamed a warning to his comrades. The hunters fought to calm down when they realized it was entrails. Then something else hurtled out of the bushes straight at them, and Lloyd cleaved the meat with savage fury. Just then, another shard hurtled out of the bushes. A curse ripped from the adventurer's throat as he sliced it too. Without warning, chunks tore free from the criminal and blasted outward. He didn't know why he was doing it and had no time to cut them off. Everyone sprang up in shock. Vuon recoiled, terrified it might be Klaus's intestines, yet he kept insisting it was a goblin, while in the bushes a far more formidable foe waited, Yajin. Gurgling and hissing, he thrust his hands into the liquid. He slathered the mixture onto his head and rubbed it in with fierce determination. Soon it engulfed the adventurer, coating them from head to toe. He seared a final checklist into his mind, let the mud dry and smear herbs into his skin to mask his scent from trackers. Convinced he'd done the job, he declared the only thing left was to wait. Caked head to toe in mud, the karateka sat motionless, every muscle coiled as he waited. In that moment he convinced himself he didn't know them, but he was primed to kill anyone who came for him, and with them he'd stop at nothing. Then the main character's heart slammed against their ribs, an urgent need to act tore through them. Memory slammed into him, a roaring fire with a battered pot hissing above the flames. The adventurer snatched his valuables and bolted into the forest. No time to grab everything he needed. He craved a meal from an iron pot, knowing it beat any microwave, and the delicious-smelling stewed boar flashed through his memory. The memory of that mouth-watering dish slammed into Yajin. He craved it instantly. A determined grin split his face as he vowed he'd win for a pot like that. Fear kept the adventurers on their feet, weapons poised. When the seasoned hunter's eyes went hollow, Klaus was dead, and Lloyd's nod sealed the grim truth. Vaughn practically vibrated with excitement as he leaned in and asked if they were really sure they didn't want to run away, then, like a reckless afterthought, blurted that they could wash the blood in the river and trailed off. The long-faced man shot back, voice low and deadly serious. They were plastered in guts, there was no way they could leave. Lloyd snapped, "What'll you do if they ambush us during the retreat?" The man, sure he wasn't alone, planted his feet and vowed they'd make their stand at this tree. A sharp sound ripped through the silence, yanking the hunter's gaze and jolting the karateka crouched in the bushes. A grin split his face. Finally, the ones he'd been waiting for. The reek of guts had baited them in, and from the shadows a toothy muzzle slid out, growling. Giant, dog-like beasts burst from the darkness, outnumbering the humans and charging with savage confidence. The adventurers split, hemming the tree on three sides with weapons raised to defend their lives, while Yajin watched them from the bushes. The monster unleashed a thunderous roar and barreled forward to strike. On cue, the protagonist burst from the shadows. He slid up behind a man fighting off the beasts, something clenched tight in his hand. When the dust finally settled, only two silhouettes still stood. Surrounded by a field of fallen monsters, he stood unnervingly calm, and opposite him Lloyd, the lone survivor, leveled a sword at him, blade quivering with raw tension. Vuan Lei went stone still, not a single twitch. The seasoned hunter also went stone still, mouth hanging open, frozen forever. Lloyd grinned at how the karateka had ghosted in and taken out every one of them, and Yajin shot back he'd done this before, and despite their sudden arrival, had managed to prepare. He glared at the enemy, now only, flashed through his mind, then he snapped it shut and never finished it. The hunter winced, admitting he'd torn the ligaments in his knee. He couldn't fight with a leg like that. Blood gushed from his leg as he rasped his surrender, begging the protagonist to take everything he had. Then the man cut him off and barked for him to shut up. Lloyd practically squealed, exclaiming that she'd miss him. He dropped the bomb on the karateka. He had a daughter, and Yajin froze, eyes wide with shock. Tears blurred his vision as Lloyd choked out, "I can't die here." Excitement tangling his tongue, the adventurer stammered his name and shot out, "What's your name?" while the protagonist chewed over the ugly twist, trying to decide if he'd said it on purpose. Lloyd pressed on, guessing Yajin had grown desperate for company after years alone. The words halted the man mid-step. He questioned himself, realizing he'd gone too long without people, and Lloyd's voice stirred something alive inside him. His hands snapped shut into a fist, but the urge to kill the hunter drained away as shame flooded him. He wasn't prepared for any of this. Lloyd dropped to his knees begging for mercy while Jean's mind wrestled with itself. He wanted to spit on the notion, sure he'd made it up, but the thought that, if he really had a daughter, the protagonist would drag her into hellish torment stopped him cold. The karateka pinned his enemy with a deadly glare and demanded, "How's the hunt for me going?" Lloyd snapped that there was nothing to fear. The man who'd harmed Sir Varm had been caught and put to death in public, a revelation that stunned the fugitive, and the hunter pressed on that the lords were locked in a power fight in the capital, so this sudden scandal had to be stamped out fast. The man added that servants prowled the halls, and the aristocrat had been branded a criminal and flung into a dungeon. Pamragnev and Yajin mentally registered they'd apparently chosen decoys, and Pamragnev's chest tightened with pity for those who'd suffered because of him. Against the odds, the news hit like a lifeline. They'd stopped scouring the cities for him. Relief crashed through him. The year he'd planned to survive in the forest could be cut down to 2 or 3 months, and Lloyd, pleading to soften the man's heart, warned that with legs like those he'd most likely die out there the instant they came apart. Yajin let out a heavy, rattling sigh, but his stare stayed ice-cold, unmoved by hunters or treaties. He extended the dagger like an executioner's decree. The hunter bowed his head and accepted his fate without a word. A pitiful smile ghosted across his face as his final words, "I'm sorry, Farah," slipped into the air. Lloyd refused to back down. He sprang back, coiling to strike, and the protagonist dropped into a battle stance. The hunter crashed to the ground, utterly beaten. Akritika loomed over him, the moonlight carving her silhouette. He locked onto him and kept whispering, "Farah," the name of his daughter. A cold jolt slammed into the karateka. His opponent was probably telling the truth. Yajin grasped that to survive in this world he'd have to adapt himself. Pity clawed at his chest as he stepped away from the defeated Lloyd. At dawn, Yajin launched into a fierce warm-up, charging up a steep slope buried in the heart of the forest. This time he sparred with a dagger. 3.5 months later, the main character had transformed, hardened, sharper, and pulsing with a newfound strength you couldn't ignore. He exhaled, relief roaring in his chest. He'd finally forged his own fighting style. As he clashed with Al and the others, doubt gnawed at him. Should he plunge into weapon-focused techniques? Karateka saw it differently. He'd been wrong then. He remembered karate ruled his life, and he feverishly wove every new combat technique he discovered into it. Yajin vowed to master the knife. He knew the more his enemies feared blades, the easier his bare-handed strikes would land. He treated hand-to-hand combat as his foundation and trained relentlessly. He paused, then christened it the Nizaki style, grinning as he declared that from now on sword fighting would answer to that name. He froze as an animal loomed up ahead. The llama-like ungulate locked him in a dead-silent stare, leaving Yajin baffled. As evening closed in, the main character struck sparks, fed a hungry fire, and simmered a meal in the battered pot he'd gotten from the hunters. Karatika stared at the dishes, gratitude swelling in his chest. They'd been his lifeline these past months, and finally his appetite returned. Someone barreled up to him, beaming, overjoyed to see the man doing well. Yajin's eyes shot to the man, surprise exploding across his face. Crippled veteran hunter lurched forward, his coal-black, terrifying eyes locking onto the protagonist as he jabbed a gnarled finger and snarled that the pot was his. The world blurred into what felt like a hallucination, and the karateka screamed. Terror ripped through the man. Plummeting, Yajin scrambled to flee the chasing ghosts, then crushed them with a single, brutal strike of his hand. The protagonist bolted, driving his escape forward with frantic, relentless strides. Shock ripped through him as he caught sight of a girl, bending over the man sprawled on the ground. She unleashed a spine-crawling giggle. The karateka froze as the picture hit him like a punch, stealing his breath. She snapped why. She demanded to know why he did this to his dad, and the defeated Lloyd snapped his head up, fixing his enemy with a chilling, inhuman stare. Yajin spun to Farah, sorrow cracking his voice as he confessed he had no choice. The law said only the strongest survives. Her head ballooned, swelling to monstrous, jaw-dropping proportions. She tore herself away from the body, laying the protagonist's life bare. She tore after the fleeing karateka, snarling that Yajin meant to seize her dad's things. Farah's scream chased him down the street, hurling murderer at his retreat as he snapped back a furious denial. She morphed into a black hole of rage and spat that people like him had no soul. Whispering no, the karateka shot his hand forward. Yajin jolted awake, tears clinging to his lashes as he realized he was back in the exact same spot. A leaden stare settled on him, and he hauled himself to his feet. He rubbed his eyes and shot awake in his shelter. Dawn exploded over the mountain, golden rays slicing through the foliage. Under the scorching sun, he pressed onward, his pack biting into his shoulders. He snapped the map open. When it ripped open, the karateka spat out drops of blood. The memory of today's dream slammed into him, and with a sinking heart, he had to admit Farah from the nightmare might be right. He'd been using their items like they meant nothing. Yajin barreled through the forest's tangled thicket. The main character charged toward the mountain. He pushed onward, a sudden burning certainty flaring. It was time to go. In that heartbeat, his eyes snapped to a towering tree, stabbing into the distant sky. Clinging to it, the karateka squinted, fighting to piece together what was happening. Yajin slammed the thought shut and barked, time to return. This mountain marks the western end of the range. The trees thinned, he caught sight of the forest's edge, and a cold jolt told him he'd crossed the border. As he approached the path, delight exploded in the karateka. At last, for the first time in this other world, he planted his boots on foreign soil. The man strode down the road, and suddenly came upon a cart that groaned and creaked like an old beast. The rider sized up the traveler with icy indifference, sure he was the first from the Asura kingdom. Without stopping, he coaxed himself into calm. Everything would be fine. No use being paranoid after hiding so long. Everyone had probably forgotten. Then he stopped cold. Yajin's jaw dropped when he spotted someone's wallet lying smack in the middle of the road. Someone dropped it, there it lies, forgotten on the ground. He shook his head from side to side, scanning for who it could be. Then he zeroed in on that guy and knew it had to be him. The road spilled into a small village. A spider clung to its web, watching a stranger's side drift past with icy, unblinking indifference. A spider had strung its web across the wooden fence. A patrolling guard, spear at the ready, grumbled he was bored and sure no one would come today. The spider and the yawning defender made it plain this place rarely saw visitors. A frantic shout tore through the air, summoning the guard. A villager tossed out the idea that he should grab a drink when he finished, and unbelievably, the soldier nodded and agreed. A grin split his face, and he flipped his decision in a heartbeat, as if a butterfly had already been snagged in the spider's web. The guard spotted two travelers closing in, and the cloaked one urged his companion to stick to inns if he refused to pitch camp. Yajin thanked his fellow traveler for the story, and in his mind the protagonist's joy surged. After so long, he'd finally sink into a real bed and sleep. The old man thrust a certain amount forward, a smile tugging at his lips. The karateka shot his arms skyward in a triumphant whoop, announcing she wasn't the one for him. Leaving the armory, Yajin snarled inside and branded the salesman a wily old fox. Someone shouted his name, stunned he'd failed to sell the weapon. The gatekeeper flashed a broad grin as he greeted the man. Koratika's stomach twisted with regret when the deal collapsed, and the guard sighed, snapping that the old man was just cashing in on there being no other shops nearby. Yajin flashed a grin and vowed he'd sell the weapons in the City of Death, then asked where the nearest inn was. The tired guard gave a weary nod, pointed the way, and said it was just around the corner. The hotel turned out to be a squat 2-story brick house, its roof claimed by a restless flock of crows. The main character cracked the door open with a long creak, gaped inside in surprise, and a polite voice greeted him. A sweet old lady beamed at him as she stepped into view. The karateka asked to stay for just one night. The hostess announced the price, 1 silver coin for dinner and breakfast, and Yajin's jaw tightened as his mind registered just how large that sum was. Refusing to spend the night on the street, he snatched a coin from his heavy wallet and thrust it into the woman's hand. A predator's hunger lit the old woman's eyes as she locked onto the coin-jingling purse. As the traveler scrawled his name at the counter, the hostess said his room was the last door down the hall and asked if she should prepare dinner. He said yes, but a cold knot of unease tightened in his chest. Yi Jin bristled. The woman's expression set his teeth on edge. He collapsed onto the bed's side, and a cold certainty slammed into him. Something was terribly wrong. He remembered the instant he crossed the threshold, the metallic sting of blood slamming into his nose. Dark blood splattered and smeared across everything, streaking thickest along the top beam. He tore into the latch's mechanism and realized it was deliberately built to be opened from the outside. Kurotka's blood ran cold as he realized the doors and walls were so thick they couldn't hold the screams back. Yajin swept her gaze across the room, silently tallying how many adventurers she'd snuffed out. Excitement surged as he kept thinking the hostess's expression and gaze were a bandit's, hungry and poised to snatch its prey, and he instantly knew what this place was. The karateka's jaw snapped shut. He realized at once this place was a bandit tavern. The man's pulse hammered as doubt clawed at him. Should he run away? He shot the idea down. The village sat ringed by walls that would box him in. Yajin sprinted to dinner, heart hammering. He couldn't let them start to suspect anything. He burst from the room and nearly collided with a cloaked man collapsed on the floor. He froze, convinced it was a corpse. He crept closer. A steady snore filled the air, and he knew the man was asleep. The karateka leaned in and asked, "You okay?" letting out a quiet, self-scolding sigh over his own carelessness as the man slowly began to wake, blinking himself back to consciousness. A young man shot to his feet, short black hair, a jagged scar across his face, and materialized before Yajin, recognition blazing in his eyes when he locked onto the main character. The man hauled him to the wall, planted him there, and shoved a cup of water into his hands. The karateka leaned in and asked if he was feeling better. He apologized, answered yes, and the man exhaled, relief flooding him. Suddenly, the young man's lips curled into an unstoppable grin, and he burst into a giggle. The guy smirked and admitted it felt strange. You don't often meet someone who actually chases you. Turns out Yajin sprinted after him, catching up to press the wallet back into his hands, and the boy, cheeks burning, confessed he'd never been looked after like that before. The young man blurted out that the main character had saved him. He had to pass it to Hawes in his bag. The boy demanded, "Does the credit card come with a certificate? If it doesn't, on top of the city tax I'll be forced to pay a massive bribe." The man's face hardened at the news. The edging would erupt the moment he tried to go with them. Acceptance flared in their eyes. They sealed a dawn rendezvous in front of the tavern with their new companion. After the conversation, the young man staggered to his room, slurring that he needed to sleep because he'd drunk too much, and a cold spike of alarm shot through the main character, but he swallowed it and showed nothing. Dusk slid in. The hotel's lights spilled a soft, golden glow across the street. Dinner boiled down to a steaming pot of stew. Yajin lifted the glass to his lips and gulped. A sudden glint through the mug slammed into his gaze. He lifted the mug to his lips and froze. The hostess who'd served his food was moving wrong, every twitch and glance sending a chill through him. Someone buried beneath. The blanket erupted into a thunderous snore. Right then, someone clambered up the steps. The gatekeeper loomed, trailed by 2 armed men, a jittery youth and a fat, determined man. Standing in front of the doors, the fat man parceled out the tasks, vowing he'd kill the young man himself while they handled the bearded man. The jittery young man begged them to lower their voices, and the guard, cool as ice, smirked that he'd spiked their cups with herbs. There was no way they'd wake. The fat man boomed the order, launching their operation. He exploded into the room, shattering the silence with a thunderous crash. After that, he lunged and rammed his sword clean through the blanket. But then something blindsided him. He ripped the blanket off. The fat man's screams cracked the silence. When they ripped the blanket away, there was no body, only a crude thing mimicking a person. Meanwhile, the man with a scar on his face lay cocooned beneath the blanket, slumbering soundly and utterly at peace. An armed, trembling young man and the gatekeeper stepped up to him. Yajin crouched behind the door, dagger clenched and ready. Heart hammering, the protagonist clung to the doorframe, holding their breath until they slipped past. He darted behind the guard and buried his blade deep in his neck. He slammed down with a thunderous crash. The second, back-turned and oblivious, never saw the karateka lunge at him too. The blow slammed into him, and the jittery man crumpled to his knees. Both foes lay defeated, then a third tore through the opening with a sword at the ready. The man lunged at Yajin from behind, a scream ripping from his throat. The protagonist whipped around. He snapped into action and drove his boot straight into the attacker's gut. He yanked the stunned, wobbling fat man by the hair. He drove the dagger into his neck. He snapped his hand out and drew his weapon in a heartbeat. Yajin's razor focus pinned him. The fat man crumpled. Prone bandits sprawled around him. He stood coiled in a battle stance, every muscle taut and ready. He exhaled, convinced this was finally it. Then a sudden sound ripped through the quiet and yanked his attention. Karataka utterly forgot the man snoring in his bed, then gritted his teeth and hoisted him back. Yajin slammed into a nap, determined to sleep until sunrise and finish it all the moment morning came. Morning exploded as crows shredded the silence with raucous, unrelenting calls. The main character stormed into the armory, resolve burning like a blade. He slammed the weapons he'd felled tonight onto the counter with a thunderous clang, roaring that they were the blades of the gunsmith's friends and demanding the price. The old man gaped, jaw dropping and eyes wide, as if he'd just witnessed a miracle. While the karateka laid out their scheme like a razor, the gunsmith froze, terror rooting him to the spot. Yajin snapped that killing someone for a few coins was out of the question, and hammered that a gunsmith's job is to judge living people, not blades. If the adventurers prove their worth, the gatekeeper whisks them into a raucous bandit tavern just around the corner. Confusion gnawed at the old man. How was the main character still alive? Karateka said, stone-cold serious, "I know nothing about weapons," while the gunsmith, clueless about people, gaped. The man couldn't fathom how they'd managed to survive until now. He slammed his hands onto the counter, the thunderous impact jolting the cowering old man into a terrified flinch. Yajin lunged forward, his face hovering inches from the sobbing, trembling gunsmith. After that, he glared, voice like a dagger, and snapped that they shouldn't have raised a hand to him. A sharp whistle tore through the air. Right then, a raincoat-clad man planted himself at the gate and waited. A sleepy yawn ripped from the young man's throat. Our hero barreled up to him, breathless, and snapped, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The guy snapped. Did the man do what he wanted? He flashed a grin and said he'd left a message for the villagers. Then a cold spike of dread hit him. They'd probably already found the merchant and were trembling with fear. Introductions crackled as the new travelers circled, and the young man flashed a grin. "Louis," he announced. Striding away from the village, Zyojin called back that the seasoned traveler would gladly answer any questions he had, like how to deal with bandits. A lone, dust-coated traveler barreling down the road swore Haas was the second largest city. Yajin bristled, insisting Bot was the smarter pick. He claimed he'd overtake Bot any day now. Louis shot that down, saying Bot barely had any free land. The travelers strolled down the road, swapping stories as their footsteps fell at a slow, steady pace. A surprise duet erupts on the way to the Bot. The main characters snapped their head up as dusk crept over the sky, swallowing the last of the light. The karateka warned they'd have to sleep out under the stars. Louis bristled, snapping he wished they'd stayed at the inn a few more days. Yajin shot back that if the inn hadn't been wrecked they'd have stayed, and if he hadn't piled on so much gear they'd already be in town. Louis clenched his jaw and agreed they had no choice, then scanned the shadows with a frantic gaze and warned them to watch for bandits. He watched the young man flinch at every rustle, terrified of bandits the whole journey, and figured that fear was another reason the kid clung to his side. They'd barely set up camp when Louis burst out that bandits had attacked him. The boy pressed on. 3 years ago, he snatched the family's money and bolted from home in Baada. Yajin listened in silence as the boy, face lit by the fire, admitted that while fleeing he saw his mother and drove a knife into her. They seized him before he could cross the border. Louis had endured hell on earth so long, his broken bone never healed, and the little finger on his right hand stayed stiff. The boy finished by saying he ran away to escape being sold into slavery. He swore to the caretaker no one was tailing him, and the protagonist snapped, "Why are you telling me that?" The boy shot back, eyes blazing, that this was exactly what he'd been thinking about his arrival in Bat tomorrow. Yajin sensed the boy stumbling through a strange time and pressed the dinner into his hands. The travelers dug into the soup, eating in a tense, breathless silence. Perched on a rock, the protagonists proposed a 3-hour rotation, and Louis claimed the first rest. They wished each other good night, and the karateka sprang into his watch. Night crashed down on the forest, swallowing it in shadow. Right then, a sudden splash of water slammed into Yajin's ears. He slammed a thought into Louis's head. What exactly was wrong with running away? He sensed the man itching to speak, swallowed the urge to intervene, and let him be. Looking at the moon, the karateka hesitated, doubt gnawing at his gut. He whipped around to Louis, concern blazing, and fired, "Is everything all right with you?" He shot back a pumped yes, and his confident grin put Yajin at ease. The thought of tomorrow's arrival in Bat hit him like a jolt, so he launched into a frantic wash. The main character never expected they'd wait for him this long. Louis planted himself in the pond, hands clamped over his body, every curve and shadow proving he was no boy. Crimson flared across her cheeks as she froze, words dying on her tongue. A lone blaze devoured the night. Yajin, the fellow traveler, carried himself like a true gentleman. Bursting from the trees, Louis confessed she feared he wouldn't be there when she returned, yet she pictured him crouched in the bushes, watching her every move. She smirked and taunted that she wasn't attractive enough to drive the protagonist to commit such a low act. The man froze, thoughts racing. Wearing a mock-serious face, Kureteka declared he should have peeked in the middle of the bath and cursed himself for missing the chance. The girl laughed. Huddled by the fire, she leaned in and demanded, "How long ago did you learn my gender?" Yejin snapped that he'd known the truth the second their boots crossed the bandit tavern's threshold. Louis seethed, convinced he'd been secretly mocking her every time she spoke to him, and the protagonist objected. The man said it in a voice like flint. He'd kept his mouth shut to protect himself, then drove home the one rule: never pry into someone else's past. She blurted an apology, giddy and breathless. She swallowed her doubt and admitted the caretaker had been right. With her legs tucked under her, she ripped the secret open and confessed she had been a slave in a brothel. The scar on her face screamed escape. Yajin's mind clicked. Slavers only hunted runaways when a slave's price covered the cost of the chase. She traced the raw cut on her cheek and smirked. "It didn't take much determination to slash my face." The scar hit Louis like a punch, yanking his mother's face roaring back into his head. She couldn't stop touching the wound on her face, each fingertip driving a fresh stab of sorrow through her. The main character lined in, hanging on every word like it was a lifeline. She wanted to return the money she'd stolen from her mother, so she charged in alone. Desperation had left her nowhere else to turn. Louis mirrored her doubts. She wanted to drop the money and bolt, terrified they'd reject her. She pressed him for his opinion, insisting she couldn't lose the one place she could always return to. Louis' jaw dropped as Yejin declared she'd let her go with him if it ever came down to that. He vowed he'd chase fame in the big city. If his equipment doesn't sell, he'll pack up and bolt for Kurawat. The karateka grinned and declared that if she was rejected, she could come with him. He never turned down a good conversation. He tamed the panic in her voice, and she curled up, hugged her knees, and whispered a trembling thank you. Yajin's lips curled into a grin. He locked eyes and shot, "Did I pull off the role Louis expected of me?" The question landed like a punch and she froze, stunned. She crumpled into sobs and choked out, "Yes." The protagonist's face lit up with pure joy. A blinding window seared itself into my memories. She stared out the window, and behind her a man's legs sprawled across the bed. Her hand shot out toward this light. A hand shot forward, closing in on the window. Naked, she lunged toward freedom. Homesickness clawed at her. She ached to get back home. At last, the travelers burst into Bot. Tension knotted Yajin's gaze. He zeroed in on Louis as Louis strode forward, determination blazing in every step. She inched toward her mother, breath catching at the same scar etched across her cheek, and the woman's eyes shot wide with surprise. He roared his thanks to his fellow traveler for lifting the weight from his shoulders. He forced out, "Take care of yourself," spun on his heel and strode away. The mother crumpled to her knees. The girl bolted over and clutched her hand. Sobs racked them both as the daughter kept choking out, "I'm sorry," and the mother gripped her hand, refusing to let go. Leaving, he clung to the memory of the place he ached to return to. The adventurer skidded to a halt, steeled his resolve, and swept his gaze skyward. Yezin's resolve hardened. He charged straight back to the place he longed to return to. He's already locked it in. He'll sell off his belongings and pour the money into far better gear. He strode into the armory, every step brimming with unshakable confidence. He whooped with joy and proclaimed it was time to head to Kurawat, the largest city in the northern reaches of the Asurda kingdom. Rage roared in Yajin as two guards pinned him down, and one of them idly rolled the coin between his fingers. He spun toward the guards, clutching his last gold coin and begging that if they took it, he'd have nowhere to stay at the inn, shouting his plea, so the guard snatched the coin, grinned, and waved him through. The main character crashed into Kuravat, breathless and reeling as the place swallowed him whole. The guard snapped his head from the departing man and locked onto the next travelers. Caracas flashed a sly grin and slipped away. The defender lingered, maddening the one trying to get into the city, and barked orders to seize every last coin there. In the thicket of the forest, Yajin erupted into a raw scream as the strain ripped through him. Jewels burst into view right in front of him. Standing at the well, relief crashed through him. He'd actually gotten them. He'd had to ram the stones up his ass like contraband, and he was glad he'd traded away his belongings to buy them. Looking over the city, Karataka felt he'd seized something and been stripped of something else, a trophy in his hand and a hollow in his chest, and he couldn't tell which mattered more. Residents trudged along the pavement, each step heavy and deliberate. The jester launched objects into the air, snapping them into his hands on the beat of the flutist's tune. The men unleashed a non-stop stream of flirtatious lines at the woman. Yejin's jaw dropped as Kurabat spread enormous before her, alive with a tide of people. A sign up ahead shouted, "Tavern open 24 hours." The anvil thundered like a war drum, declaring this place the forge. The main character's heart leapt when he laid eyes on the Adventurers' Guild. He vowed, voice like forged steel, that he wasn't the man he was yesterday and was ready to start again from scratch. The Karataka threw open the massive doors. Inside the cavernous building, a snaking line surged toward the counter. She bowed slightly with a gentle smile and beckoned him close. "Come to me if you want to join the guild." Jean's jaw dropped as he crowned Kurabat the best, and at that exact moment, the old man from Rock Cliff flashed through his memory, begging him not to forget. The main character planted himself at the end of the line, every second stretching like taut wire. The karateka was next, then a voice tore through the silence and bellowed, "El Machka." Not even glancing at the line, the man strode forward and beamed, thanking the girl for the task. The girl at the counter burst out the rules with bright excitement. He brushed her off, and Yajin's jaw clenched as he reacted. Visitors' eyes latched onto him, simmering with dissatisfaction. Remembering Rock Cliff's brutal truth, that weakness, blinding pride, or underestimating an opponent meant certain death, he slammed his foot down and surged forward. He slammed a savage kick into the adventurer's legs, folding him onto his knees. The protagonist snarled that he'd warned him it was his turn, and the guy froze, utterly taken aback. They gaped, jaws dropping, stunned by the Karatek's actions. Yejin lunged, clamped his hands around his opponent's throat, cutting off his breath. After the guy crashed to the floor, the main character lunged to his side and declared, with hard calm, that he'd only passed out. He flashed a smile, admitted he wasn't from here, and asked them to finish registering him. Elma swallowed hard and agreed, fear clawing at her throat. As he scrawled the final signature, the karateka's gaze snapped to something. He realized the nearby stall was a monster skinning operation. They flayed monsters and bought the carcasses. A triumphant grin split Yajin's face as the adventurer remembered leaving Bat, where he'd just cut down 2 monsters and hauled them out of the tavern. Then the main character hauled the carcasses in and slammed them onto the counter. The man scrutinized the goods with hawk-eyed intensity, picking apart every detail. He grinned at Karataka's performance and demanded to know just how deadly his monster-cutting skills were. Taniel strode forward, introduced himself, admitted they were short of hands, and tossed Yajin the offer to work the cutting room floor tomorrow. Seizing the moment, the protagonist agreed, ready to forge connections right here. Relief slammed into Taniel at the agreement. He'd braced for the adventurer to refuse like the last guy, and the man laughed. Yajin's eyes locked on the man as he pressed for the library's location, explaining to the bewildered man that he needed to learn the laws of this new place. Night slammed down, swallowing the sky. The main character stared into the black window and plunged into himself, dissecting every stubborn habit, fear, and spark that made him who he was. Perched on the bed, he replayed how months living in the forest had pumped him full of levels and skills, skinning demanding brutal practice while sewing came easy, and the karateka wondered if each skill had its own difficulty to acquire. He crashed onto the bed, determined to get a good night's sleep. He shut his eyes, shoved the small skirmish into the back of his mind, and declared the day a win. Night surrendered to morning, and morning crept, slow and relentless, into the waking day. Yajin strode out of the house. Teniel lavished praise on his work. The main character staggers under a tide of exhaustion, every breath a battle. Today they fought gray wolves, but every now and then a rare monstrosity slithers in a colossal, fanged serpent. Tunyul pressed him to stay and work here, promising a steady, peaceful life. Elated that their dad had finally finished, the kids bolted for home. The karateka locked eyes with them. He watched the married couple stride away with their children, and a fierce longing for a steady family life ignited inside him. Right then, a voice cut through the silence and shouted his name. Two guards stepped forward, their voices like steel. The chief had summoned Yajin to his side. Turns out yesterday's incident lit the fuse. The protagonist answered their offer to take him with a single, silent nod. He pinned his gaze on the family as they drifted away, each slow step pulling them farther from him. The karateka watched them go, silence coiling around them like a held breath. He spun back, face stone cold, and fired a sharp nod at the guards that said he understood. They abandoned the guild, leaving its halls hollow and its banners to flutter alone. Yajin descended the stairs alongside his companions. He stepped inside, and his eyes snapped to a man standing to his right. Guards herded the protagonist before Gary, who sat like a king at the head of the table. The karateka instantly knew this man ruled these lands. A hulking man loomed, a shadow slamming across his face. Gary, a scar above one eye, a grizzled beard and tousled hair, stared Yajin down with an iron-cold glare. The chief and the karateka locked eyes and exchanged curt introductions. Beside him stood yesterday's victim. He spilled every detail of what had happened, laying it bare. Meanwhile, the protagonist plotted the perfect way to reveal himself. Yajin sneered that he'd only been teaching that idiot who broke the guild rules a lesson, and the offended man's fury exploded. He lunged at the karateka, fists flying. Gary barreled in and stopped him cold. With the attacker pinned again, the protagonist ripped through the timeline, reenacting every move and revealing exactly how it all unfolded. He kept strangling his opponent, crushing every breath with savage force. Yajin released him and snapped that the guy had been pestering him, so he'd taught him a lesson in manners. The chief's eyes narrowed, then widened. He grasped the adventurer's logic. Pointing at the unconscious man, Gary jabbed a trembling finger, tears streaming down his face as he begged him to punish the offender. The chief barked he'd settle the score Kurabadov style, hurling razor-sharp insults at the attacker, and I blinked, clueless what that method even meant. Gary roared that it was a one-on-one, bare-knuckle fight, no deaths, no grudges. Kurotaka clocked it, a straight-up fistfight, and barked that his opponent was already out cold. Seeing it, the leader released him, satisfied the offender had finally paid for what he'd done. Shock slammed into Yajin, freezing him mid-breath. He turned to leave, but a sudden grip on his arm stopped him dead. The man whipped around. Boom, it was the guy's boss, bristling at the karateka's blatant lack of discipline. The tall man who'd stood at the chief's right when Yajin first arrived stepped up and dared the protagonist to fight. Gary whirled toward Paul and roared, "This is pointless." He misread the karateka's silence as fear and lunged to knock him off balance. The other men erupted into raucous cheers, roaring and clamoring for the fight. The villagers thrust their fists into the air, hungry for a spectacle. The protagonist whirled and heard the chief spit, "Idiots." He roared with fiery passion that he couldn't stay away when people were itching for a fight, and Gary asked him to show some of that courage. A sly grin cut across Yajin's face as he pieced together their scheme. They meant to make that insolent stranger a public example, punished for all to see. The protagonists gripped their rules like lifelines and vowed to survive. Then the leader roared the start of the battle. He swept his hand and bellowed for the ring to be forged, declaring the victor would seize the opponent's items. The karateka pins the grinning, battle-ready boy with a steely glare. They squared off, eyes locked, while a ring of onlookers pressed in around the edges. He shot his fists up and snapped into a battle-ready stance. The moment Gary barked, "Start," Paul lunged and unleashed a savage assault. Yajin snapped aside at the last heartbeat, narrowly evading the strike. He felt a cold jolt of realization. He'd just slipped out of the path of a deadly straight line. The main character lunged, weapon whipping through the air as they swung to strike. Karateka's hand snapped across Paul's cheek in a quick, light slap. The spectators cracked grins at the strange blow, utterly baffled by what it was trying to accomplish. Yajin's opponent unleashed another cocky swing. Paul blew it again. Another sharp, stinging jab rocked his nose. Smirking onlookers jeered that he could swing all he wanted, and it wouldn't matter. Then they closed in and hit the man for real to strip his nerve and send him running. Paul lunged again, unleashing a straight-on, no-frills strike. He doubled down, clinging to his tactics like a lifeline. Rage boiled in his opponent as the karateka kept him painfully out of reach. Paul exploded, roaring at him to stop repeating the same useless move. It wouldn't work. Rage boiled as he lunged, swinging with all his fury. He missed again. The adventurer scoffed at him, shrugged off the warning, and barreled ahead, dead set on his plan. Bored and restless, the crowd exploded into roars, demanding Paul finally settle the score with his opponent. The men watching froze, mouths snapping shut as shock hit them. Paul lunged and whiffed, another hit slipped through his grasp. Residents reeled, trading stunned looks as they scrambled to understand what was happening. They gaped the boy hadn't landed a single blow on Yajin, and then a solitary drop of blood plinked onto the floor. Paul's eye ballooned, swollen and impossible to ignore. The karateka in turn stood immaculate, every stance razor sharp, every movement locked and ready. He scanned everything and in a heartbeat knew the moment had come. The enemy's right eye was completely blind. Yajin shot to the right and vanished from Paul's stunned sight. He stared stunned, he couldn't fathom where the adventurer had vanished. His mind scrambled, the main character suddenly materialized right in front of him. The karateka unleashed a decisive, bone-crushing blow. The crowd erupted, jaws dropping and eyes going wide as pure amazement swept through them. Paul's punch whiffed, his head snapped back. The enemy's knees betrayed him, folding under his weight as he crumpled to the ground. He crumpled to the ground as blackness slammed into him, dragging him under. Yixin stared down at Paul, defeated and sprawled on the ground. Clenching his fist, the protagonist roared that he now knew how to sort things out the Kuribatov way, and in his head the decision hardened. It was time to finish. Blood beaded on his cheeks, and a maniacal grin split the karateka's face as he urged them to attack the next problems exactly the same way. He ripped the weapon free from the vanquished man's grip. Two guys stepped forward and cut off Yajin just as he tried to leave. He snapped, hammering the truth, "These are your rules." Guilt forced their eyes down as the crowd bowed and parted, clearing a path for him to stride through. He froze as the man behind him locked a disapproving glare that scorched the back of his neck. The head glares at the karateka, eyes cold as steel. Yajin slipped into the forest, thinking it a perfect fallback. It's practically next to Kuribat, somewhere he could hole up the moment trouble hit. Yesterday he fought by every rule of Kuribat, but if he tangles with the other adventurers, he won't escape so easily. The hero prays they'll spare him and leave him be. A rustle rips the air, he freezes, goes dead silent, and from his hiding spot his eyes lock onto the very thing he's been hunting. Meet the sword-horned deer, a dashing leader who commands the pack with iron-edged antlers. A man stands frozen as deer slip past within arm's reach. One careless step, the grass hisses, and the deer's ears snap upright. The pack leader spots Yajin and the deer bolt and wastes no time, knowing only blistering speed will fell the beast. He rockets after them to the thunderous clatter of hooves. The hero whips his knife in a lethal arc. The target's an easy mark. He squints and hurls the blade downrange, and the deer stiffens, suddenly wary and shuddering. The blade hovers inches from its mark, racing straight for the deer's neck. Then in a heartbeat it veers and rakes into the animal, slicing the leg instead. Triumphant victory surged through him. He'd heard these deer wield wind magic as shields, yet he clipped one, wounding only its leg. Luck had turned his way. One strike left to finish the job. Suddenly the pack's leader himself surges to his feet to shield the wounded deer, then charges forward and plants himself square in the hero's path. He hoists the knife inch by inch, locking eyes with the beast as a flicker of fear crosses him, and he tells himself, dodge the deer's antlers, and he'll come out fine. A sharp gust ripped through, antlers fluttered, and the hero sprang up, clutching his shoulder wound as the deer, a little further away, watched him warily. They stand opposite, eyes locked, while his mind reels. How did that deer unleash wind magic right in the middle of the attack? The beast's roar shatters the air. The hero bolts forward. You can't drag out an uneven fight. Stretch it and it will turn deadly. His face snaps into razor focus. His muscles coil like springs. They charge at each other. He drops into a low squat to trip the deer and drives his knife into its leg. Startled, the deer falters for a heartbeat, and the man's mind screams, aim for the heart, as desperation and indignation burn through his veins. The blow lands clean, blood gushes from the deer's chest. The man swallows hard and only now lets a ragged breath escape. The deer lay motionless, still shockingly graceful, while the hero's thoughts snapped from a pang for the leader who tried to protect his comrade to cold calculations on how to butcher it. Hunting these creatures nonstop won't be easy. The hero's thoughts pour straight into the guild, and Kuribat's adventurers move with razor-sharp order while Rockcliffe's fumbles. You see it in how they split the tasks, and Gary runs the crew. Cross him and decent work dries up. Loner, the guild charges you more, and you have to hunt deadlier monsters because carving up corpses and selling the parts is a nightmare. So the hero finishes processing the body and storms back toward the city. The merchant's eyes snapped wide at the sword-horned deer's horn. He let out a sharp whistle and shot a quick question. Is that the only one? Yajin confirms the find and snaps that he's heard prices for sword-horned deer parts, horns, meat, skin, have exploded. The merchant moans he's gone ages without processing these materials, gawking at them like treasures. The hero snorts that even his stealth skill can't fool deer and wonders how other adventurers ever bring one down. The merchant clears his throat and swallows his pride, admitting he was wrong about the man. The man, completely clueless, keeps babbling about things he clearly doesn't understand. Stunned by unexpected praise, the hero freezes as the speaker crowns him a first-class adventurer and spits out the cold truth. For some, butchering is just a skill. For others, it's part of who they are. He swung to reply to the praise, ready to admit he'd been biased too, but a merchant's worker barged in and shut him down. Panic surged through him when he saw Ray collapse, passed out from relentless overwork and crushing fatigue. The merchant exhales a heavy, aching sigh and admits the cutting shop is hemorrhaging workers. At this rate, it'll be forced to shut its doors. Paul slouches with his friend in the tavern when a server slides over to take their order. His friend shrugs, casually orders a slab of meat, then flicks the question at Paul. You. His friend suggests Paul will have meat too, and Paul erupts. I don't care what I eat. He bellows, slamming his fist onto the table. His friend locks onto the storm in Paul's face and snaps. What happened? Paul sits, eyes blazing straight ahead, hands balled into fists, and he keeps snarling that he'll definitely kill Yajin. Aisha Jean's cutting shop takes him on as a new employee for a month. He's bursting with grateful, giddy joy. Warm, open-hearted folks surged forward to meet the newcomer. Arlo, Nate, and Cyrus, smiles glued to their faces, everyone radiating pure joy. The merchant, the man called the head, sighs again and warns the cutting room is teetering on the brink of closure, while the man in the corner lets out a barely audible tongue click and folds his face into a scowl. The boss barked that if they fail this month's quota, the shop will be shut down. They just have to survive 30 days, because reinforcements arrive right after. The leader bellows a rallying line, to survive this tough time we need, and a friendly chorus leaps up, shouting the single word work, pure team spirit and ironclad cohesion. Yajin throws himself into work at the shop. An animal lies before him, a knife clenched in his hand. He steels himself, draws a steady breath, and plunges into the task. The hero moves with icy calm, every action razor precise. He knows his craft and carries it out with surgical efficiency. Cyrus, standing at his side, fixes Yajin with hungry eyes and demands to know where he honed those skills. Was he a hunter before? Hands still flying, Yajin digs into the past and blurts a rambling, imprecise tale, claiming he learned it from a single hunter. After hours of grueling work, the hero spots a tiny magic stone, flips it between his fingers and inspects every facet, and the other workers freeze, mouths open at his lightning-fast hands and surgical precision. A colleague snapped at Yajin, "If you ever stumble on a magic stone, tell one of us immediately and place it on the shelf." He asks which shelf the magic stone belongs on, stumbles into a narrow passageway, and a worker barrels into him, hissing. He barreled into Yajin, contempt radiating off him, and roared at him not to stand in the passage. The man spins back with that same arrogant smirk and clicks his tongue again. Yajin scrambles to make amends, fumbling an awkward apology while rubbing the back of his head with his hand. Another worker grabs the bewildered Yajin and pleads, "Forgive him, he used to be an adventurer too." The disgruntled worker was an adventurer until a savage wound ended his run and shoved him into retirement. He still guards his sword and shield, and the worker who told the story burns with jealousy. Stunned, Yajin feels a punch to the chest. He realizes every adventurer carries his own fierce, unforgettable story. As the next task kicks off, Arlo barrels up to Yajin with a satisfied grin blazing on his face. Yajin is about to face a thrilling, can't-miss challenge. A colossal monster slams to the floor. Yajin fires the obvious question, "Who is it?" and the only answer, "He washed up on the shore." Their mission, painstakingly strip the animal down to a show-ready skeleton, every move surgical, the crew buzzing that it's a dragonfish, and some flat-out refuse to touch it. Yajin's colleagues whisper the fish fetches a fortune, and is so rare its taste is deadly, caught only for the rich while common folk never get a bite. The grueling, painstaking grind kicks off as workers shoulder and haul massive loads of material. Even in the grind there's room for fun. Today a worker spins a fisheye into flashy tricks, the crew roars with laughter, and only the former adventurer scowls in sour dissatisfaction. The next task waits outside the butcher shop. Under a huge tree an even bigger monster lurks, its back bristling with spikes. The workers and Yajin ripped spikes from the monsters' backs and heaved them into a massive cart until it groaned under the weight. They crammed the materials onto that same colossal cart and barrel it off the site straight to the shop for further processing. Yajin beams with disbelief and joy. Now he's shoulder to shoulder with amazing colleagues, doing crucial work that's helping save the shop. 2 weeks later, the protagonist sits in a tavern, beer in hand, when word hits him. Paul has begun to act. He uncovers that Paul is recruiting a crew to launch an attack, and that not long ago Paul screamed in a bar that he wanted to kill someone. The conversation pivots to Gary, and Eugene uncovers Gary's juggling chaos. He recently slipped away to meet a guard in secret and is clearly hatching a plot. It's blindingly clear something with global reach is about to slam into the city. The informant knows this will hit Yajin and must flee the city immediately. Guilt claws at him for making the wrong choice as he forces out a shaky "thanks" for the warning. Yajin presses 2 coins into the informant's palm. The man gapes, blurts, "Why so much?" and admits he needs it to keep his dwindling handful of allies afloat. They thank him back and pledge more intel, warning that if Gary ever uncovers the full truth, the informant will immediately fold and walk away. Yajin nods, flat, "I understand." He knows his brave ally to the bone and would have made the same choice, but fortune has turned on him. Now it looks like he'll have to leave the city. Already in the shop, Yajin strode up to the merchant and leaned in to strike up a conversation, asking, "What happened?" Just as the hero opens his mouth, the merchant snaps, spins to a worker, and berates him for not bringing the wool. Temper flaring, the chief roared at the worker. The wool belonged at the western gate, and he should have been the one to pick it up. The leader moves to go himself, but Yajin shoots forward, volunteering to take his place as the merchant's fury cools, and he asks the man what he wants. Seeing the boss's nerves, he swallows his original words, throws his weight behind the traitor, and fires everyone up to push harder. 1 week later, Yajin perches on his bed at home, mapping out the farewells he'll deliver to friends and colleagues as their work winds down. A note slides under his door. He snatches it up, reads it in a heartbeat, and his gaze snaps into a fierce, razor focus. Yajin thanked the informant out loud for the crucial information and wrestled with what to do next. Revenge has seized Paul, blinding him with obsessive fury. The main character storms up to the innkeeper and asks for a favor. A while later, Paul bursts into the inn with a ragtag crew he's rounded up. The innkeeper presses Yajin's message into their hands, and they charge into the forest. They surge forward, iron-willed and led by Paul, whose eye crackles with reckless madness. Paul and Yajin converge at the forest's edge beneath towering, mighty trees and face each other like duelists. Paul bristles with cocky arrogance, plunging into danger with fearless abandon. Yajin's jaw clenched and his body went razor-tight, every breath pulsed with cold, unblinking focus. 5 stern, focused faces, fear flickers in some eyes, caution tightens others, and a few burn with the urge to fight. Hostility crackles in every gaze. Suddenly the scene explodes into life. The protagonist bolts into the forest, a company of 4 hurdles after him, straining to catch up as Paul roars, barking orders to close the distance. They charged up to a colossal tree, its roots sprawling across the surface like a living maze. One of the pursuers let out a piercing scream. Before he can even scream and complain that he tripped over a tree root, a knife rockets out from the side at the speed of light, straight for them. The pursuer sidesteps the flying knife, but Yajin's blow rockets into his gut. A heavy, half-sigh, half-growl rips from his throat. Blindsided, the pursuer stops cold. His eyes snap wide as raw horror floods his face. The protagonist lunges, driving the knife in his other hand into him. A stunned, confused look freezes on the man's face as he slides sideways, blood oozing from his neck. Pursuer lunges, rage burning in his eyes for his wounded friend, and Yajin springboards off a nearby tree to outflank the boy. He pivots and drives the back of his thigh into his pursuer, sending him crashing face first to the ground. Yajin spun and froze. Paul stood there, jaw clenched and vengeance burning in his eyes, and of course they locked into a ruthless staring match before the first punch. The protagonist unsheathes his sword in a slow, deliberate sweep, plants his foot like granite, and stands razor-ready for battle. A knife rockets at Paul like a false start. He falters for a heartbeat, then snaps aside, and the battle engulfs the rivals. As Paul twists away from the knife, a sword rockets through the air unnoticed and buries itself in his leg. Silence smothers the scene as their eyes lock, the stare holds, and the world snaps into one taut second of silence. Paul's scream rips the silence. He lashes out with his sword, rage pouring from him. Yajin is convinced Paul has finally gone mad, and revenge has led him straight into a trap. The Avenger lunged toward the man, sword raised. Yajin's hand shot to Paul's chest and hurled him out of his personal space. He's not finished. He lunges for Paul's other eye. A scream rips out, and the forest falls deathly silent. A vice-like squeeze clamps his hand, and Paul blacks out. Yajin snaps to the last pursuer and hammers him with a single command: answer my questions. The moment the conversation ended, the last witness was cut down, and Yajin sprinted toward the city. He had almost no time left. Risk laced every step back into the city, but he refused to leave without saying goodbye to his colleagues and grabbing provisions. The last pursuer's answers ignited Paul. He struck out alone, refusing to wait for Gary, who wanted the main character gone but lacked the nerve to move without the guards. Brand the sun into your memory, Moroff. Representatives of the city guard step forward and hail Yajin. That same guard who tried to steal every coin now looms before him. The man lets out a barely audible sigh and whispers, "What's going on?" A guard jabs a finger and accuses Yajin of killing Paul the adventurer, and one by one the guards surge in, closing a tight ring around him. He scrambles for an escape, mind racing, then realization hits. Gary engineered this setup, and the last pursuer was lying. Yajin scrambles to dodge every fight, but as far as he can tell, the guards are plundering civilians too, worse than anything the adventurers have done. Yujin tightens his fists, ready to settle this with raw force, but he doubts they even know how to fight. Fearing they'll bolt, he decides to put them in their place first. The guard growls that running is useless, and Yajin pleads for a single chance to ask a question. When no one gave a clear yes, he snapped, "Was my arrest legal?" and slammed down territorial law. Guild adventurers can't be dragged into legal investigations. Panic pins the soldier to the spot. He either didn't grasp the question or his mind's gone completely blank. Yajin tore through the faded tomes and unearthed an ancient law forged after the guild's newcomers rose in rebellion over brutal mistreatment. The guards shot each other a sharp look and murmured. None of them had ever heard of that law. The man had dug it up from a dusty book, so it had clearly been lost to time. Yajin scrambles for escape. This is his only chance to live, so he commits to the act to the end and, voice crackling with urgency, fires off. "How can you not know such a law? Why are you arresting me illegally?" He championed the law, bellowing that ignorance of it insults the lords and the king who appointed those very lords, and cries of rebellion erupted from the sidelines. The guard reels, crushed and hollow. He can't fathom what kind of law this is, what kind of rebellion this is, or what on earth is happening. Yajin beams a friendly grin and declares everyone blunders. If that's true, tell him. The guard's face flushes as he stammers that there might have been a mistake, and Yajin strides into the street, booming an apology for himself and the city guard. The hero explodes into motion, sprinting off at full tilt as the guards stand frozen, still confused. Under the shroud of night, Yajin bundles his things, yanks a hooded cloak over his shoulders, grabs some food as the full moon glares above. A savage grin broke across his face. He'd prepared the escape in secret, and not a single soul had noticed. Noises erupt from right behind him. A tide of people surged in from every side, moving so silently that he didn't notice a thing. He stands shoulder to shoulder with them, too. A shudder ripped through Yajin's mind. Men encircle them, Yajin pinned in the center opposite Gary, who has forced his soldiers to hold just beyond the hero's skill range and snap to attention at his command. Yajin's gut rips cold. He sees the trap since beating Paul would have been a breeze, and while he's locking that truth in, Gary slips into position, priming the ambush. Ruthless and surgical, Gary calculated every angle, left nothing to chance, and won't blink at Yajin's rookie status. He'll crush him, and that merciless edge is what made him a leader. Only someone like Gary or Rockcliffe could rise up and herd that swarm of bandit adventurers into line. Yajin couldn't deny the leader's raw power. Gary locks eyes with Yajin and throws Paul's death at him like a challenge, asking only rhetorically because he already knows every detail. Gary had sworn to execute the hero then and there. Things had gone too far, and with a slain guildmate every law collapsed, while Yajin still hunted for any loophole in the wreckage. Chuckling darkly, Gary rants about how hilarious it was to watch Yajin weaponize the old laws to slip past the soldiers and blow his plan to pieces, and he can't shake that there's something about the man that crawls under his skin. Suddenly he throws down an offer. "Join me as my subordinate. You're the exact man I've been hunting for." Yajin snarls like he doesn't buy Gary's tale, but something about it rings true. Gary insists the man could be his right hand. The hero fires back that many of Gary's men flat out hate Yajin, and Gary just smirks, saying he's the one who feeds them, not the other way around. Yajin hesitates, recoiling at the idea of joining a pack that preys on rookies, but he forces a nod and accepts the offer for now. He'll decide that later, and he swears he'll only follow Gary once Gary's out of the picture. In a heartbeat, Gary snaps his sword free. He's changed his mind. Yajin sidestepped the lunging strike, knuckles white, and his mind snapped into razor-sharp focus. Hands moved on instinct, snapping knives free. Eugene hurls a knife that rockets straight at Gary. Gary darts aside, but forgets the metal peg jammed in his leg. They stand opposite each other, one with a stake driven into his leg, the other gashed by a sword. Yajin's secret technique rips away masks and sees straight through people's pretense. The torchbearers in the circle erupt into motion, ambushing from behind, while Yajin bleeds from a wound he can't possibly bandage as the battle rages. The circle's goons close on Yejin. The first drives a fist into his gut, and the hero clamps onto him with a vice-like grip. Yajin throws the boy in front of him as a human shield. Convinced Gary won't strike his own to get to him, he's wrong, and the sword slices into the boy's shoulder. Gary stomps over his own subordinates, laying his true nature bare as he charges straight for Yajin. A howl of agony rips from the guy. The other fighters recoil in terror, and Gary has vanished. A sudden strike erupts from behind. Yajin twists away and crashes hard to the floor. He lunges Gary's knife at his boot, but Gary snaps his foot up, and the blade bites only air. Yajin misses. Reeling from the shock that his knife was dodged, the hero watches Gary swing again and strike his own soldier once more. The poor guy screams. Surprise rips from him, not pain, it's just too much. The soldier crumples as Gary rockets at Yajin, sword held high above his head. Gary doesn't aim at the hero. He drives his sword into the earth, rips it free, and a churning cloud of dust and dirt detonates into the air. Jane's guard shattered. His eyes betrayed him, unable to read the chaos around him. Gary lashed out with his sword, again and again. Dazed, Yajin can barely make out Gary's silhouette looming before him and fights to pin his gaze on Gary and every motion he makes. He clamps his eyes shut as Gary fiddles with something right in front of him. Then out of nowhere a shout lashes at him, and finally Yajin fulfilled every condition. A sickening realization slams into Gary. A peg is jutting from his leg. Gary's breath rasps and a savage growl rips from him. Yajin's forest poison is already coursing through his veins, and if Gary pleads with his subordinates and tosses aside his pride, the hero stands no chance. He must finish it with one crushing blow. Gary's about to shout to his men when Yajin hurls a knife at him. He's dead set on silencing him and cutting off any hope of help. Gary parries the strike. He's still in the fight. Fury carved across his face as Yajin sprints forward. He's lunging to sink his fangs into Gary's carotid artery. The knives were a staged distraction to let him get close. Gary rockets his head forward, and the two heads slam together. Pain rips through Yajin, but he clamps Gary by the throat and digs his other hand into his pocket for another peg, one last ace up his sleeve. He roared a savage battle cry, plunged the stake into Gary's neck, panting with his chest heaving. Yashin clamps onto Gary's hair and beard, every muscle coiling into iron so he won't loosen his grip or let him bolt. With his last ounce of strength he rasps, "This is the end," then jerks both hands, wrenching Gary's head until his neck snaps with a deafening crunch. Gary crumples to the ground as Yajin finally lets go of his hands. Gary's men stand frozen in horror, silence squeezing the air while only the torches crackle. Yajin stared down at Gary's body lying before him, his once strong arms now limp, fingers curled upward. The head snapped unnaturally toward the shoulder as the neck folded almost in half. Disbelief still gripped Yajin. He was sure he'd won, but he kept his guard up, fists clenched and primed. Silence chokes the room for a minute, then the soldiers register their leader is dead, and worse, who killed him. Yejin knows he has to get out of here now. His wounds are minor but real. Can he bulldoze through the crowd standing behind and to the right? Suddenly Yaj's chest tightens. He realizes he's completely surrounded. Reinforcements have surged in, enemies bear down from every direction, and he must forge an escape. A battle cry rips through the air as everyone locks onto him, ready to kill. Everyone in the circle hoists their weapons. Everyone bristles with war. After all, he butchered their leader, their breadwinner. It hurtled toward Yajin. The hero barely registered it before it slammed into something, and a second pair of legs planted itself beside Yajin. His jaw drops as the perpetually dissatisfied worker from the cutting shop bursts in, shield and sword raised, determination blazing in his eyes to protect him. He's not alone. The whole cutting shop crew surrounds him, and the boss steps forward, steady and blunt, asking, "What's going on here?" Yejin isn't alone anymore. His colleagues swarmed in to back him up and lend a hand. The boss waves off his official attire, telling everyone to ignore the outfit. He'd just marched into his superior's office to report he'd smashed the monthly quota. The leader fixed Gary's men with a cold stare and demanded to know what Yajin had done. He's Gary's temp, so the employer bears the blame, and the soldiers snarled that Yajin had killed their comrade, and Gary. The leader bellowed that Yajin couldn't have killed Gary, and sneered it was all a joke. then jabbed a finger toward Gary's body lying a few paces away. Yajin's eyes snap to a narrow escape route. He spots his comrades and colleagues, hard at work with good-natured, beaming faces, the very ones who raced to his aid. The leader stormed over Gary sprawled on the ground, finally swallowing his subordinates' claims, but refusing to believe Yajin did it all. He lunged at the crowd, snarling for them to tell him what they'd done. The soldiers scrambled, pinning Gary's murder on Yajin, but no one believed them. Gary was hailed as invincible, who could have defeated him single-handed. The chief keeps squeezing Gary's men, snapping that the city guards have heard everything and are closing in, warning that even if they confess the whole thing, no one will believe them. Then, in a low, urgent whisper, he tells Yajin to run. The leader reels the soldiers back from the brink, declaring Gary's might, no mere adventurer but their true commander, and tears into them for the murder. Someone suddenly spots Yajin vanish into thin air and bolts after him. The whole crowd explodes into pursuit, while the shopkeeper murmurs a desperate prayer that the hero can escape as Yajin races away with every ounce of strength. He bolts, convinced that despite all his efforts, everything's exactly the same, not terrible, just useless, so he slinks away with his tail between his legs. Just as he realizes there's always another way, a guard barrels around the corner, sprinting straight at him. Rage boiling over, Yajin slams his fist into the guard's face. The guard crumples to the ground, and the hero bolts away. Even if it twists back into the same loop dressed up as an escape, he chose it himself. He runs farther and farther, his mind clutching only at how good his colleagues were, praying he'll see them again someday because he has nowhere left to return. Yajin marches on, memories striking him. He's still Nozaki Hitoshi, once nicknamed Wild and now known as Yajin, and he's heading straight for Katori village. He storms into the nobles-only hall to sink his teeth into the legendary dragonfish, the exclusive delicacy reserved for nobility, the ultimate seafood mankind can offer. He just failed, but a burning goal ignited in him, and he'll charge straight at it. Yajin's mind races. He aches to know what wild new adventures lie in wait. Yajin tore through training in the forest, then sank onto a fallen log to catch his breath. 3 days have passed since the battle. Loneliness gnaws at him and sadness coils in his chest, but he forces himself to call it solitude. His life in the shop had crackled with life. Now he sits on a quiet riverbank, not a soul around, while cats claw at his soul. Out of nowhere, a colossal shape tore across the sky, bird-like but monstrously huge. Yajin stopped dead, stunned and elated, as a real dragon unfurled before him, the very creature he'd yearned to see above all else. Curiosity ripped through the hero, so he crept in for a quick look at the dragon, convinced it must have a hidden nest nearby he could sneak up on and inspect. He walked a little further and froze. The picture slammed into him, a dragon coiled around a colossal snake, sinking its teeth into the serpent and thrashing to tear itself free. Yajin stares at the picture and pieces it together. The dragon is a mother who made a nest here and left her young, and when a snake slithered in, she sprang forward to protect them. That battle killed the mother dragon, the snake, and even the baby it devoured, and Yajin still can't stop asking, how did a snake catch a dragon that soars through the sky? Yajin charged toward the battle site, hunting fresh materials. He figured a mountain of salvage might be waiting there. All he finds is a living baby dragon, crumpled on the ground with blood pouring from a wound in his stomach. Now you see why the mother threw herself onto the dirt. She fought like a cornered lion, shielding her baby until the very end. Yajin crouched over the little dragon, eyes cutting over the wound, and felt the cold truth. The baby wouldn't last long. The hero tears into the dragon and the snake, combing through flesh and scales for sellable loot, meat, skin, while the mana essence fizzles weakly, so magic stones are unlikely to be inside. Yajin's gaze snaps to a wing that suddenly twitches. He snaps his focus to the little dragon, collapsed on the ground and clawing at the dirt as it struggles to rise. The hero locked eyes with the dragon as it puffed smoke, and Yajin was flung back into that same instant, his heart clenched, because life and the chance to live were the most beautiful things in this world. He strips off his clothes, carefully swaddles the dragon in them, then hoists the wrapped beast onto his shoulder and trudges through the forest, hauling it with relentless effort. Yajin stitched the dragon's belly closed, relief crashing through him when the organs lay intact. Infection was less likely to take hold, since monsters usually shrug off disease, but the threat still lingered. The dragonfly lies, regaining strength. Everything now rides on how fiercely he wants to live. Yajin became the dragon's nanny. He nursed him, brought him clean water, and cradled him in his arms. He spots a bizarre, worm-like insect tucked in a tree and yanks it free. Yajin hurls every trick at the beast, bait, taunts, and reckless gambits, to force the dragon to finally take a bite. He races back to camp to find wild boars have bulldozed the place and stripped every tuft of soft grass. Then the sky cracks open and rain starts pounding. What could be worse? He sat in the pouring rain, wrapped tight in a sodden sweater, cradling a shivering dragon in his cupped hands and desperately trying to warm it. The hero dives into a cave to dodge the rain and kindles a fire. When a guest suddenly peers into the blaze, the wolf puffs and locks its stare on Yajin. He spins toward the wolf, eyes raw from days nursing the dragon without sleep, fury coiling like a viper as he vows to kill the wolf. The wolf bolts, tail tucked like a white flag, and Yajin sinks his gaze into the void, sleep-heavy eyes hollow as he thinks he can't do this anymore. His gaze snaps to the little dragon, and he realizes sleep has fled. Yejin bolts awake to birdsong, panic clawing at his throat as he realizes he fell asleep. Then he snaps his head to the dragon's spot, and his blood runs cold. The dragon's gone. The man still sees the wolf from yesterday, and a cold, ugly suspicion about the dragon coils in his gut. He snaps to his feet and storms to the cave's entrance. The first thing he spots in the morning sunlight is a baby dragon, vibrant and romping, lunging up to snatch a butterfly. Disbelief clawing at his throat, Yajin crept up to the dragon, shot it a casual good morning, declared he wasn't afraid, then reached to inspect the wound. The dragon snaps down on his outstretched hand. He screams and berates the little animal, then his fury crumbles into hurt. He only wanted to help. The bite flares into white-hot pain, shredding Yajin, but he tells himself the dragon's savage jaws prove it's alive and well. Jean shrugs it off, he's a kid, and he makes him think of the puppy that bit him as a child. The dragon needs a name, and with those feminine features. A month later, Yejim steels himself, slings a packed basket over his shoulder, and charges out of the forest alongside the dragon he christened Puppy. Today they leave. The dragon erupted into adulthood, swelling into a towering colossus of muscle and bone, huge, tall, and impossibly strong. They fell into each other's rhythm, and the dragon began to absorb his daddy's every trait. Following Yajin, the little dragon hurled itself into daring new adventures. He plants himself at her bedside and clasps the hand of the sick woman lying there. Melgo, tell me straight, is your wife's sickness real, and does saving her really devour that kind of money? He snaps the story as true, vows to lead him to the fishing spot, and calls the first speaker Brother Ergo. 2 days later, the village fretted for the brothers Melgo and Ergo, who had sailed away, when a cry split the air as their ship suddenly loomed on the horizon. Only one lone figure clung to the ship. The villagers had sensed something was coming, and now they stare into the distance, straining to spot which of the brothers has returned. They screamed their brothers' names until their throats cracked, but no reply came, only a shadow sliding across the ship. Far on the other side of the sea, Yajin and Puppy closed in on the water's edge. They both stand spellbound, eyes locked on the sea's endless, electrifying blue. Katori village loomed ahead, and Yajin burned with the question, how long would this dragon remain so tiny, and how long would dragons keep growing? By the roadside, kids crouch and flick pebbles in a simple game, their laughter slicing through the air. Slipping past the kids, Yejin is certain the puppy is safely stashed and trained to stay. The children whisper, eyes fixed on the backpack carrier, wondering if the dragon will crawl out. The kids erupt into a stone barrage, pelting the backpack. Sometimes kids can be shockingly cruel. The dragon, fed up with the attitude, flings the lid off his backpack and thrusts his head out to prove he's a fierce beast. The children gawk, and Yajin, mind blank, snatches up a handful of sand. A man hurls sand into the air. The children choke as their vision snaps shut. Moments later, travelers head for the village. Katori's tiny seaside village looks small as the heroes burst into Jacopo's tavern, and a server brings Yejin a plate of fish and a bowl of steamed soup. The fish reveals itself as a piranha, bearing a mouthful of huge, razor teeth. The owner's wife beams, praising the effort he poured into preparing the dish. The hero's mouth is slammed by a fierce taste of magic in this world. Besides sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami, there's a raw flavor born in a monster's body, the so-called demonic taste. Yajin raves the dish hits with a fierce spice aroma, leaves a lingering meaty aftertaste, and sends a pulse of magic straight into the brain, and the owner's wife snaps, why has the hero come? She sizes him up and calls him out. He's here for the dragonfish. He smirks, admits it, and says he'll only be staying a couple of days. She warns him, dragonfish are almost never hauled in, and when one is caught, nobles snatch it or merchants buy it for a king's ransom, leaving the villagers with nothing. She grinned and dropped the bomb. The dragonfish would hit the festival menu soon, but outsiders weren't allowed. That lit a fierce hunger in the hero, and he refused to abandon his hunt. He snaps questions about the festival as the owner and his wife swivel to stare behind him. He whips around to see the puppy has clambered out of the backpack, gazing around with wide-eyed curiosity. Rage boiled in Yajin toward Puppy, but he shoved food into him before charging into the tavern. The dragon must have been drawn by the scent. He throws out assurances that the puppy's harmless. He picked her up on the way to the village and swears she's tame and won't hurt a soul, while his mind is already sketching an escape plan if things go wrong, and the owner and his wife meet each other's eyes with hollow, defeated faces. Her mind snapped into place. Yaren had hauled the dragon into the village to peddle it to the fishermen as the festival sacrifice. She figured it out when she learned he intended to eat the dragonfish. Yijin leaned in, eyes alight, and pressed him for every last detail. She spun a legend of a celestial dragon whose battered wings tore it from the sky and sent it plunging into the sea to be reborn as a fish dragon. In their village, everyone carves wooden dragons and flings them into the surf as offerings, hoping to haul in a catch. She burst out an apology for misreading Yajin. She'd thought the village chief would stop at nothing to seize a living dragon and offer it up as a sacrifice, just like they did before. The girl rips into the current head, snarling that anyone who gets tangled with him is a villain, and that under this new head the village is slowly sinking into ruin. The owner moves to silence his wife, and Yajin snaps, "What's the new head's name?" The new leader is Melgo. He murdered his own brother and seized the leadership. A sharp warning hisses that his dragon must never be found. He's sure he's in the wrong place at the wrong time, pays and thanks for the food, turns to leave. Suddenly, something goes boom. The door bursts open as a kid who'd been playing races in with a man at his side, jabs a finger at Yajin and shouts, "That's him." The man snarls, "Step aside and arrest the hero for bringing a monster into our village." The child turns out to be the village chief's son. Yejin thinks there's no other option. He must fight now. The tavern's walls scream with images of fighting. Yajin tears through the men one by one. They never strike in unison. He wrenches his arm and drives his other hand into the chin. His eyes lock, laser-focused like every fight. Another man lunges at Yajin and his strike whiffs. Yajin smirks, instantly knowing they're amateurs. Their moves are an open book, and he'll dismantle them with ease. The final attacker takes a brutal shot to the chin and crumples. 3 others already sprawled around Yajin. Tavern owners stare in shock as the chieftain's son lunges for Yajin's backpack, yanking at the dragon curled inside, but the creature digs in its claws and refuses to budge. The dragon sinks its tiny, razor-sharp teeth into the boy's clothes, while the tavern owner's wife beams with pure delight. Even Yajin's jaw dropped as the puppy unleashed astonishing abilities. Another guy leans out the window and snatches the puppy by the neck as the dragon batters its wings in frantic, useless flaps, powerless and trembling with terror. Yejin lunges, fingertips grazing the dragon's paw, but coming up mere centimeters short. Then puppy vanishes behind the window frame. Yajin darted outside and slammed into thought, forcing calm into his racing chest. The pup's safe for now, at least until the festival if they decide to sacrifice her, and he's too unfamiliar with the village to find her alone. Eugene trudges back into the tavern and is met by 2 pairs of sympathetic eyes. They can see he's crushed he didn't find the dragon, and the thugs who attacked him bolted the moment they woke. He asks what will happen if he stays. Will those men come back? They say it's unlikely. The village chief is cruel but cautious. He'll only send them back when they're truly prepared. Yajin's made up his mind. He's heading to Melgo to fetch the puppy, and he presses for Melgo's address and the fastest route there. She snaps that if he's trying to reach Melgo, he should forget it. All the fishermen huddle on the village outskirts, and if he sets foot there, they'll swarm him in an instant. She swallows hard, voice trembling, and spits out the question, is Yajin willing to put his life on the line for a monster like that? The man replies that after slipping into hiding, he found her, wounded and exhausted, threw his own problems aside, and poured every ounce of strength into nursing her back to health. He roared that by saving the dragon, he'd saved his own soul, and swore he'd never abandon her. She calls his behavior strange, but admits she likes him. He's the kindest person after her husband, so she's ready to spill every piece of useful information to him. Yajin snaps for the intel he needs to decide his next move, then stammers that the previous head was moved. The girl blurted that the fisherman's wife lay gravely ill, and he didn't have the money for expensive treatment. Then his brother burst in with a dubious scheme. His brother pressured Ergo into going out to sea despite the fishermen's desperate warnings. Melgo returned alone. Ergo's wife had withered from neglect, and Melgo had taken the orphan boy as his own. He seized the chieftain's seat and plunged the village into ruthless tyranny. Now even the village elder stands powerless before him. Yajin broods, realizing confronting the headman is pointless, but the former chief's son emblem hides a vital clue, and he must still uncover what the fishermen think of Melgo. He still lacks the info to save Puppy, so he steels himself and prepares as best he can, first carving an escape route as he pushes through the forest toward the fisherman's home. Perched in the trees, Yajin spots two squads sealing off the village exits to trap him. The fishermen lie in wait, ready to spring an ambush. The hero thinks grabbing the puppy will make them lie in wait for him, but they'd lie in wait even if he left it, and while he hesitates, the fishermen burst into a furious argument. Men, boys, and young men roar that they're proud men of the sea and won't tolerate this anymore. They've been turned into bandits. Tired of obeying Melgo, they beg Argo, Urgo's son, to avenge his father. Yejin catches wind of fishermen boiling with fury under Melgo's tyranny, and Argo, Urgo's son, has rallied a loyal band, ready to strike at his side. Argo, standing dead center in the crowd, orders everyone to calm down. He understands how they feel, but he needs to be alone to wrestle through his thoughts. Argo perches on a huge rock, gasping and mind racing as the fishermen talk about those things like it's nothing. The idea of speaking up freezes him because he's sure they'll kill him. Suddenly, a knock rips through the quiet. A heavy hand clamps over Argo's mouth, and a sword bites his throat as Yajin hisses that if Argo screams, resists, or runs away he'll kill him, then asks if Argo wants to defeat his uncle. Argo only whispers, "Who are you?" What? Argo fires the question again. Yajin repeats it back coldly. Argo insists he won't trouble his uncle. Yajin presses once more. Argo admits he doesn't understand what they want from him. Yajin snaps, "Are you afraid to declare war on your family?" Argo mumbles, "No." The guy snaps that with Melgo at level 25 he'll never beat him. Yajin shrugs it off aloud, but inside he knows level 25 can launch someone to monstrous heights, and he's in deep trouble. He snaps at the boy that Melgo wouldn't set such a clumsy ambush if he were really skilled, and the whole setup rips open Yajin's old, bitter memories. A man rips into the room, demanding if it's true Melgo pocketed every coin from Urgo's last fishing trip instead of handing it over for Argo's mother's treatment, and Yajin blasts out, "Why did Argo rebel against his uncle?" He trembles, voice raw, and admits he's terrified. When his mother fell ill, he stood utterly powerless, able only to clutch her hand. Yajin leans in and asks if Argo still loves his parents. Argo nods, and Yajin growls that he needs allies. Something precious was stolen from him too. The hero lunged in, demanding if Argo was now ready to topple his uncle. Argo snarled that he was, and they sealed the deal. The full moon poured silver over the sleeping village as Yajin slipped toward the fisherman's house. He leans to the window, his breath catching. Melgo is asleep, blissfully cradled in the arms of two women. Yajin slammed the door on every distraction, locking his focus so the mission unfolded smoothly and quietly. Melgo's bedside table. Argo says Melgo gets wasted every night and downs water from the jug each morning so the jug can help them. Before the night's march even starts, Yejin discovers there are 3 guards. Argus smirks that they'll be easy to slip past because Melgo's house has never been breached and the guards won't be on the lookout. Yajin tips a vial into a jug of water as a cold certainty slices through him. The puppy isn't at Melgo's, but hidden with the fisherman, and the oddly crowded night keeps him from risking a glance. He prays the puppy will wait until morning, implores her for just a little patience, then slips into the ink-black night. Yajin perches on the seashore, every preparation locked in place, the actors tense in the wings, the stage gleams ready, and now the performance begins. He plants himself on the sand, stares into the rolling waves, wondering if this'll be a comedy or a tragedy. The ending calls the shots. The next day, Yajin arrives at the fisherman's village. The villagers freeze at his approach, wariness snapping into fierce, open anger. The man decks a fisherman, sending him sprawling. Another bolts for help, and within heartbeats Yajin is sealed in a ring of spear-wielding fishermen. The fishermen sneer, spitting that Yajin will die with his monster, and hissing why he hasn't fled. The hero fills his lungs and roars a challenge straight at the chief fisherman. They sneer, insisting the leader won't waste a single second on him. Yajin cuts in, snarling that striking from a crowd screams cowardice, and he's heard all their bragged-about bravery. Locals press to their windows, itching to see the scene. Rumors ignite down every street, and Yajin knows the leader will have to fight to save face when they reach him. Confusion pins the fishermen in place, indecision choking them, while Yajin's shouts shred the air until they're forced to call the head of the fishermen, and then fate takes over. Finally, the head strode out, like they were granting the crowd a rare, reluctant favor. Boiling with rage at being yanked from his crucial work, he fixes his glare on Yajin and barks to the fishermen, "Raise your harpoons, shoot at the guest." The fishermen jeer, "Why not squash the man like an ant? It costs you nothing." And Melgo just shrugs, "The guest will die sooner or later, so I'll end it in the least painful way." Melgo's chill hits Yajin harder than he expected. Melgo keeps barking orders at the fisherman to deal with the hero. Yajin thinks now's the moment to pull plan B, then a voice slices the air from somewhere, asking what all this means. They both believed Argo had come to the rescue, Melgo barked orders to kill the saboteur, and Yajin erupted, screaming that Melgo was a coward and a thief, incapable of defeating him. Yajin storms in accusing Melgo of stealing something precious. Melgo refuses to confess, shuns a duel, and even dares Yajin to kill him. Argo plays along, stunned, while Melgo sits unashamed, convinced theft isn't disgraceful. The fishermen erupt in protest, grief and fury blazing as they denounce their leader a coward who refuses the challenge. What about their honor? Melgo might have hammered the fisherman's code of honor into his nephew and rattled off every rule, but Argo storms forward and forces his uncle to prove his strength. The head of Katori village must face his opponent fairly. Melgo gapes at Argo's sudden torrent of words. Argo bristles, insulted and furious, since when did he ever let someone lecture him? Melgo snarls an order for Argo to kill Yajin. The leader's command isn't up for discussion, and Argo, memories of his parents crashing over him, balls his fists and snaps that the fishermen's lives rest in Melgo's hands. At the chief's command, the fishermen launch into the sea, risking their lives and relying on an equally brave chief who welcomes one-on-one combat, just like Argo's father. Argo explodes, bellowing that Melgo must prove his status, earn the fisherman's trust, and prove himself, all with his own hands. Argo fights for breath, chest ragged after that incendiary speech. Yajin snaps into a battle-ready stance, fingers clenching around his weapon. The crowd erupts, chanting like a living storm. Melgo clicked his tongue, a hard frown snapping onto his face. He hadn't planned on fighting. Now he's itching for a fight, and Yajin grins. Melgo is closing the gap faster and faster, leaving Melgo wide open. Doubt gnaws at Yajin about level 25, and Melgo rockets forward, amassing brutal speed as he swings a crushing blow at the hero's head. Tyazine swore Melgo was lightning fast. Melgo ripped past an incoming fist. The fist slammed into Yajin's forehead, and his head barely budged a centimeter. He met and stopped the strike with his skull. Melgo flashed a sly grin and warned that the moment he fights at full strength, his opponents get shredded into a bloody mess, terrifying the onlookers, so he didn't want to fight. Melgo's grin widens into a predator's leer as he boasts he can grind the guest to dust and nobody will so much as mutter a complaint to him. Yajin watches, thinking the leader is terrifyingly strong. All this time, Yajin had been scoffing at him, sneering that he'd only hit level 25 from a lucky accidental kill on a high-level monster. Turns out the guy really was that powerful, and Yajin had to lock his focus now or he'd pay for his arrogance. Yajin swears never to throw the first blow. Starting the fight would break him, so he stalks the counter, baiting strikes and answering with ruthless, rock-solid basics he trusts to the bone. It tightens the detection field into a 2-meter bubble, snapping every nearby detail into razor-sharp, maximum awareness. A left hook screamed past Yajin's face, wide and missing. Melgo still hasn't managed to reach him. Mel drops into stance. The instant an attack sparks, he sidesteps, so fast even the leader can't outpace perception. Eugene decided to unleash a blistering combo of strikes, so unpredictable and unavoidable no one could dodge them. At first, he was stunned by Melgo's speed, but over time he grew used to it. The hero lunges and slams his strike into Melgo's face, and Melgo hisses with fury, snarling at Yajin to fight properly and unleash his full strength. The guest taunts the host, mocking, "What are you even saying?" as fists fly and Melgo's temper explodes, his strikes scatter, sloppy and off-target. Yajin can now read exactly when Mel slips into striking range. So long as his detection holds, he'll unleash a lightning counterattack. He goads Melgo into launching a strike, snaps into the perfect stance, and then he whiffs. Yajin realized he could dodge by whipping his torso aside, but the blow shattered Melgo's stance and left him wide open for an attack. The hero's fist lashes out, planting a clean, bone-rattling strike to the neck, then follows with a savage blow to the leg. He clamps Melgo's face, lines in until their eyes are inches apart. Melgo seizes his arm. Melgo's grip locked like iron. Yajin winced in pain, then cried out as Melgo twisted his arm and shoved him away sharply. The opponents are already shrugging off their wounds, and Yajin's jaw tightens. Melgo snapped back in a heartbeat, and the hero barely scratched him. At this pace, Yajin's time is vanishing, but that blow to the eye has to start hurting. Yajin chews on it. After that brutal counterattack, Melgo will be cautious, and the fight will only sharpen. Melgo outmatches the hero in strength, speed, and durability, and if Yajin slips up, he'll be killed. A thrill shot through the hero, electrifying every fiber of his being. Yajin realizes he's facing a real person whose brute strength dwarfs his own, so he tosses the martial rulebook aside and fights without limits. To take Melgo down, Yajin must fuse his world's martial arts with the techniques he learned here, and he's having the time of his life doing it. The pause between attacks stretched like a held breath, Melgo standing stone still across from him with tension crackling in the air. Yajin seethed. baffled by Melko's refusal to strike. Was he really waiting for Yajin to make the first move? Yajin suspects it's the herbs he slipped into the water jug earlier, the linchpin of the plan, and Melgo froze solid. His stomach suddenly roared. Yajin feigned wide-eyed surprise like the noise came from elsewhere, and when his enemy froze in confusion, he lunged. Yajin unleashed a graceful, razor-precise kick, then slammed a menacing punch. He'd poured everything into the attack. The crowd surged forward, blind to what was really happening. Yajin suddenly seized control from Elgo, and the whole scene felt like pure humiliation. Melgo's restraint shatters, bloodlust floods him. He wants to kill this bastard so badly, he can only picture landing one bone-crushing, final blow. Melgo swings, Yajin's fist rockets into his stomach, landing dead center. The hero relentlessly presses on his stomach. Melgo's face drains of color. Melgo went ghost-white as his gut revolted, and heaved violently to purge the excess. Gasps ripped through the crowd as jaws hit the floor at the impossible sight. Some roar with laughter, some gag with nausea, some sink under a weight of guilt, some flush bright with shame. Every reaction hits a different way. Yajin will obliterate everything, crushing the people's respect for Melgo, shredding his dignity, and demolishing his reputation. Legs rocketed skyward and smashed into Melgo's chin. When the dust settled, Yajin rose victorious. The battle belonged to him. He towered over Melgo's body, spear-wielding fishermen arrayed before him, while Ngi pulsed, replaying the recent battle. Rage coiled in Jean as he wanted to crack Melgo in the back of the head, but he still had a role to play. It wasn't the main one anymore. Trying to ease the tension, Yajin flashes a grin and quips, "If only the strongest can be head, then I'm the new head." The fishermen erupted in outrage, and the man went stone-faced, daring anyone with a complaint to meet him in battle. The same challenge applied to his subordinates. Yajin snarled he'd have to re-educate them, and the room split. Some scowled in indignation, some pressed their lips into tight, angry lines, and others actually smirked or visibly relaxed. Argo burst from the crowd and squares off with Yajin, their eyes locking in a fierce, silent stare. Panic ripples through the crowd, faces drained of color for Argo, and a few rush forward, voices cracking as they beg him to stop. Yajin cheers as a volunteer from the crowd steps up, and their thoughts slam into the forest where the man trained Argo to fight, the main rule. Watch his fists and strike at the right moment. Determination wins fights, fear hands you defeat. Argo clenched his fists tighter, eyes boring into Yajin, and Yajin stared back with the same lethal resolve. Yajin lunges with the opening strike. Argo pivots and slips the blow. The man's hand whips a centimeter from Argo's face, then slams into Yajin's face. He's blasted backward, slamming into the ground with a thunderous crash. The crowd roars for Argo as he bellows at Yajin, taunting that he can't do a thing now. The audience is convinced the man has given up completely, his legs having given out. A desperate cry ripped from Yajin as he swung, his fist slamming into Argo's cheek. Argo swings again, calm as a grave and twice as deadly. Breath ragged and barely standing, Yajin surrenders and hands the victory to Argo. The crowd erupts in thunderous cheers. Villagers swarm Argo, shouting praise for his brilliant fight, while a group steps up to Yajin accusing him of cruelty. He hopes he hasn't gone too far with his words, and then someone suddenly reaches out and shields him. Argo rushes to Yajin's defense, roaring that from now on they won't cower like his uncle. Proud fishermen of Katori village spit on cowardice, and Argo respects the hero for daring to stand alone against Melgo. Argo drops to his knees, pleading for his countrymen's forgiveness for failing to stand with them, for stepping aside when his answer and mother died, and for turning his back on the fisherman's plea for help. The fishermen spill out apologies, huddle shoulder to shoulder, and hold a long, hushed vigil for Argo's father. Argo roared, "No more fear, no more running," and one of the fishermen begged, "I just want another chance." Argo swore to undo every injustice his uncle had sown. From this moment, Argo's son stood as the fishermen's rightful chief. Joy floods them, tears streaking down every face. Relief floods Yajin as he exhales. The boy's charisma mirrors his father's, making him the obvious leader of the fishermen. Yajin lit the fight, but Argo was meant to come out on top, and he did. If Melgo had fallen, Argo wouldn't have swept into leadership so easily. The absurd spectacle with Argo center stage is already kicking off, and the crowd keeps roaring with joy. Melko heaved himself up, rising from the ground inch by inch. Rage exploded inside him. He wouldn't let things stay the way they were. Melgo burned to do it, but it lived only in his head. Publicly humiliated before his own subjects, Melgo's pride snapped. He swore vengeance and struck back right then. Rage boiled over in Mel as he lashed out, his hand a blur aimed straight at the hero's face. He recoiled, Meldo's hand sliced through empty air, and rage boiled in him. Yajin crouches, coiled to strike. Melgo's scratch actually landed. Now his strikes sweep across a much wider radius. There has to be a reason Melgo keeps hurling his arms forward like that. A normal person wouldn't. But the former boss ignores his own safety entirely, while most people instinctively recoil to avoid causing harm. Melgo has abandoned every instinct to survive, lunging with chaotic, unpredictable strikes that leave Yajin doubting he can defeat him. Rage boils through Melgo as he explodes back into the attack, forcing Yajin into frantic, non-stop dodges. He snatched my hand up to my face, his fingers hovering inches from my cheek. Melgo snapped. He lunges in berserk bursts, eyes blazing like living coals, swinging his massive arms like wrecking clubs, and even savage beasts and monsters move with more sense than him. Yujin's feet seize in brutal cramps, but he clings with every ounce of strength, ready to snatch Melgo's face between his fingers the moment an opening appears. Melgo snarls and barrels toward Yajin, completely exposed and bewildered. He's wide open. A strike to the solar plexus or a knife to the throat would finish him, but you have to be razor-sharp and careful. Melgo rockets into the air and barrels at Yajin, legs wrecked and forgotten. He's laser-focused on the surprise guest who just thudded onto his head. Mel's already right on him. Yajin's pulse spikes. He's sure his head's about to smash, so he has to move with razor-sharp caution or they'll catch him. Suddenly Mel unhinged his jaw, his mouth gaping as wide as any human could ever manage. He lunges to sink his teeth into Yajin, but Yajin barely twists aside, and the bite snaps shut on empty air. The hero drives a strike into the neck and another into the stomach, then edges back a step. Terror slams into Yajin. He has no idea how to take down the beast now wearing a human face, and he's still reeling that they actually lunged to sink their teeth into him. He can't pre-plan his attack. Those motions don't even exist in his stance system. This isn't a martial art but pure improvisation, and to beat it, he must summon razor focus and ghost-like evasion. The man-beast bellows and charges forward, every thunderous step rattling the earth. He hurls a kick that sails wide again, while the hero flicks a knife free and snaps into a deadly stance. Argo's eyes snap. Yajin flings a knife straight at Melgo's leg. A knife juts from the uncomprehending Melgo's leg as Yajin rips a second blade free from his clothes. The hero zeroes in on the second leg. In a heartbeat, the second leg is ripped away. Melgo, who'd completely blanked on his legs and the knives, unleashed a raw, guttural roar as pain hammered through him. Yajin's eyes blazed. This was no longer a fair duel, so he shoved instinct aside, grabbed a weapon, and hit with brutal surprise. What truly sets humans apart from animals, a blazing intellect, and the raw skill to craft and wield tools. Standing over Melgo, Yajin spits. It's over, and feels a cold shock. He's become a savage. Despite every instinct, he can't use the tools of civilization. Several figures close in on the main character, and one of them hefts a massive cage in his hands. The puppy perches inside, clutching the bars with its tiny paws. Her eyes trapped every ounce of the world's sadness. The cage swings open and the tiny animal inches out, fur trembling. Yajin shoots his hands forward, palms outstretched toward it. He scoops his companion into his arms, cradling him to his chest and pressing him close with fierce tenderness. The puppy's eyelids snap shut, and he plummets into an instant doze. Guilt twists in his chest, and he shoots a silent apology straight at the animal. Regret rips through him for not being careful earlier, and he vows they must finally start truly understanding each other. The puppy erupts with an eerie inner light, its fur pulsing as a strange glow wells up from inside. An icy jolt ripped through Yajin. He snapped his eyes open, wide with shock and fear. A bizarre surge rips through him, swallowing him from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes. Snapping back just enough to notice, he stared, baffled by this strange obsession, his head spinning for a beat as if something were being ripped out of him. The hero's strange state screamed for attention, and Argo zeroed in, demanding of him, did something happen? He shoots her a sharp thanks for paying attention and declares everything's fine, then smirks that even after losing the duel he still got what he wanted and makes a mental note to check the status later. Argo snaps that the villagers finally see the blame is theirs, so the dragon must be returned to its rightful owner. Yechin cuts in, asking how Melgo is holding up. Melgo slumbers peacefully on the bed, breathing steady. He actually looks okay. The hero snapped his head over his shoulder, anxiety clawing at his throat as he locked eyes with him. The boy assures everyone his life isn't at risk, but warns that every step will still hurt once he recovers. Yajin's face flickers with surprise. From now on, the man snaps. Argo has to start winning Melgo's supporters to his side. The guy blurts, "What am I supposed to do now?" And the hero fires back that the villagers are seething and must be calmed by bringing them together. Argo blurts, "What exactly do I have to do?" bewilderment claws at him. He's utterly lost about how he's supposed to act now. Yajin freezes mid-move, a cryptic grin spreading like a dare across his face. He urges them to throw a roaring festival to welcome the arrival of the new head of the fishermen, and they ignite a towering bonfire whose flames shoot into the sky. The celebration ends and people stream home, cradling garlands of flowers and animal horns, grinning and laughing. The hero slumps to the ground as a glowing status window flares to life right before him. The man scrutinizes the changes with razor focus. The puppy peeks out from under his companion's clothes, watching intently. Eugene roars into level 20, a walking arsenal: karate, throwing, wild knife technique, razor detection, shadow stealth, 5 sense enhancement, poison and paralysis resistance, plus sewing and skinning, and he wears the titles Monster, New Goblin Species, and M-shaped baldness in progress. The man watches new skills and a flashing title pop up, then his eyes snag on a strange entry: Soul Contract. The field proclaims the pact binds him to puppy. He strains to unravel what it means, the words soul and contract thundering in his mind with ominous weight. Jean crouched and peered down at the puppy dozing peacefully, deeming her the perfect candidate for a contract. She flat out refused to go anywhere, and he saw raw, trembling fear in her eyes. The hero's instincts scream, someone is closing in. He whirls, snapping, "What do you want?" The visitor recoils. Argo steps forward, grinning that he's tracked the man down and claiming someone saw him heading for the beach, but Yejin sees through the friendly act and snaps for them to stop. The man roars that killing him won't work, so don't even bother trying. His fears are justified. The man is gripping a knife behind his back. Argo goes rigid, silence coiling around him, his strength sapped and his courage snuffed. He can't launch an open attack. He confesses, after seeing what his uncle had turned into, terror ripped through him, and he couldn't shake the fear that the same fate would strike him. Yajin grins, silencing the lone witness would bury the secret, and he figures the man has been stabbed in the back again and again. Argo whispers, "You're going to kill me for this, aren't you?" It's not a plea but a resigned admission, the quiet surrender of a man who has already accepted his fate. He scowled, seeing this cruelty as pointless. He only wanted to devour the dragonfish and be left in peace. He snapped that he and Argo were comrades in arms, so he'd let him off, but only this one time. The boy echoes comrades in arms like he's testing the world. Yajin snaps it's true and fires the question at the man, "Do you disagree?" And the man, remembering the boy's lifelong place in the village, knows an equal friend would mean everything to him. The knife ripped free from Argo's grip and slammed onto the ground with a dull thud, lying motionless where it fell. He flinched and spat, "I can't point a dagger at my friend." He suggests returning, dead certain the holiday preparations are finished. The man freezes. He doesn't share the festive mood. His gaze drops, hesitation knots his voice, and he finally nods, murmuring a reluctant yes. Trailing the pair, Yajin's mind snaps. He was the one who drew his blade first. He stares up at the sky, guilt cutting at him. Had he been too cruel, maybe under different stars they'd have been friends. People gather at laid tables, plates heaped with treats before them as candles flicker and spill warm light across the spread. A freshly prepared piece of dragonfish waits on a plate before the hero, its flesh gleaming and crowned with vibrant greens. The realization slammed into the man. He swallowed hard, saliva hitching in his throat. Within seconds, the fish disintegrated, leaving only a handful of tiny, translucent bones. Yajin rubs his belly and exclaims, "That was unbelievably tasty." Regret rips through him. He's already devoured everything, and now the man craves more. He gapes with wild eyes at his neighbor, who, still mid-meal, skewers another bite and shoves it into his mouth. A cold jolt hits the hero. He suspects the man is devouring his dragonfish. He exploded to his feet, panic igniting as he lunged to stop this blatant injustice. That fish is his and his alone. The man lunged, his hand whipping toward the unsuspecting boy, poised to strike. Needles of 1,000 threads skewer my consciousness, and a voice booms, "Stop right now." Yajin halts mid-step, presses a hand to the crown of his head and snaps, "What was that voice?" Only jagged fragments claw at her ears, whispered pieces that warn, he's strange. The hero whirls to his companion, jaw slack and eyes blazing with astonishment. He reels from a sudden blast of gas. Turns out the puppy said it all. Yajin narrows his eyes and sizes the dragon, suspicion coiling cold in his chest. He lets out a baffled sigh. The hero reels, asking himself what that voice had been. Did he just hear a puppy? Surprise surges through him, and a small, pleading hope claws for yes. Argo snaps, "Are you okay?" And Yejin blinks out of his stupor, reaches to answer, looks like he's about to blurt something, then steels himself and insists that everything is fine. He replays it like a fevered scene. Over a scrap of dragonfish he snapped and almost attacked someone, and even now the whole thing feels absurd. Jean's fixation on the fish's flesh claws at his mind. He suspects some mysterious toxin is calling him. Recalling that instant, he says a jolt of electricity tore through his brain, and then a savage hunger crashed over him. He hurls question after question like shuriken, desperate to expose the core truth. If this is an addiction, what weak point in the brain does it exploit, the dragonfish meat, or something sneakier? No, you're completely missing the point. A bolt of understanding sears through Yajin. He realizes the craving isn't for meat, but for the taste of mana from the magic he just touched. Higher-ranked monsters brim with far more mana, and before the man could even register it, a searing taste of mana flooded his mind and stole his thoughts. The hero fears this could ignite a real addiction, not the alcohol or drug kind, but a food-like hunger amplified many times over. He realizes the mana's flavor only feels addicting. It's his taste blown wide open by the five senses enhancement skill. Yajin swears off all magical food until he can master it. This world turns even a tasty bite into danger, and a tiny, clawed paw suddenly plants itself on his shirt. A tiny puppy perches on the companion's shoulder. The hero stares at the animal, adrenaline prickling, as he imagines how everything might have unraveled if she hadn't stopped him at that critical moment. He lays a trembling hand on the dragon's colossal head, strokes it gently, and lets out a hoarse, grateful thank you for saving him. The sun slid beneath the horizon like a molten ember, its rays slashing across the water and painting the surface with blazing reflections. Night devours the sky as the villagers line the road, watching Yajin stride off into the waiting dark. Argo Beams presses a parting gift into his hands, thanks him for the help, and vows he'll do his absolute best to prove how much he's grown the next time they meet. He snatches the gift and proclaims he'll accept it with gratitude, then corrects himself in his head. This isn't a parting gift, it's the reward for overthrowing Melgo. He'd already had a blade leveled at him once, and that single betrayal burned any chance of trust to ash. Yajin said it out loud and urged Argo to take care of himself. He rockets off on his journey. The villagers wave him goodbye. He edges along a sheer cliff until the path forks. A battered road sign juts up, and he leans close, studying every word like it's a lifeline. Yajin drinks in the view, beckons Puppy to look, and confesses they'll probably never see the ocean again as Puppy pokes its head out of the box on his shoulders and watches obediently. Out of nowhere, something unthinkable yanked Yajin's gaze. A massive snake-like behemoth explodes from the waves and rockets several meters into the air. Sunlight ignites the droplets into glitter, transforming the creation into a stunning, majestic spectacle. It watches with razor-sharp focus, catching every tiny movement. The monster slams into the water with a deafening splash, blasting a cloud of spray skyward before slipping back beneath the surface. Mouths agape and eyes bulging, the man and the dragon stood riveted as the spectacle exploded into view. They lock eyes, their faces frozen in place. Once more, they snap their gaze back to the water's surface. Yajin gapes at the perfectly calm ocean and asks, "Is that really a dragonfish?" It's surreal. He knows those fish dwell in the crushing depths. He cracked a satisfied grin. He thrusts his hands skyward in a final fierce wave and shouts goodbye to the dragonfish and Katori village. Now he plunges into a choking forest, so vast even a bird's-eye view can't spot its edge. A boar-like creature freezes stone still in the forest thicket. It fixes a bizarre stare on the person. Facing him, Yajin stood like a coiled spring, eyes locked on the animal, tracking every twitch. Having waited for the right moment, the man snaps a sharp signal to the puppy. Hidden in the dense thicket, the dragon's eyes flicker faintly, tiny embers daring the dark. The puppy rockets forward, pouncing into the attack with blinding speed. She threw her mouth wide open, inches from the animal's tail. He clamps his jaws onto the tail and hangs on as the boar thrashes with all its might to fling her off, but the puppy's grip is a vice. She refuses to give the enemy an inch. The beast whips around, rage blazing, drool streaming from its jaws. Right then, a man slams a crushing blow into his side. The dagger buries itself in the carcass almost to the hilt. Deep into the night, the companions squeezed into a cramped cave and kindled a crackling fire. Beside Yajin, a wicker basket cradles the dragon curled up for the night as a man steps forward and lauds her, his voice ringing with admiration for her care. Puppy sinks into a comfy pose, shuts her eyes and lets out a slow breath, and Yajin grins, declaring that if she keeps this up she'll definitely get stronger. An empty plate lies abandoned on the ground. The hearty dinner was devoured and the feast is over. Ever since that nightmare, he swore off the enhancement of feeling skill. One brutal activation was more than enough for him. Victory roared in his chest but tasted unfinished. He toppled Milgo, a level 25, and claimed the title of the strongest among the small nations, yet he was still only a fisherman. If a professional fighter had stood in Milgo's place, he would have had no chance. Face it, there will always be someone stronger. He hammers that truth into himself and stays razor alert, like a mouse sensing a fox closing in. Yajin declares he won't flee civilization. He relishes the slow life and Shinetsuka's company in the wild, yet a relentless urge to fit into society claws at him. He'd finally hit level 20. Now the hunt was on to raise his rank as an adventurer. This isn't a simple fix, it's a minefield. Guards at the city gates shamelessly extort bribes, and once you're inside the city, you're at serious risk of running into trouble. Watching the sleeping puppy, the hero thinks he can make even the village peasants who hate outsiders respect a 5th-rank adventurer. If he pulls it off, no one will dare snatch his friend. To raise your rank, you must smash through the level 20 ceiling. Only rare treasures, hoarded in the church or the great city's collections, can make it happen. Cut off from Great Bath, he can't go back, so they lock onto their next target. Tolton towered above its neighbors, the richest city among the small nations. Before Yajin's eyes, a goblin village unfurled, mostly squat, primitive huts. He watches the settlement like a hawk, taking its pulse, roughly 30 monsters in all, organized into a harsh disciplinary society with a hobgoblin calling the shots. Thick branches of a nearby tree hang heavy with human bodies. Yajin figures they were adventurers once hired to exterminate goblins, and seeing so many corpses he concludes goblins are brutal neighbors, and this village must be one of the most warlike around. At first he pictured the place as his companions' training ground. Now he fears they'll have to uproot and move. He locks eyes on a toy animal with a paw torn off, and an idea slams into his skull. Moving suddenly isn't the best option. He calculated which fighting style would cleave through a horde, and knew this was the perfect chance to test it, because training on goblins would be easier than training on humans. Beside the toy lay 2 human skulls, one full-grown, one smaller. The man pieced it together and concluded it made sense. People are always trouble, and he needed to gain experience fighting large groups. It crushes the goblin menace, terrorizing the nearby villages. One bold move fixes 2 crises at once. The first day of training explodes into motion. Unaware of what awaited them, the goblins scurried through their usual business, laughing and trading with carefree abandon. One of them is drowning in the swamp, and Yajin stands at the very edge, watching the monster's hands slowly slip beneath the murky water. Crouched in the bushes, he watches potential enemies, his mind hammering out tactics as he prepares to slip like a shadow, careful, silent, unseen, picking off the goblins one by one. He must zero in on the perfect ambush spot and the exact order to pick off targets, keep razor-sharp watch over every sound and shadow, while his instincts pin down where countless monsters hide. Day 2 begins. With a soft rustle, the hero hauls another goblin into the bushes, drags it behind a tree, and clamps a hand over its mouth until every scream is smothered. He's vanished into the dense thickets, swallowed whole and gone from sight. On the 3rd day, a hulking beast burst from the bushes and hurtled into the clearing where the village sat. It slammed a deafening stomp and barreled straight at the nearest goblin. Blindsided, the monster froze, eyes locked on the object barreling toward it. He slammed to the dirt as the beast surges on, not even losing a beat. The remaining goblins surge at the uninvited guest, clubs raised, as the man slips behind a wide tree trunk, cradling another hapless fool who is in the wrong place at the wrong time and has gone limp. Yajin relished how he'd baited the monster into the village, turning his battle-hardened experience into the perfect trap. Day 4, the goblin froze, jaw agape, eyes wide with astonishment at a bizarre, impossible sight. It's not a twig, it's a long, sleek tail peeking out from the thickets, wagging like a dare. For a while, he hunkers down in the grass, holding his breath so he won't draw a single gaze. Then, out of nowhere, it jolts to life and explodes into motion. The goblin claws through the underbrush, hunting for whoever that tail belongs to. A man slips up behind him, dead silent. A thunderous crunch rips through the air, sealing our victory over another monster. On the 5th day, suspicion flares among the goblins, and they swarm their more influential brother, desperate to make him listen to their warnings. Crouched in the bushes, Yajini tracked their every move, convinced the monsters would soon scent the trouble stirring in the village. One goblin snarled, spitting accusations of negligence right at the leader. The hobgoblin's frown snapped into a snarl as he slammed a bone-crushing punch into the accuser's face. It hits him. The monster is weaponizing its power to silence anyone who dares complain. The hero decides it's time to unleash the finishing touch. The 7th night fell, the moon rose high in the sky, and in his bed the hobgoblin lay lifeless, his throat mortally wounded. Another goblin took the first and final blow to the back of his neck and lies face down. Another monster lies on his side, staring blankly into the darkness. Yajin melts into the shadows and dispatches another goblin without a sound. He snaps the question to himself, am I finished with everyone or not yet? At the base of one tree, he spots a hole plugged shut with a tangle of bedding. He snatches the mat and, in a razor-quick motion, hoists it up onto his outstretched arm. Down in the pit, a battered goblin still breathes, clutching a trembling cub to his chest. He spits a venomous hiss right at the troublemaker. He gaped as the scene unfolded before him, dismay lancing through his chest. Knife trembling in his fist, his arm freezes and he can't strike. Yajin's memory snaps to Al's warning that in a vast state, there's what Al called an underground guild. They shoved poisoned blades into the hands of slum children, ordered them to stay out of trouble, then smirked that trouble would hunt them down anyway. A cold truth cuts him. Pity this cub and regret will hunt him later. He won't survive Tolton. He clamps his hand around the blade's hilt. Yajin steels himself. His jaw tightens and his frown hardens, sparking fierce determination. The goblin's pupils pinched to slits as he stared at the man before him, horror freezing him solid. Then the truth slams into him, and he scowls too. The hero lunges forward and lands a thunderous strike. Then he turns on his heel and strides away, utterly unshaken. It streaks a ribbon of brilliant fire, each burst roaring into the next, and swallowing the village that was alive just yesterday. Blood drips from the knife as the man stares calm. He has no regrets. If even one monster had escaped, he'd track it down to its new settlement later. The fight was a valuable lesson in taking on a group. Yajin repeats, I have no regrets, aloud, drilling it into his mind. The image of the goblin and its cubs still blazes behind my eyes. They stared at the stranger, bodies taut and eyes wide with fear. A bitter truth knots his throat. The goblin cub's likeness to human children stares him down, and he can't stop wondering if the day will come when that moral line is wiped from him. A sudden image of his dojo kids slams into him, and he burns to know how they're doing now. The puppy drifts into blissful sleep, his tiny head poking out from under the shirt collar like a sleepy bobblehead. They turned to leave. Tomorrow they'd hunt the monster Yajin had stumbled upon the other day. Night surrenders to day as the forest is flooded with bright sunbeams. A massive pile of leaves smolders on the ground, tendrils of smoke coiling upward. A thick, acrid haze slams into him. He coughs, clamping a hand over his face. They pin the beast to its lair. A pup blocks the entrance while the hero hangs back with blade aloft, hissing at his companion to steady. Soon the smoke will flush the game from its hole. He asks an ally to steal her attention and sink their teeth into her, exactly the trick they always pull. A hare, its body absurdly huge for its tiny frame and horns curling at the tips, catapults out of the hole. He explodes into a leap. The horns whip straight through Yajin's face. He staggers, stunned by the animal's lightning speed. He twists in a hair's breadth, the horn's razor edge roaring past his neck and grazing his skin. The plan worked. The monster crumpled lifeless at his feet. His heart slammed against his ribs as he realized one failed dodge would have severed his carotid artery and killed him. He rubs his neck, a cold knot tightening. This is exactly why you never drop your guard in the forest. One false step and death is on you. Yajin stalks forward, closing in on the carcass. He rockets forward, beating the beast to its paw, knowing killer rabbit pelts fetch top coin among adventurers. Once they skin the rabbit, the companions can set off for Tolton. He pushes deeper into the forest and freezes. The goblin settlement he raised just yesterday lies in smoking ruin. Yesterday he was sick, nausea clawed at him, and a hammer pounded his skull. Now he looks at this and feels nothing. The ordeal carved him into stone, or he just cooled off after yesterday. Now he swears everything's fine, clutching that fragile hope like a lifeline. When the dust settled, he burned to adapt to this world. Yajin finally reaches his destination. Tolton rises to greet him with towering fortress walls and a sprawling tangle of buildings. A roaring tide of people surges toward the city gates. They're herded into a massive, snaking queue that stretches for dozens of meters. His eyes snap to a row of gates, one for carts, one for pedestrians, one for nobles, each insisting on its own strict order of entry. Packed behind a wall of bodies, the hero peers over shoulders, his stomach dropping at the endless queue. He clings to one fragile hope. Maybe he can just get into the city today. Against all fears, everything's moving fast. With every step the queue thins and the coveted entrance edges closer. He burst through the gate as guards behind him pounced on the next would-be entrant, rifling through their belongings. Yajin grinned. He'd zipped through far faster than he'd expected, proving this was the most civilized city around, and carrying the puppy was no problem. We only had to prove the companion wasn't aggressive and obey every required precaution, no prepped bribe necessary. He steps onto the city pavement and gapes. Trade with the imperial megadot's hegemony has flooded the streets with a breathtaking, living culture. A dizzying variety of products crashing into a colorful crowd ignites into a sizzling, combustible mix. Now I finally see why everyone calls it Tolton. Step into the city of desires. Yejin scans the crowd, desperate to pin down the desire that binds everyone here. He strode down the city streets, his gaze snagging on a single strange quirk in the local layout. The buildings here burst with chaos, yet Jean pictured a tidy metropolis of perfectly planned, orderly streets. A rancid stench slams into him. He realizes he's stumbled into a slum. He's absolutely right. Rot and excrement choke the air. Rat-like creatures dart through the shadows now and then, and we shouldn't linger here. A gaunt boy in threadbare rags slips past the man like a shadow. He nearly slips past, but the hero seizes his hand in a steel grip and snaps, "Stop." The man keeps his grip, but the boy doesn't flinch. Desperate audacity blazes in his eyes. Yajin snapped that every coin was hammered out of him by sweat, so he won't part with it without a fight. He claws at innocence, insisting he didn't steal, snapping rude answers as if the man had just picked his pocket, or worse, yanked him for no reason. The boy screams for Geyser, the old man, begging for help. The hero stares at the hand he snatched at the very last second. The child looks painfully weak. The man suspects the boy is so penniless he can't even buy food, the stench choking the air, and Yajin sneers. When did this little thief last wash, if ever? He clamps his jaw and banishes pity. Let this pickpocket slip, and the streets will slap an easy target label across his back. Rage knots the hero's jaw. He thinks snapping the thief's arm would be the perfect punishment. He drives himself past the edge until he starts to hurt himself. He can't raise a hand against a child. The faces of every kid from his dojo slam into his mind. An outside hand settled the moral dilemma when a wooden club smashed into the back of the offender's head, the blow so savage the weapon splintered to pieces on impact. The boy crashes to the ground, hitting it with a sickening thud. Yajin freezes, eyes wide as shock slams into him and pins him to the spot. An elderly, balding man landed the blow and now stares, face awash with emotion, at the collapsed thief, a broken baton clenched in his hand. The hero's pulse spikes. Who is that? He doesn't even see the man sneaking up behind him. He's too fired up by the chaos unfolding. A grin splits his face, and he sweet-talks about what a terrible misfortune it is. The old man rained kicks down on the man sprawled on the ground, snarling about the swarm of nimble-fingered tramps and homeless here, then sneered at the boy and demanded he return what he'd stolen. He shoots a sly squint. The thief grits his teeth. Yajin watches, eyes alight, as the old man theatrically snatches back the stolen goods and mocks the boy, turning the whole ridiculous exchange into a staged performance. The hero peels back the pretense, the traded glances and those surgical never-lethal hits, and spots the pickpocket's boss. Yajin screams at him, "Did you step in because you figured you were too soft and too clever to get your hands dirty with a child?" Yajin's fist rockets into the trickster's cheekbone, his face crumples and the stolen goods spill from his grip. He plummets and slams into the ground, the impact rattling through him. The bag of coins slammed down with a metallic clang right in front of the boy, who lay sprawled on the ground. The old man thrust his hands forward in a desperate plea, shouting, "What are you doing?" And the hero snapped, voice like steel, "Don't you even try to take my things without permission." Beggars and vagabonds pressed close, eyes riveted to the brutal schooling unfolding, and no one will lift a finger to stop it. The explanation of moral norms crashes into a sickening crunch as a leather-booted foot stomps down on his limb, and the old man squeals in pain. He snatches the purse of coins from him, gapes theatrically at its heft, then taunts, "Now the one-legged man can run." Yejin snarls that next time she won't take money, she'll take a life. The old man lies on the ground, clutching his injured leg to his chest, too beaten to preach. The man whips around, words crackling on his tongue as he zeroes in on the little pickpocket. The boy vaulted up, snatched the bag of coins from the ground, and bolted. Knowing there's nothing left to do and feeling zero urge to chase, the hero pivots and forges ahead. He cuts through the city streets like a shadow, his steps swallowed by silence. He darts past glowing windows and curious local residents. SCP, take one more step. The journey barreled onward, every step swallowed by absolute inner silence. His thoughts snap back to the failed thief. He sees the boy trapped in a brutal, filthy world, forced to scrape out a harsh, miserable life. Yajin gulps hard, jaw clenching. He claws himself back together, desperate to feel better and strong enough not to think about it anymore. He believes only iron determination can keep him alive in this cruel, unfair world. The Adventurers Guild secretary gasped, slapping a hand over her mouth. Yajin, are you really going to submit an application for promotion? Everyone in the room snapped their heads, eyes darting as they traded bewildered glances. Every eye snapped to the ambitious adventurer. A man plants himself at the counter, hands folded on the tabletop. The hero snaps that everything's right, that's exactly why he came to the city, but the man is far from pleased, bristling that there was no need to shout about the promotion. It's private. She flinched but played it cool. No sign leaked out. Still, she was a shaky Adventurers Guild employee who wasn't very competent, and the secretary insisted first Yajin must test his level with the church's special sphere. She'll blast a notice to the church announcing his arrival, and he only has to contact the person in charge of applications the next day. The hero staggers through the door, crashes onto his bed, and groans, "What a brutal day today." He shuts his eyes. The puppy plants itself on the floor beside the bed. He apologizes for leaving her in the room and admits he won't parade his companion through the streets until he secures a firm foothold in the city. He collapses into sleep, Yajin already bracing himself. Tomorrow won't be any kinder. Night descends, swallowing the city. As if on cue, morning burst in and sunlight spilled over the houses, bathing their walls and roofs in a soft, golden glow. A man strides up to a small, neat church, and a voice greets him at the door. The rank assessor summoned the hero into the church's secret, sacred sphere. A man plants his palm on a glass orb. The mist inside the sphere snapped into the sharp outlines of familiar symbols, and Yajin lunged forward to shout the discovery to the man in charge. Later, already inside the Adventurers Guild, the secretary snaps her ledger shut, thanks him for his work, and says she can now assess his level. They still can't register the man as a 5th-rank adventurer, and the girl delivers the news with sorrow etched across her face. The hero roared, "What is this impossibility rooted in?" The secretary looks away and says that raising your rank isn't just about confirming your level. You've got to contribute to the guild. It's really a test to prove you can handle rank 5 requests. She snatches up a thick folder. She slaps several ink-scarred sheets onto the table, each bristling with cramped writing, and declares she'll take rank requests, complete them, and he can prove to the Quildo he's worthy of a new rank. The secretary thrusts the request sheet at Yajin and declares that if he proves himself, if his contributions hit the guild's required level, he'll be awarded the title of 5th-rank adventurer. He leans in, eyes razor-focused, parsing every word written on the sheets of paper. He buries his face in the page, and before he knows it, a low mutter slips out, each one marking a bright spark of understanding. He scans the board and realizes every posted request is a dead end. The pay's a pittance for the work or the task's impossibly hard. No adventurer would take them voluntarily. The secretary weaponized the promotion as a cover to saddle him with every thankless, unprofitable request no one else would touch. Since no one explained how many levels a single request grants, the guild gets to decree how many requests you must conquer to climb a level. Yajin shakes off the worry, zeroes in, snatches a few, and sears them into his memory. He zeroes in on the task of fetching the Herb of Glory. He's never heard of anything like it, so he storms the girl with questions about its properties and appearance and demands to see a specimen or a botany book with an illustration. The secretary shakes her head with a sorry smile, no glory herb in stock, and warns that the illustrated books are locked in the library for nobles or paying patrons only. Eugene snaps, "What am I supposed to do? I can't gather a plant I've never seen." Beaming sweetly, the secretary declares that hunting down information is a vital skill every adventurer must master. They lock eyes for a few seconds, the world shrinking until only that electric stare remains. He caves first, gutted but honest, admitting she's right, vowing to sharpen his intel skills, and out loud, promising he understands everything and will take the request once he's cleared a few others. Yajin's path now plunges straight into the bar. Sitting inside, draining another mug, the man's mind snaps awake and he begins to reason through it. A roaring tide of people presses around him, and he sits utterly alone. He storms into the street, snarling about another failure. It's already the 5th place he's checked, and a creeping doubt whispers that he's tried enough for today and it's time to give up. He staggers into another bar, savors a blissful sip from his mug, then scans the room. Yejim narrows their eyes and scans the other visitors, soaking in every detail. And finally track down someone suitable. A man sits alone at a table, silence pressing down like iron. The adventurer closes in, voice low and sure, "I'll pay for your information." He drops into the next chair. They sat in a thick silence while the potential informant stared into his mug, eyes probing its surface as if it held the answers. He snaps he doesn't understand a word the man is saying. He only told Yejin not to act like they were trading. He snapped, eyes cold. Save the small talk, I'm here to talk business. The informant locks eyes with him, intent and unblinking, then bursts into laughter. He turns to the adventurer and fires the question, what do you want to know? Yajin slams a coin onto the table, slides it to his interlocutor and snaps, then it's decided. Terror seizes the informant. He panics and begs them not to parade his gold, while the hero watches the boozy crowd, everyone drunk and buried in their cups so no one will see. Yajin leans in and fires off what he wants to hear. At the adventurer's request, he needs details on medicinal herbs' characteristics, the city's power structure, and its unwritten rules. His interlocutor shrugs and says that information can be found anywhere. The informant scoffs that only a filthy rich adventurer would pay gold for this tip. The man fires back, do I look rich? And the other freezes, swallows, then admits he isn't. Yajin snaps that he risked his life for this coin. He's no pampered noble tossing coins for sport. The informant asks why he'd splash out so much cash for ordinary intel. The hero blurts, I don't want to die, and that admission only breeds more questions as the interlocutor presses him again to explain what he meant. The adventurer snarls that his life depends on this knowledge. Refuse him and you'll lose your freedom. Misread the city's web of power and you'll be dragged into deadly trouble. Break the unwritten rules, and if people brand you unbearable, the underground guild will make you disappear. The informant says the man knows exactly how vital the intel is. Yejin snaps. That's precisely why he pays a fortune for it. The informant smirks and quips that he'll move heaven and earth to live up to their expectations. Rage boiled in his veins as he snapped. This is no trifle. The hero dictates the terms of the deal. He pays up front and gets equivalent information in return, and if that intel proves wholly or partly false, his hand clamps down on the knife's handle without question. Trembling, the informant pleads for him to take a breath and vows to obey every order he gives. The man watches the attack strip the interlocutor's smug grin away and dares to hope for clearer answers. The informant growls he'll lay out every needed detail, right now. Night creeps in, but the bar's windows still blaze with light. The party rages on inside, laughter and music bursting out so clearly everyone outside can hear it. Jean sprang to his feet and declared the conversation over. The informant nodded, took the payment, and thanked him. He tilts the mug and drains every last drop in absolute silence. The instant it happens, he bolts for the exit and rockets out of the establishment. Looks like he's heading home. A man lurked around the corner, eyes locked on him. The hero scrambles to remember where he lives, and usually hated informants often hide behind shadowy organizations that bankroll and shield them. Realizing the man won't reveal anything that could hurt his defenders, he has to recruit someone from another organization to verify the intel. Meet Yajin J. Hans. He snaps that's enough for today and strides home to sink into a deep, well-deserved night's sleep. Dawn slammed in, and outside the birds erupted into a deafening, jubilant chorus. Yajin and Puppy crashed into a deep, dead sleep, sprawled out in their beds. A blinding light explodes across the room, and at last the man hauls himself to his feet. At the well, he drenches himself with a bucket of icy water. Then they blast into a rock-solid warm-up. It's go time. He fixes his gaze on the table where his gear sits. He planted himself once more at the doors of the Adventurers Guild. The hero slams his hand against the door and shoves it with brutal force. The secretary's eyes snap to him. She recognizes him instantly. He slams his palm down and snaps. I've got the intel, now I'm climbing the ranks. The secretary slams a stack of requests down before Yejin, each one set to boost his contribution to the guild, and locks eyes with him, asking which one the man will take. He devours the pages, convinced he's gathered every scrap of information needed to complete the task, and now he forges the slickest, most convenient strategy. The man snaps to clarify one point. The herb request demands delivery within 5 days of receipt, and Yajin's brow darkens as he asks why the clock starts the moment the plea arrives. What if no one accepts it for that long? The secretary snapped that the herb of glory must be razor fresh. Once the application is accepted, the guild will notify the pharmacy, which will leap into production the moment the herbs arrive, so she demanded they hurry the search. He raced through the risks in his head. Fail this and a fine will slam down. Before he agrees, he insists on gathering herbs first, a backup to dodge the penalty if things go wrong. The girl will insist the pharmacist needs time to prepare, so the answer blares obvious, yet Yajin can't tell if that prep is actually required or if the guild is bluffing with sanctions to scare adventurers away. They'd already braced for this possibility. He wonders if other adventurers hatched the same idea, yet aloud he only agrees to take 2 requests. The hero must claw his way to rank 5 and jack up his guild contribution by taking a dangerous gamble. To win their trust he'll have to grind for it, and the secretary narrows her eyes, smiles slyly, and asks the man to take care of himself. He strode deeper into the forest, confidence blazing with every fearless step. First he plunged into the wild to harvest glory grass, the only hope for a cure to the ruthless 10-day fever. Next, he hunted down geo-mushrooms, prized as potent magical ingredients. Both plants stake their claim in the forest's deepest, shadow-choked heart. Yajin plunged deeper into the forest as the mana thickened around him like a living fog. With every swell, the monster's levels climbed, turning the place into a dangerous gauntlet. He freezes mid-stride, eyes locked on the hulking trunks of the giant trees. He snaps his gaze down to the tangled roots and grass under his feet. The hero's gaze cut the horizon. He knew a dense, tangled forest loomed ahead. No sign of a boundary, yet danger smothers him, pressing down like a weight. Darkness waits up ahead, and the adventurer charges straight into it. The puppy pops its head out from under the hood, peering up with wide, curious eyes. He leans in, voice raw, and asks his companion, "Do you feel the same?" As dusk tightens its grip, Yajin pitches camp and steels himself, locking every detail into place before the next push. Twilight tightened its grip, and the unfriendly forest twisted into something far more terrifying. He scrambles up the tree, lashes himself tight to the trunk with a rope, hoping this will let him snag some sleep that night. He knows the trees are safer than the ground, but danger still stalks him in the branches, so he and Puppy have to take turns sleeping. After settling down, the man leans in and talks about his current goal, the glory herb. When used in medicine, it's a consumable ingredient everyone fights over, and the request took so long because no brave souls would dare go after it. An informant tipped us off. The spot where you harvest glory grass is a hunting ground for wild wolves. Normal wild wolves are rank 3 threats and their alpha hits rank 4. At level 20, Yajin could very well stand toe-to-toe with that rank 4. The grading applies only to lone wolves. When they hunt in packs, the danger spikes a full rank, so those wild wolves, leader and all, register as rank 5. He knows one wrong move will lose the fight. Grass of Glory can pay decent coin, but the chance of running into a rank 5 monster makes that payday not worth the gamble. Wild wolves aren't the only thing keeping adventurers from the forest's heart. Something far more terrifying stalks its depths, a creature they fear more than any pack. Those creatures, they're ants, small, relentless, and swarming with single-minded intent. They unleash a potent, lethal poison. Who'd want poison shoved down their throat only to, weak and staggering, be tossed into a snarling pack of wolves, not even an enemy. That's why this kind of request never caught on. Yajin's confidence coiled like a spring. He could handle this. He hadn't accepted the request out of arrogance or because he was hoping for luck. He'd already mapped out a plan. First, he slathers himself in mud and tree sap to protect against ant bites, the sticky mix acting like crude insect armor. Then he leans on his present sensing skills to slip past the forest wolves. And finally, he races to snatch up both the glory grass and geo-mushrooms as fast as he can. The hero carved a safe path through the dense, choking forest. The woods that raised him have warped into something eerily unfamiliar, yet he still has every chance to emerge victorious. Knife still clutched, Yajin forces himself to steal a few precious, trembling breaths of rest. Dawn erupts over the treetops, driving the forest's darkness back with warm, golden rays. He sprang into action, methodically slathering mud all over himself. A viscous protective coating slathered over their body, hair, and face, against a single clump of earth that's rapidly swallowing them and turning them into dirt. Only their eyes stare out, sharp and alive. Yajin swore he'd claw his way back alive. Not even the dense forest's suffocating depths can hold him back. The forest barred the traveler's path, an impenetrable thicket of tangled roots, rotten stumps, and moss-choked snags. Sun-drenched meadows burst open, cozy and bright, wrapping the world in a warm, golden glow. The man rockets up the tree again. He leans in, eyes razor-sharp, scanning the area below with surgical focus. He vowed to take the longer, safer route, leaping branch to branch and using his presence sense to slip past the monsters unseen. This route only yields to someone who knows the forest's every secret, someone like Yajin. Lucky break in the dense forest, the branches braided so tightly they nearly turned into real roads. Strap in, you'll be sweating as you battle your way through the tangled intricacies. True to his plan, the man rockets up another tree trunk. He sinks back, lets his eyes roam, and then something suddenly jumps out at him. A clearing seems to yawn in the very heart of the forest. The view explodes open into a spellbinding spectacle that steals your breath. The hero snarls, looks like crimson paint spilled all over the ground. He zeroes in. This is it, the exact spot where the geo mushroom grows, and the ants are already in place. They're swarming this place, an anthill come to life. The edging slinks down the trunk, inching toward the ground. He plants his feet at the edge of the open clearing. Across the way, dozens of anthills dot the far side at almost equal intervals, and other than the ants, nothing threatens him. He eyed the span between the free plot's edges, gauged the gap, and with a tight jaw realized there was no shortcut. The neighboring side could only be reached by land. Beneath our feet the ground seethes with poisonous ants, literally every inch writhes with them. A flash of relief hits him. The informant told the truth. The ants are ordinary-sized, and if he keeps his distance, they won't attack. The adventurer inches forward, each step a silent heartbeat toward the trees on the opposite side. The ants scuttle through their chores, as if they don't even see the man, at least for now. A few tear off the opposite way, while others are buried in their own business far off. Yejin forges ahead and spots a long, marching column of ants streaming past. Nasty insects swarm every corner, inching uncomfortably close. Sometimes you can squash one with a single careless step. At last the trail's end bursts into view. The life-saving trees stand within arm's reach. The man skids to a stop beside one of the trunks. He lets out a shaky exhale. One tiny knot of nerves has leached every ounce of strength from him. They've barreled straight through the danger zone. Yajin lunged to the other side, then plunged onward, threading the trees exactly as the old scheme dictated. On this side they're completely transformed, scarcely a trace of their counterparts across the divide, and the adventurer reels, wondering if such a stark contrast is normal in this strange world. Memory snaps into place. The geo mushroom is sprouting at the tree's roots, so he scans every base with hawk-eyed intensity. Not far off, the hero's eyes snap to his prize, the mushroom tucked at the base of a tree, exactly where he'd predicted. At last, this is exactly what I needed. Eyes sharp sweep every crevice and hunt down any ants hiding nearby. The man sweeps the area for threats, plucks the mushroom with one sharp tug, and now races to find enough to complete the request. Yajin rockets up the trunk again, plants himself upright at full height on a branch, and flings his arms wide. His head snapped left and right as he scanned the ground beneath, then his eyes locked on another mushroom. He rips one off, yanks another free, then rips a third, fast, brutal, unstoppable. He rammed mushroom after mushroom into his bag until it bulged, and every inch was packed solid. He's sure this will do. Yajin hooks the bag to his belt and bellows, now we collect the grass of glory. Still clinging to the same line of branches, he inched through the forest toward the gap between the trees. It loomed ever closer, until at last it bursts free into the wide-open void of space. A luminous, circular clearing gleamed. The trees whisper their leaves like a lullaby, soothing and utterly harmless, while the grass sways in a steady, rhythmic dance under a playful breeze. Butterflies spiral above a cluster of white flowers, the whole spot wrapped in an almost painfully perfect calm. Still relatively safe, the adventurer hangs back at the clearing's rim, eyes slicing across the shadows from a safe distance. A meadow bursting with flowers hits him with raw confidence. He feels this is exactly where the grass of glory should grow. Yajin clamps his jaw and shoves the words into his own head like a war cry. He did it. He vaults down from the tree and scans his surroundings, every nerve on edge. No threat in sight, he peels away from the saving trunks and edges into the clearing, each step a tense, cautious probe. He edges closer to a thicket of white flowers. They explode into view like a living spell, seizing your gaze so you literally can't look away. The hero inhales and the aroma crashes over him, sweet, calm, nostalgic, tugging at memories like a long-lost song. The flowers' blackcore stares are hungry mouths, their gaze swallowing him alive. He freezes dead in his tracks, mouth hanging open. A hollow calm clamps down on him, his eyes glass over, and his stare is stripped utterly of meaning. After staring blankly for a long beat, a tremor rips through his body as thousands of threads slam into his consciousness. Puppy stares up at him, practically bursting to tell him something. Yajin snaps awake, a cold dread slamming into him. He'd been savoring the flower's perfume moments before, and now his mind feels unnaturally hollow. A man eyes the gorgeous plants like a hunter spotting danger, suspicion coiling as he guesses they might be poisonous. The adventurer upends his flask, unleashing a generous rush that soaks a scrap of cloth. He slams it on like a mask, sealing it over his nose and mouth to snatch a sliver of protection from the toxic stench. Fear snaps through him. This forest is a death trap. He must grab the grass and bolt now. The man locks onto the right plant, digs in and tears it free from the earth, roots and all. They chipped away until 2 bags bulged nearly to bursting. The last bunch still waited, and Yajin stood like a coiled spring, jittering with nerves. While searching for the right plant, he stumbled onto the abandoned remains of an adventurer's gear nearby, rusted weapons, and tattered cloth with grass already growing through it. These flowers gorge on the remains of fallen adventurers. As the flowers' poison drugged the hooked adventurers into a stupor, a shadowy assailant slipped in and stole their lives, and as that truth sank in, the flowers' beauty drained away, exposed by their terrible properties. At last he spots the final sprout of the prized grass, enough to close the request. He tenses to sprint, but time runs out. His present sense screamed that several unknown figures were closing in behind him. The hero whips toward the forest. Animal silhouettes snap into view between the trees and the shadows. Up close they snap into view as wild wolves, 5 of them, already a full pack. They're hot on Yajin's trail. The grass shudders beneath the swift, pounding steps of dense wolves. Wings pounding like drumbeats, the flock barreled forward, a furious storm locking onto its potential prey. Yajin has a few precious seconds, but the monsters are barreling toward him, devouring the distance. Without a second thought, sticking to his original plan, he catapults himself up the tree. The wolves surged forward, their jaws a breath from the trunk. Perched on a branch, he leans against the trunk for balance and locks eyes with the wolves below. They return his stare, hungry and unblinking. Fear slammed into him as he raced through options. They can't climb the tree. Does he wait for them to give up and leave, or strike from above with a dart? Now the main question. One wolf unleashes a savage bark, eyes blazing with a feral, maddened fire. Yajin snaps his hand up, a dart pinched between his fingers, eyes laser-focused and his body coiled to fire it in an instant. The monster bolts forward and launches itself skyward. The trees loom monstrous, but the wolf nearly claws its way to their crowns, shattering any hope of sitting up there unchallenged. The man immediately hurls a dart at the beast. The projectile rips straight into the monster's eye. With a dull thud, the wolf slams into the grass and topples onto its side. He realizes the jump was flawless, but he knows he won't be able to dodge the dart midair. 4 wolves fan out and begin to encircle the trunk. He freezes, baffled, and only watches as they prowl in tight, deliberate circles. In a heartbeat, all 4 explode into a charging sprint. The next moment they were level with him, a pack of predators poised to slam him to the ground and tear him limb from limb. Yejin swings with icy calm, but the daring grab for the ring slams into him. Surprise and dread explode as he wonders if they actually meant to strike from every side at once. A pinpoint throw rockets a monster out of the game, slamming it backward as the cap-wearing puppy snaps his jaws, bearing a mouthful of tiny, razor teeth. He pounces and clamps his teeth around the wolf's throat as it lunges at the hero from behind. Now only 2 wolves stand. He has to act now to escape being crushed between 2 snapping jaws. Move fast, every second counts. He explodes forward, drives a brutal strike into the first one's throat, flings him aside, and snaps onto the second. A heavy fist slams down onto the last one's head. The monster hurtled down from the sky, and Yajin sneered, contempt etched across his face. He descends and takes in his handiwork. All 5 dense wolves lie splayed across the grass like lifeless carcasses. Relief explodes out of him as he finally exhales. A tiny, clawed paw lands on his shoulder. Gasping, the hero grabs the animal, voice raw with thanks for saving him, then watches the dragon's power ripple. It's unmistakably stronger. He snaps that the job's done, and the plants are secured time to head home, but they'd better keep their guard up. Later at the Adventurers Guild, the secretary slapped the report down and announced the glory grass and geo mushrooms were secured. The quest was a success, and she called it a job well done. He thanks her for the praise, a private cheer erupting as he finally conquers that unpopular request, and he zeroes in on the task's progress, craving the rank boost. She sinks into thoughtful silence, and Yajin's brain fires a warning. This is a strange reaction. He'd met every condition, yet her pretty face stays breathtaking even with that distant, unreadable expression. The secretary scans the adventurer, finds no injuries, and asks bluntly if he can handle this request regularly. Shock slams into him, but he snaps back, "I can do it." She drops into silence, numbers spinning through her head like a storm, then she tallies it bluntly, 10 more completions, and she can raise Yajin to 5th rank. He reels, jaw clenched, mind racing. What kind of bizarre proposal is this? The payout's still massive, don't overthink it. The ants wreaked havoc, but the offer still beckons, and with no one knowing how many more tasks lie ahead or how brutal and dangerous they'll be, we have to accept. The secretary fires off. What's your answer to the proposal? and he feels his position harden into real leverage, so he steels himself to demand better conditions. He says he'll march to the Adventurers Guild and ask for their help to lock down and harden the requests until they're rock solid. A gorgeous stone bridge arches over the river, and people saunter across it, moving slow and unhurried. The guard sneered, "Yajin, you've got your directions backwards. The workshops are on the other bank, and no ragamuffins are welcome. Leave now before I drag you out by force." When he spots the Adventurers Guild's sealed, authenticated recommendation, the stubborn warrior's resolve cracks. He snaps upright, offers a clipped apology for taking up so much of their time, and urges them to move on. The hero breathes his last. A reminder hits him that the crafting zone is sealed tight to crush anyone trying to steal trade secrets. As expected, the guild pulls all the strings here. He notices how spotless this side of the river is. Yajin strode up to a plain two-story building, its forge sign shouting Benjamin's Workshop, the top smithy in Toulon, and the hero scowled that, given the stakes, it ought to be way bigger. The man shoves the door open and bellows, "Anyone home?" Silence devours the workshop as he prowls every shadowed corner and finds no one. A sickening creak rips through the room as the door on the opposite wall swings open. A figure in a plague doctor mask pinned Yajin with a cold, unblinking stare. The mysterious master fixes the hero with an unblinking stare through the tiny eye windows of a mask crowned by a bird's beak. He levels a strange instrument at the man and snaps, "What are you doing here?" Yajin gapes, trying to parse the sight. A man in a plague mask, like the city's been struck by an epidemic, and a strange instrument that at first looks like a knife. Don't be fooled, it's no weapon. It's a tool, two wooden handles joined by a razor-curved blade. Tanning solution clung to the mysterious man like a mark. The hero's instincts flared. He was facing a leather craftsman. He slams a folded paper into the other man's palm and declares he's come with an order, his letter from the Adventurers Guild. The man leans in, eyes razor-focused, devouring every written word with deliberate care. The letter hits him as real. The mysterious master peels off his mask, and Yajin leans in, eyes sharpened, desperate to glimpse the face hiding beneath. From behind the menacing bird-shaped key, a pretty short-haired blonde peeks out, and the master beams that she's glad to meet you, then introduces her as Emma. Across the table, the girl and her workshop guest sat facing one another. Emma leans in and warns, Sirenia is real, a fifth-rank behemoth that prowls the ocean depths. He's a towering behemoth with armor-like skin no one can pierce. Meeting him almost always means death. Sirenia smashes ships and hauls his enemies screaming into the ocean's crushing depths. Sirenia leather is a rare treasure on the market, nearly impossible to find. It hides two layers, an outer built like steel, an inner shockingly elastic, and it breathes, forcing moisture from the inside out. Yajin gaped at the jaw-dropping specimens the world of fantastic materials sometimes tosses to a piggy buyer. This leather's properties sounded like a cheat code, and the man blurted, "How much for a set of armor made from it?" Call me foolish for expecting a few coins, but when the master named 50 gold, my jaw hit the floor. He buries his face in his hands, 50 gold pieces, nearly every coin he scraped together with years of sweat. It's his only shot at a master craftsman's custom set, so he steels himself, says he understands, and begs them to do everything possible. Emma snaps, "I need to take measurements, now." She spends the next few minutes zeroing in on Yajin, mapping every vital measurement, lengths, angles, and contours, needed to forge his armor. She leans in and swears her brother's the town's best blacksmith, vows they'll forge the finest equipment, enough to make me worry, and I can trust them. A grin rips across his face. It's absurdly cute. A brother and sister hammer away in the same workshop. With his skill, he detects another presence and knows it's Emma's brother. Yajin pictures the town's best blacksmith as a hulking master swinging a colossal hammer with iron muscles, then locks onto one image, a Daruma-like dwarf, only he's all muscle. A voice from behind the door called about dinner, and she blinked, astonished at how instantly her brother announced himself. The door groans open, the blacksmith barks, has a client dropped in, and Emma snaps back, "Yes, I already checked his letter of recommendation." A young man bursts through the doorway, nothing like the photo they'd just seen but eerily like his sister. He grins, says he's Ben, and declares he's glad to meet her. A cheerful laugh bursts from outside, and inside the house voices spar in a lively, animated discussion. Emma throws out, "Any ideas for voluminous bundles?" and Ben's grin sparks as he replies, "Maybe we can do it with alchemical reagents." Wide-eyed and breathless, the hero blurted, "What are these alchemical reagents?" They dove into easy banter, the conversation unspooling between them as naturally as breathing. Dawn broke, the man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and grinned, saying the dinner was delicious and that he'd even spent the night with the masters. Emma shrugged and said there's nothing to worry about. Leaving the workshop at night is forbidden, and that rule can't be avoided. Ben clings to the guest, hopeless and begging for a few more minutes of chat, while the blacksmith flushes and mumbles it's only because Yajin's stories are so captivating. The craftsman pledged he'd alert us the instant the prototype was ready. The man readied himself to leave. He strides away, flinging a bold goodbye wave at his new acquaintances. They flash a matching wave in return. The way back cuts straight through the market. Is the hero swooping in to snag a souvenir for the puppy on the way home? He shouted a single question into the crowd, and a voice cut through, "Are you the adventurer Yajin?" He whips around and spots two young guys. One of them strides forward, proclaims they're the Healers Guild, and asks if Yajin could join their ranks. He scoffs, what business has the Healers Guild in this? He's no healer, he's an adventurer, why would they need him? The guy cuts him off, snarls he'll show the way, and orders him to follow. The hero sees through the fake politeness. It's coercion, not an invitation, but he follows anyway. They storm down the street like guards escorting a prisoner, the man who'd been steering the dialogue striding up front while his partner trailed behind. A chill tells him four more presences linger at the edges, keeping their distance yet hemming him in, sliding through the shadows with clockwork precision that proves deadly skill. Why they stage everything with such grim formality, he has no clue. His reluctant companions shove him into the guild building and drag him down a narrow, shadowed corridor. They halt at the doors as the man who'd been steering the conversation beckons them inside and declares, Vice Guildmaster William awaits a guest within. The man realizes the Healers Guild sits right behind the adventurers as the city's second biggest power, and a Vice Guildmaster is a rare, coveted post, so the hero's pulse spikes, desperate to see what kind of person holds it. The door groans open, spilling a jagged creak into the room. The guest steps inside and finds an old man with a face carved by deep wrinkles. William's nasty, unreadable stare makes it clear. You can't trust him. He pins the newcomer with a cold stare, Eugen, then snaps, let's get down to business, and the Vice Guild Master growls that he heard the adventurer collecting the grass of glory and the geo mushroom. He presses the man to reveal the exact method he uses to collect the plants. At last, their purpose snaps into razor-sharp clarity. William snapped that the hero should spill what he knew or suffer the consequences. Rather than answer, the two men who had accompanied the man to the office closed in, their silent approach finishing the threat. Yajin finally grasps that his achievement towers far beyond what he'd imagined. He should have read it on the secretary's face when he submitted the request, and he scolds himself for being so short-sighted. He guarded the secret of harvesting the grass of glory like a lifeline, his only income, and knew that even if Yajin spat it out, they'd never let him walk away. Only an official offer could save him, otherwise everything would collapse. He steels himself, figuring he'll have to risk everything, shatter a wall or rip the floor open to claw his way out. Silence shatters as a voice from outside cuts in, demanding, what does all this mean? Yajin whips around. Perched atop the wide-open doors, a man in noble clothes towers as knights stand frozen like statues on either side of him. The nobleman snaps, what sort of meeting has William set up here? Vice Guildmaster rockets upright from his chair. Horror ripped across his face. He fawns, crooning Lord Astor, and pesters about an inspection. The adventurer's eyes snap wide. This was the name the informant had flagged as the head of the Healers Guild. He springs from a distinguished noble house as ancient as the kingdom of Aslat, the third son of Count Astor. William crumples, tears carving tracks down his face as he pleads for mercy and swears he'll never do anything like that again. Even as the knights haul him across the floor outside, he keeps begging for mercy. Yajin and Lord Astor stand alone in the office, silence buzzing with electric tension. The Lord proclaims him good, and that verdict becomes a maddening weight he can't shake. The hero drops his gaze and murmurs, don't worry about it, while the Lord hesitates, stilled by a sudden pause. He unleashes a barrage of honeyed compliments and graceful bows to slip away, only for Lord Asher to snap that he's forced to detain him. He asks to talk to him for a moment, flashing maybe the kindest smile in his arsenal. Yajin's way out is sealed, not by healers this time, but by steel-clad knights, and in minutes his situation has plunged from bad to desperate. The nobleman slides into William's seat at the table, clasps his hands in front of him, and smiles. He bows, apologizing for the holdup the formal introduction caused, then declares himself, Edward Astor, Guildmaster of the Healers Guild, the very man the hero already recognized. Yajin insists he should be the one apologizing for the late introduction, then proudly announces his name. Lord Astor, like William, cuts to the chase. His offer dazzles and outweighs the rest. the Guild of Physicians wants to accept the man as an official member. Clarity slams into the hero. They're baiting him, trying to drag him away. He once thought only doctors and apothecaries could join, but if he stopped overthinking it, they could source the materials themselves. Lord Astor says, naturally, the new guild member will be offered a salary higher than the current one. Yajin leans in and asks what duties he'll have to shoulder. A storm of thoughts churns through his mind. Joining the Doctors Guild would crown him with respect and real authority across the city, and a powerful patron would anchor his life with steady stability. The Guildmaster declares his life will remain largely unchanged. His main duty, guarantee regular supplies of the Grass of Glory within the set time frame, and Yajin will be barred from working with any other guilds. He suspects they're trying to shove him into becoming their personal adventurer, and his gut screams the Adventurers Guild will hate it. Lord Astor swivels to the hero, asks what he thinks, then grins and declares the offer very tempting for himself. The Healers Guild could snatch the method for harvesting the Herb of Glory, desert the adventurer, and end him. After weighing the danger, Yajin gives a grateful but firm refusal. A knight spits a curse and tries to blurt that the offer is too good for such a man, but before he finishes, Lord Astor slams his palm on the table with a thunderous crack and orders him silent. The Guild Master explodes to his feet and thrusts his hand toward the offender. The man gapes, eyes blown wide. Lord Astor snaps out an apology for his guard's reckless enthusiasm. He bows his head, his apology cutting through the silence. Terror slammed into Yajin at that gesture. He couldn't fathom that one of the realm's highest, most noble figures would stoop to this and humiliate an ordinary commoner. Even a battle-hardened adventurer reels at how brazen and uncanny this looks. Everyone here recoils, calling that attitude revolting. Lord Astor declares he understands the hero's motives. He refuses to betray the Adventurers Guild that trusted him, so the Healers Guild will withdraw its offer. Hold on, one burning issue demands our attention. The Guildmaster slammed his palm on the table. He represented the Healers Guild, but he couldn't ignore that the man alone supplied the Herb of Glory. He volunteered to teach the guild members how to forage for herbs, and they clamored to repay the adventurer in every way they could. Lord Astor froze, waiting for an answer, then pinned Yajin beneath a knife-sharp stare. After a tense beat, he forces out that he understands and will obey every order. Deep down he already knows refusing is impossible. Yajin swallowed, weighing the fallout as the nobleman bowed. Refuse now and he'd desecrate their honor, and they could silence him on the spot or snatch him later to use far darker methods. The Guildmaster, satisfied, dismisses the man with a curt thanks and strides off, and seeing him bound for pressing duties, the hero swallows his pride and concedes defeat inside. They tell him they'll call back to hammer out the details. He storms outside and collapses onto the ground, dread knotting in his gut, as he realizes that once the herb-collecting secret is out, his task will be finished, and at worst Yajin could be removed to make sure he never tells anyone. He stares at the sky, plotting ways to kill time until the equipment's ready. The moment it's done, he'll have to leave the city. Yajin bursts into Benjamin's workshop. Emma rushes an apology for calling him out of the blue, and Benjamin grimly admits his mood's been getting worse lately. Elation burst through him when word came that the craftsman had finished the prototype, and he bolted there at once. Emma shoots a mischievous wink and teases that the moment he sees what she and her brother hatched, he'll be left speechless. Ben bursts into the room and greets the hero, declaring he's glad to see him. He's dragged to a table where a prototype sprawls, and the girl proclaims she used the method Yajin described. She says she'll craft custom gear on request, we just need to hammer out the details. He stakes out 2 side pockets for the bow shurikens, grinning that they'll vanish into the clothing's layers and be almost impossible to spot. Emma snaps that instead of bulking up the chest they should plate the knees, a hardened strike surface there won't shackle their movement. Ben grabs his sister's idea and fires off that they can tweak the shoulders and elbows too, but Yajin pulls back, flatly saying he wants to keep his movements as effortless as possible. The master's debate roars on. A guy snaps, what do we do with the gloves? And the girl fires back, keep it light, leave only the knuckles exposed on the backs of the hands. Once again, the discussion stretches deep into the night, devouring every late hour. They crowd the table, clashing over production. When Eugene pitches drum dying to the craftsman and the idea lights everyone up, Emma asks how much time they'd shave off, and the man declares that with the right solution it could be done in a day. Emma scoffs, finishing the tanning in 1 day, a joke. Eugene grins and says if they somehow pull it off, the craftsman should shave the order's price by exactly what he saved. Ben grabs his sister's sleeve, voice urgent, can't we at least hear what they're offering? She shoots it down with a flat, that's nonsense, and he freezes, mulls it over, then gives a slow, thoughtful nod. He agrees. He lifts his mug, takes a swig, and a jolt of recognition hits. This was a random tidbit he'd accidentally learned from a TV show, and for the first time since being hurled into this world, he's actually using it. Bare seconds later, the brother and sister pounce, demanding every detail of the method with the same ferocity they just used to scoff at its usefulness. Night bowed out as morning burst in, the sun's first shafts slashing through windows and flooding every house with golden light. Yajin unleashes a tired yawn and hoists his head up from the countertop. He snaps awake and sees he fell asleep in the exact spot he sat the day before. He catches a harsh clank slicing through the silence. Bleary-eyed, he follows the sound into the room on the right and fires. "What are the craftsmen doing here?" as Ben greets him. The craftsmen huddled around a wooden vat, tools gripped tight, as one of them snapped that Yajin's story from yesterday had stuck with him. He'd try to craft a drum-dying prototype. A triumphant grin splits his face as he realizes these two are natural-born engineers at heart. They toss him the question, "Any plans today?" and he fires back that he must race back to his inn, then tie up a few small matters at the Healers Guild. At the Healers Guild, the man was intercepted by Roger Wilda, the treasurer, who declared the guildmaster had tasked him with negotiating with the adventurer. Roger snaps that we must pin down every instruction for collecting the glory grass, then presses a sheet packed with the schedule into Yajin's hands. The hero strides down the street. He plots his next moves, send out forays every 5 days to lock down the route, and only then will he begin training the guild's healers. Yajin breathes a grateful sigh that nothing's rushing him. He's betting that once the doctor starts complaining, the doc will spill the method for collecting the herb of glory, giving him a shot at learning where the guild keeps its rare herbs. Now the only question is how long it will take to finish his equipment. A hulking behemoth of a man suddenly looms at the hero's side. A man steps forward and snaps, "You're the adventurer Yajin." The question drops like a gavel. Trouble has arrived. Rage boiled in the man as he snapped. Who dared call his name this time, and what will happen next? The hero sizes up the forced new acquaintance he's been saddled with, a crushing, oppressive presence. Broad shoulders, razor-cut features, and deep furrows that kill any hint of warmth, and a gaze so heavy it lands like a slab of lead. A young boy kneels before him. The thug and the forced guest hang back at a distance, eyes locked on every move. Recognition slammed into him, Imden, that odious moneylender, the man the hero remembered as #1 on his never, ever contact list. Like a thunderclap, the bar conversation and the informant's story slam back into my mind. In Tolton, the underworld guilds pull the strings with deadly power. Two main factions, the Reds and the Greens, hold sway, and Imden, a ruthless big shot among the Greens, crushes anyone who dares stand in his way. He crumples to his knees, begging Imden for mercy and swearing he'll pay back double, then triple, after borrowing the money and missing the repayment deadline. A terrible crunch ripped through the air. Imden clutches something in his hands, and a thin thread of drool snakes toward the boy's head. He loosens his grip and the object plummets, slamming into the floor with a sick, wet thud ajaw. The mutilated boy convulses, his eyes rolled back, and only strangled sounds and ragged wheezes escape the shredded remains of his mouth. Imden snatches a metal object from the table and sweeps it in a wide, savage arc. One crushing blow snuffs out the failed debtor's mortal life. The moneylender looms a step away, silent as a grave, his face a cold, unreadable mask. Tiny beads of blood iced over on his face and shirt. The assistant blurts that he's brought a guest, and the moneylender snaps to Yajin, hurling his name into the room like a gauntlet. He burst into joyful cheers at the man's arrival, while the hero froze, silent and coiled with tension. Imden looms, voice icy and unforgiving. "Kneel," and the man drops to his knees at his feet. In Yejin, he trembles before the moneylender, even though he'd seen this coming. That knowledge can't quell his dread. The horror hits him like a verdict, a brutal personal lesson. Stray from the preferred choice and you're declared wrong, and it's nothing but cold, purposeless cruelty. Yajin's mind snaps. This is too brutal to be a recruitment pitch and must be dodged. He scrambles to draft a battle plan and map escape routes, but the clock is closing and he can't stall, so only raw, roaring fear fills his head. He forces out an awkward bow, voice tight with apology. "I'm so sorry, but I can't join your organization." Imden scowled, refused the reply, and barked the question again, not because he hadn't heard, but because he wouldn't accept it. This pressure slams into you like a weight, digging into your bones. The moneylender towers over the hero, ready to dispatch him after the debtor this instant. Panic detonates inside him. Imden's iron stare bores into him, and his voice shatters into a panicked stammer. The adventurer nods and pledges to cooperate, thinking the moneylender's interest in the grass of glory isn't about coin. He's trying to weaponize Yajin to gain leverage over the Healers Guild. He fears that once he steps into this sprawling crime syndicate, breaking free will be a myth, so to refuse he must sell Imden on why this situation benefits them more. No other choice. He has to pull it off. The hero grins and declares he'd slip into the Healers Guild under everyone's noses. He'd draw far less suspicion if he weren't tied to a criminal organization. He laid out every explanation without a single word. The moneylender stayed utterly silent. He looked lost in thought, but every second that ticked by gnawed the weight for his decision into something unbearable. And Din smirks and admits Yejin has at least a sliver of brains. Stay obedient and carry out your partner duties for the organization with relentless diligence, and you'll be allowed to live. In Tolton, the first thing that looms before you is the Adventurers Guild. Second, the Guild of Healers bursts onto the scene. The criminal underworld cleaves into two guilds. First up, the Greens. And lucky for them, their rivals, the Reds, have just turned into Yajin's sworn enemies. The adventurer feels pinned between towering monsters, slammed into the heart of their savage turf war. Just one careless move and that tiny, overlooked person gets crushed in an instant. All that'll be left is a lone, dark, wet stain. The hero sprawls on the grass, arms splayed wide, tree branches looming over him. He clenches his jaw as doubt claws at him. Can he survive the brutal trials raining down on him? A puppy scrambles up and plants itself right on his chest. The adventurer throws up his hands, apologizes for getting sidetracked, urges everyone to end the break, then his eyes lock onto something. The dragon pins him with an unblinking stare, tears carving trails from his tiny eyes. Tears engulf the adventurer, wrapping him in a tapestry of 1,000 threads he knows by heart. The puppy's tidal wave of feelings slams into the hero, leaving him reeling. Yejin felt a small companion's fragile emotions blossom inside her. Alone with her head bowed to fate, she braced herself. Then a towering, powerful man stormed into her life. I crashed into sleep with them curled tight in my arms. She peered through the cage bars, her eyes a well of aching sorrow. Yajin peered in and flashed a grin at her. He realizes through the puppy's eyes, he's a towering, unbreakable comrade, incredibly strong and utterly reliable. They stake their claim on a breathtaking cliff, ringed by dense thickets of trees. He grabs the tiny dragon, voice trembling with gratitude, thanks it for restoring his confidence, and warmly declares the little creature always rushes to his aid. Yajin crouches and caresses the puppy's head, his fingers gliding through its soft fur to soothe it. A grin cracks across his face as his good mood creeps back into him. Grinning, the hero shakes off his sorrow, proclaims he won't mourn forever, shouts he's ready, and beckons his companion to get down to business. The adventurer charges into the forest as a dragon unfurls its wings and perches proudly on his head. Nothing will stop them. They'll survive whatever comes.